With the first flashes of lightning lighting up the bridge, the player was informed of the need to prevent the spread of monsters across the land after the portal had broken through. The portal had already begun to form when the next message informed the player that if successful, a reward awaited him. And then a bright orange flash illuminated everything around, where a clawed paw appeared from the materialized portal. Where, a second later, the first representative of another world appeared on the bridge of the human world, breaking through the portal. Looking around with its fiery eyes, the monster, which in appearance resembled an upright dog, made a growling sound, which became a signal for the rest of the army, which began to appear from the portal, filling the space of the bridge. But before the guests from another world had time to take even a few steps, they suddenly saw that their path was blocked by a man armed with something between a halberd and an axe. The guy, with someone else hanging in the air above his right shoulder, looked carefully at how the monsters appeared one after another from the portal. Realizing that only one enemy was blocking their path, the dogs bared their teeth, preparing to attack. The man hanging in the air told the guy that things were bad for them, to which he smiled and replied that he hoped for Van Lung's luck. And so, having secured the blessing of his strange companion, Jeremy launched the summoning process. Looking at the card that fell out, the young man mentally thought that it would now become clear how lucky Wang Lung was today. And when the card was revealed, the young man, smiling, noted that this is exactly the character he needs now. At the same moment, the weapon that he had been clutching in his hand all this time began to glow, changing its shape before his eyes. And after a couple of seconds, Jeremy no longer had in his hand a combination of an axe and a halberd, but only a halberd with a modified blade shape. And behind him, clutching exactly the same weapon, a huge, stern-looking man appeared. Looking at the monsters standing opposite, Jeremy suddenly shouted loudly that the great General Qin he had arrived to fight. After which the young man received a message that a special skill had been activated, which reduced the damage from enemy attacks by 30%. And all opponents who have just fallen under the influence of this skill will show more aggression. Where at the same moment the guests from another world rushed forward and began to attack their enemy, who, without having done anything yet, had already managed to weaken them. Jeremy met the monsters with a sweeping movement of his weapon, which scattered the pack of dogs in different directions. After which the young man prepared to throw, holding the halberd in front of him with the tip forward. Pushing with all his might, where the force of the throw was so strong that it damaged the road surface, Jeremy rushed straight into the crowd of uninvited guests. And when he reached his goal, this collision with the enemy was more like an explosion from a falling bomb, where all his attacks were accompanied by the commander Qin He, who arrived and was constantly behind him. One of his opponents tried to sneak up on the young man from behind, but the guy, warned by his companions, immediately drew attention to the danger. Turning sharply, Jeremy, with an equally sharp movement, ran the blade of his weapon, cutting through the air with a whistle, across the enemy's body. But the dog also managed to reach the young man's head with his weapon, where, at that same second, and even before the end of the movement of the young man's hands, the monster's head separated from the body, beginning to spin in the air. Not even a minute had passed since this battle began, and all the guests who had arrived from another world were defeated, covering the bridge with their bodies. Looking around, Jeremy, wincing, noted that the blow he received to the head was not very pleasant. A game was in full swing on the school football field where, to the shouts of one of the team players, a young guy kicked the ball. A very young Jeremy, who did not take part in the game, watched everything that happened while sitting on the sidelines. Indeed, from a very early age, he was not at all interested in ordinary games, since he was very keen on reading comics and video games, where he always cared very much about the heroes, and secretly dreamed of becoming one of them someday. One day he drew attention to a new computer game, which he himself didn't notice how carried away he was. And very soon, having demonstrated enormous abilities or even talent for video games, Jeremy began to participate in championships, regularly taking prizes. But no matter how hard the young man tried, he always remained only in second place, as if fate itself did not allow him to take the honorable place not of a secondary character, but of the main character. But one day, dramatic changes occurred in the human world, which not only changed the entire way of life of people, but changed the planet itself. Reality itself has undergone such changes that it has become more reminiscent of some kind of computer game. In different parts of the planet, portals to other worlds began to appear, from which uninvited guests constantly came out to Earth. And to balance and counter this phenomenon, those who mastered sword and magic began to appear among people. Some called them warriors, some called them mana wielders, some called them hunters, but most called them simply players. In a very short time, players have displaced celebrities and movie stars from TV screens, taking up all the attention, where every time he listened to another player talk about his exploits, Jeremy noted with bated breath that this was his dream. He made a promise to himself at all costs to become the owner of mana and conquer other worlds. And now, 8 long years have passed since the young man made this promise to himself. Jeremy was leaning against the wall, heavily intoxicated, clutching an almost empty bottle in his hand. At some point, she slipped out and crashed noisily on the concrete floor, to which the young man didn't even pay attention, busy with thoughts that his dream had shattered into small fragments in the same way. Once again, unfolding the piece of paper that he received from the Mana Awakening service, Jeremy ran his eyes over its meager contents, very emotionally noting that all these skills were useless in battle. The young man literally banged his head against the wall, saying that all his efforts were in vain. Bowing his head, the young man told himself that it was time to stop running after an impossible dream, where apparently he was not destined to become a hero. Finally going inside his apartment, Jeremy began to undress, remembering that tomorrow was his day off and he would be able to get a good night's sleep. But suddenly the attention of his peripheral vision was first attracted by a female silhouette, which was very strange since he lived alone. And when the young man turned his head, he saw a certain girl who, calling him by name, said that she was really looking forward to this meeting. At the same moment, Jeremy, apologizing as he walked for having the wrong door, quickly left the apartment. But a second later, the young man, seeing the number on the door, burst back in, declaring that there was no mistake and asking what this girl had forgotten here. However, the uninvited guest suddenly introduced herself as Leia Angelus, a representative of the universe itself, where the purpose of her visit was the need to personally meet such an outstanding personality and present a gift. After listening to the girl's words, Jeremy said that she had definitely mixed up something, since there was definitely nothing outstanding about him, and never had been. But Leia did not agree with him, where she, stretching out her hand emitting rays of bright light, said that Jeremy is the second person in the entire universe who has the 3rd level of communication skill, and with the words that the young man just needed to accept the gift, the girl extended her glowing hand to Jeremy's head, which plunged him into real horror. As soon as the ray of light touched the young man's face, at that very second he was literally pierced by a whole column of bright light escaping from under his feet. But Jeremy couldn't do anything about it, where all he could do was scream helplessly. Meanwhile, the light was so bright that it burst out of the windows of his apartment, illuminating everything in the area. But now this incomprehensible action was over, and Jeremy found himself sitting on the floor, where he wondered about what had just happened to him, and where his uninvited guest had suddenly disappeared to. Suddenly the young man heard a message that several new skills had been added to him. Not understanding where this voice was coming from, Jeremy began to look around nervously. But the voiceover added that if the young man had questions, he could use the status window. After which the voice, which turned out to be Airlie's voice, said that this was the end of their meeting, and Jeremy tried unsuccessfully to convince her to stay, since he had many questions. When the voice disappeared, the young man wondered if all this was some kind of hallucination, as a result of excessive alcohol consumption. Deciding to check, Jeremy remembered what he had been told about a certain state window, which immediately appeared before his eyes. Having familiarized himself with the contents of the window, where the main part of the definitions was clear to him, the young man decided to press the button, which was supposed to launch some kind of information lottery. At that same second, a lottery machine appeared right in front of him, which looked more like some kind of small monster, which frightened its user. The teeth of this creature opened, and its excessively long tongue gave out a capsule to the young man sitting next to it. Having received this unusual object in his hands, Jeremy looked at it for some time, not knowing what to do next. But suddenly the golden capsule opened, where a piece of paper immediately fell out of it, which contained some information. Carefully studying what was written there, the young man wondered whether he had accidentally gone crazy, and whether all this was really happening to him now. His status window, meanwhile, showed a message that using the lottery once a day would not consume mana. The day before these events, Jeremy was in the office where the leader of their guild, Dave Martinez, had just attracted everyone's attention. The man noted that the struggle of their guild with rivals for the right to explore other worlds is the most important matter. Then Dave suddenly pointed to Jeremy standing behind him, saying that this young man had done better than anyone else today. After all, it was thanks to him that their guild had just signed a contract to explore one of the recently appeared worlds. Immediately after this announcement, guild members began to approach Jeremy, congratulating him on such a successful deal, where the hero of today himself sheepishly said that there was nothing complicated about it. However, not everyone was ready to share his success, where a man passing by him suddenly noticed that it would not be difficult to make a deal if you had a good drink with the one you were making it with. His words did not go unnoticed, where Dave immediately reprimanded the man. But this had no effect on him, where, looking at the hero of the day, the man said that he was risking his life in other worlds while Jeremy got drunk every day with clients and partners. However, the guild leader also did not calm down, loudly noting that for the full functioning of the guild, Jeremy's work is very important, where without it there would simply be no place to risk his life. And when the dissatisfied employee left the premises, Dave apologized, saying that if Tom had not been so good, he would have kicked him out of the guild long ago. After which the manager moved on to pleasant things, handing Jeremy an impressive wad of brand new bills and saying that this was the promised bonus and the last of this contract. Thanking the boss, the young man mentally concluded that he had finally managed to collect the required amount, where, with the help of this money, he can now realize his old dream of becoming the owner of mana and superpowers. Jeremy had already waited too long for this moment to put it off even a few more hours, and now he was already standing in front of the machine, which was designed to awaken mana in a person and evaluate his unusual abilities. Turning to everyone who accompanied him, Jeremy noted that he and Samantha could easily cope on their own. To which Dave cheerfully replied that the team could not stand aside on the day when two of their comrades became the owners of mana. And then one of the guild members noticed that the previous person had already finished, and it was Samantha's turn. Calling Jeremy cute, which the young man obviously didn't like very much, the girl headed towards the mana awakener, which was accompanied by wishes of good luck. Looking back, Jeremy noted to himself that Tom also decided to come today for a reason, but most likely because of Samantha, where the young man found it very suspicious how intently Tom was looking at the girl. Meanwhile, the one who came out of the awakener in front of Samantha and did not receive skills with which it would be possible to fight, was reassured by his friend, and people standing nearby, who also witnessed how they woke up the now crying guy, noted that for this reason, the awakener is called a lottery, where if many talents are shown, a person will become lucky, but if not, then he will remain a nobody. Jeremy perfectly understood everything that the people standing nearby were talking about, because if there were few talents, 300,000 would be wasted. But then, the young man's bad thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Samantha from the awakener, where all the guild members and all the other people nearby were eagerly awaiting the results. And then the screen lit up, where, having read that the girl's mana level was 27, 11 talents were discovered, the main of which was holiness. And Jeremy and everyone who was nearby literally opened their mouths in surprise. At that same moment, Samantha was surrounded by everyone who was at the awakener, since such high results of awakening were extremely rare. However, Dave immediately protected the girl from everyone else, reminding her that she was a member of his guild. And while the leader was fighting off those who already wanted to recruit Samantha to their guild, the girl herself went to Jeremy. Having met her with a smile on his face, the young man congratulated the winner of today's lottery. Samantha still couldn't even come to her senses, asking her friend what she should do now. But at this point in their conversation, it was announced that Jeremy was expected to appear in the awakener. Noting that it was finally his turn, the young man headed towards the car. Samantha shouted after him that according to her feelings, Jeremy would definitely get an even greater result than she received, where the young man, who had almost disappeared behind the door, smiled and thanked his old friend. Once inside, Jeremy noted that everything here was arranged much more naturally than he had imagined. And then he was told that first of all he needed to relax, and then take hold of the crystal ball, which was popularly called the Eye of Odin. After which Jeremy heard that they already see potential in him, and the approximate time of awakening is 10 minutes. Vigorously grabbing Odin's eye, the young man noticed, not without emotion, that the happy day had come when he would become the owner of mana, where in just 10 minutes he will turn into the very hero he always dreamed of becoming. The long 10 minutes for the young man ended, where the guild members outside had already seen the sad results of awakening with 7 mana and 3 talents, the main one of which was the talent of communication. Knowing his complete failure, Jeremy remained inside the awakener, leaning on the panel with the Eye of Odin, where the latest messages were announced to him, according to which the young man with his meager abilities was not recommended to join the combat detachment. But then the procedure was over. The doors of the awakener opened and Jeremy had to go outside. When he caught up with the members of his guild, Dave began to say something, trying to find the right words for the current situation. But the young man interrupted him, saying that there was no need to worry, since failures happen to everyone. Since Jeremy and Samantha awakened mana, they were also given a special watch that they had to keep with them at all times. Looking at the young man, Samantha suggested that he leave early today and rest. But Jeremy said that she shouldn't worry about him, since his life was not over, but only excluded the possibility of joining a combat unit. But after a couple of hours, the young man could hardly stand on his feet, noting the same feeling when the whole meaning of life disappears, which he was able to experience today. But here he was sitting in his apartment in front of the state, glowing in the darkening window, and not believing that this was really happening. Jeremy wondered who this girl was who just showed up and gave him an incredible new skill. After all, skills are usually obtained by leveling up or by finding a rare skill stone. Not understanding what was happening in general, the young man at the same time realized that if he had the lottery skill, he could receive information about the future. Deciding that he needed to explore this new skill further, Jeremy pressed the information lottery button again, where at the same moment the same hellish lottery machine appeared in the air. Having received information that the cost of one attempt is equal to 1 point of mana, the young man said that he was ready to play. And so the lottery machine began to give out capsules, which Jeremy immediately opened one after another. However, in each capsule he found information that the neighbor's cat would soon become pregnant. His neighbor would cheat on his wife. There would be a heavy downpour in 2 weeks, and other completely unnecessary information. And so, having finished reading the last information message with information about the future, Jeremy was completely disappointed since he did not find anything useful. Looking more closely at the status window, the young man noted that he had only 1 unit of mana. He also noted that this window shows his condition in real time, which is very convenient, because everyone else has to go to the Awakener to track changes. The only problem was that he had a negligible total amount of mana. Everyone's mana is restored in 24 hours, where during this period of time one will recover 100 points out of 100, and another 7 out of 7. However, Jeremy noted that he has a skill to be grateful for, and so the young man decided to use his last mana point by launching a lottery machine. The silver capsule that fell out this time began to open, emitting a very bright glow. Jeremy could not understand what was happening now when a message appeared in the air about the player receiving rare and important information, which was information about the emergence of a new portal. The young man, who had been traveling among the trees for quite some time, exhaled tiredly. A golden arrow in front of his eyes indicated the direction, and pop-up windows indicated that in a couple of 100 meters, he would need to turn right. Quite tired from the long walk, Jeremy expressed his hopes that he should arrive at the place very soon. And so the young man was told that he had reached his destination, where, at least for now, he found nothing. Taking out his cell phone, Jeremy noted that there was less than a minute left until the time indicated on the lottery ticket. And indeed, as soon as the last seconds expired and the clock showed 05:07 a.m., a portal appeared right in front of the young man. Delighted that he had received such valuable information, Jeremy also noticed that this was a passage not just to another world, but to a world with treasures. There were only 2 officially recorded treasure worlds, the first of which was a dragon lair somewhere in England. The second, after some time, was the passage that appeared in China leading to the Panda Bamboo Forest. Usually, passages to other worlds with treasures disappear when people find themselves there and do not receive names. But there are also those, information about which ends up in the canons. These include, for example, dimensions that cause cataclysms that destroy cities or even entire worlds. Passages to such worlds where legendary objects are discovered, such as the Excalibur sword discovered in England, are also not ignored. Or the mythical green dragon halberd, which was discovered through a portal that appeared in China. And now Jeremy has a chance to acquire a completely unique weapon. After all, in treasure worlds there are no monsters to fight. Everyone can get a legendary item simply by passing the test. Fully understanding that such a chance could only come once in a lifetime, the young man had no doubts about his further actions. Jeremy held his hand out in front of him and walked decisively straight into the portal that appeared in front of him. And while he was passing through to another world, his thoughts revolved around the fact that if monsters suddenly appeared here, then he would definitely not return alive. This was a real game, in which his own life was the stake, and the young man was ready to make such a bet. And so Jeremy completely disappeared inside the portal, which immediately disappeared as soon as it absorbed its guest. Grabbing his head, the young man cursed very loudly at the place where he found himself. He could not understand how he again ended up at the place he had marked when he was moving only straight all the time. Examining his mark, Jeremy came to the conclusion that it was all just an illusion, magic that clouded his vision. He didn't really want to spend mana, but he had no choice, and he resorted to his research ability, where at the same moment the dungeon in which he was located appeared in his eyes in a completely different form, and the player himself received a message that the magic of illusions had been dispelled, and he had discovered a hidden passage. Very happy that he was able to dispel someone's magic so easily, Jeremy headed towards the secret passage. Closing his eyes, The young man noted to himself that he had definitely underestimated the talents that were discovered in him, where research turned out to be a very cool ability. There was nothing more to wait, and Jeremy opened the secret door, deciding to trust fate itself. Where on the other side he was met by a whole crowd of gnomes who joyfully greeted the man. One of the dwarves noted that this time the applicant looked simply terrible, to which his interlocutor, however, objected, noting the ability of a person to dispel the illusion. Jeremy couldn't believe that he was seeing real gnomes in front of him, to which one of them noted the guest's excellent observational skills. Mentally, the young man wondered many questions about why this world was called the world of mole treasures when there were gnomes here, and who then were instead of dragons and pandas in other worlds. Then the dwarf who came forward introduced himself as Tobus and congratulated the young man on passing the first test. But he immediately added that the second test for Jeremy would be a duel with him, where if he wins, he will be rewarded and allowed to return to his world. The young man was very surprised that he did not need to clear this world in order to get back. And Tobus noticed that there were already 4 applicants before him, and they all lost. And when the dwarf asked if this had really not been talked about in Jeremy's world, the young man replied that at least he had definitely not heard such stories. However, returning to the question of the competition, Jeremy asked if it would be a regular fight. However, upon hearing this, all the dwarves literally began to roll on the floor laughing, and Tobus told the young man to follow him. While they were walking, the dwarf said that one of the applicants somehow tried to attack him with a knife, for which he immediately paid with his health. And Jeremy, who followed him, only had time to note the overly inflated self-esteem of this race. The dwarf continued, saying that before they actually fought physically, but all the contenders lost after the first blow, so the method was changed. And when asked why the gnomes needed this at all, Tobus replied that it was not because of their desire, but because of what they had once created. Hearing this, the young man remembered the legend about some kind of contract that limits possibilities in exchange for incredible power. Seeing that his companion was hesitating, Tobus, standing in the aisle, hurried the young man. Squeezing through the narrow and low doorway, Jeremy noticed that the gnome had a bad temper, and Tobus was already presenting to the attention of his guest a masterpiece, on the creation of which all the dwarves spent a lot of effort. The young man didn't know what to say when he saw the most ordinary TV and game console in front of him. The dwarf noted that his guest was somehow not very surprised to see such advanced technologies, adding that they would fight using this technology. While the game was loading, Tobus invited Jeremy to sit next to him, where the young man was thinking about what his chances were of winning an unfamiliar game, even though he was a gamer. The young man was thinking about his own thoughts when the dwarf attracted his attention, saying that he would now explain how to control it. But suddenly the game's splash screen appeared on the screen, which made Jeremy literally jump out of his seat. Tobus asked what alarmed the young man so much, to which he quickly collected himself and replied that the people on the screen seemed familiar to him, to which the gnome explained that this is impossible, since there are few places where such advanced technologies can be found, even if you travel through dimensions regularly. While Tobus showed how to control the character, Jeremy thought that his interlocutor could not even imagine that his guest was just such a world that possessed such technology. Then, paying closer attention to the game, the young man noticed that only the character designs were different, but the essence remained completely unchanged, including all the basic combinations and super abilities of the fighters. This was exactly the same game that he constantly played in his distant childhood. But the dwarf suggested a trial match, which Jeremy refused, saying that he was ready to start, since everything was clear to him. Throwing the joystick to the guest, Tobus noticed that people had no character or endurance at all, since they were immediately ready to give up. But as soon as Jeremy picked up the joystick and prepared to play, he received a message that the game skill had been activated. Looking at the gnomes, the young man noticed to himself that they were the ones who should give up. After all, he is a professional gamer with extensive experience, where his abilities are enhanced by his new gaming talent. Jeremy's opponent did not understand what was happening in front of his eyes on the TV screen, and once again the dwarf noted with regret that he had suffered a crushing defeat. And the young man noticed that he had won many times, and now he was counting on a good reward from the dwarves. However, Tobus did not want to retreat so easily, declaring the need to play more, to which Jeremy reminded him of his own words, spoken a moment ago, that fighting a person was pointless. But then other dwarves also joined in, declaring that he should fight them too, since Tobus was the weakest of them. But the young man recalled the rules voiced by the dwarves about defeating one, where he was not going to do anything else without additional benefit. The arguments of the guest from another world were completely justified, and the dwarves stood, not knowing what to answer. But suddenly one of them approached Jeremy, and said that if he defeated them all, he would receive a much more valuable item as a reward than was previously planned. Where, in response to the young man's questions, they explained that, like lizards and bears, they planned to give away something random from the treasury. And Jeremy, hearing their words, noticed that this clearly meant dragons and pandas, which meant the ability for those who live in different worlds to communicate. And the dwarves continued, saying that if he defeats them all, they will create a unique item for him. And after some time, all the dwarves were defeated, and his last opponent, like the others, noted that he could not land even one blow. And Jeremy apologized for forgetting about the level of his opponents, adding that next time he would play with only 2 fingers, having heard a not very flattering statement addressed to him after the voiced sarcasm. The young man also heard requests not to move while he was being examined to create an artifact, where he was immediately bombarded with questions about how he even dared to go to another world with such useless characteristics and 7 points of mana. But suddenly the dwarf fell silent, not understanding what he saw among these talents of their today's guest. Jeremy asked what was wrong with him, but the dwarf asked him to be quiet as he needed to think. Then he turned and asked another gnome named Dimitru to come up and understand the guy's skills. While taking the device to determine his skills, Dimitru noticed that Tobus turned out to be good for nothing. And when he looked at the guy, he was amazed at his talent for playing at the 2nd level. But Tobus immediately explained that he needed to look at something else. And so, taking off his glasses, Dimitru noted that the 3rd level of communication is very interesting, asking if in their world they really don't know about the levels of talent. Where, having heard the question, Jeremy thought that he had recently acquired some of his skills, which he still knew nothing about. Tobus, clutching his head, noted that the guy's world was extremely backward and ordered him to listen to him carefully. The 2nd level of any talent can only be obtained when the skills are passed on in the family. But 3rd level skills carry a completely different potential, where, for example, if a person has a 3rd level of sword skills, then it represents something like the very beginning of this art. The 3rd level is a unique and unsurpassed original, born from the universe itself. Tobus added that in simple terms, the 3rd level allows you to create the very essence, where it is a great honor to meet someone with the 3rd level. The gnome also explained that at first he wanted to do something to compensate for the low level of the guest. But when he saw the 3rd level, he decided to call Dimitra, who also sees the future. And while Jeremy was surprised that the gnome could see the future, Tobus explained that with the help of all this, they would be able to create equipment specifically for their guest. Here, Dimitru, who was sitting on the floor, stood up sharply, noting that he had not been so tired for a long time. He also said that fighting with a person was very interesting, and now he notes a strong desire to create something new and unusual. After which, Dimitru loudly called all his companions to proceed to the workshop. And when Jeremy tried to follow them in, Tobus stopped him, telling him to wait here, because inside his body would instantly turn to ashes. And then the doors to the workshop slammed shut, and the young man was left alone, thinking about what the gnomes were going to create. After some time, the door to the workshop opened again, where Tobus was the first to appear in the opening. Having said that they had worked hard and finished, the dwarf threw an object into Jeremy's hands. Having caught it, the young man discovered that it was just some kind of bracelet. Having very strong doubts, the young man said that apparently the gnomes had deceived him and simply took out one of the storage items, to which the masters immediately said that they were not deceiving anyone, and if their guest did not like the reward, then he could return it. Looking at the completely exhausted gnomes, Jeremy decided that they would definitely kill him if he tried to ask how to use the artifact again. At that moment, Dimitru approached him, holding out some kind of bag and saying that this was his payment for managing to meet the 3rd level. Having opened the offering, the young man noted that the bag was filled with mana crystals, which could be sold profitably if necessary. It was an expensive gift for which Jeremy cordially thanked the generous gnome. Then Tobus approached the guest, asking him to go lower, and telling the guy to come to them again, if possible, since he had not had so much fun for a long time. And suddenly the dwarf dealt a powerful blow right to the top of the young man's head, causing him to experience acute pain. He rolled from side to side, holding the bruised area and rubbing it, trying to drive away the pain. Rising to his feet in a rage and ready to tell Tobus what he thought of him, Jeremy suddenly found himself back in his own world. He had the feeling that it was all just a dream. But the bracelet on his hand and the bump on his head indicated otherwise. The hard work and art of the gnomes, who clearly lived for more than 1,000 years, deserved respect. Opening the status window, Jeremy used the skill of researching a new item obtained in another world. And having familiarized himself with the characteristics of the bracelet, the young man noticed that they somehow did not impress him at all, where even the ability to change shape sounds somehow vague. But then Jeremy suddenly remembered that he had an information lottery that could provide answers to questions. And now he had already summoned a crazy lottery machine, which he was going to play a total of 6 times, taking into account 1 daily free try. Quite quickly, all attempts were used, none of which brought him the desired result. Moving around the office the next day, Jeremy noted that it was somehow unusually empty inside, where he did not see Samantha. To which Dave explained that after yesterday's active awakening, he decided to give the girl a day off. Then the young man noticed that there was no one in the office from the combat group. And the boss immediately explained that he also gave them a day off, since there was less than a week left before the trip to another world. Immediately, Jeremy realized that Tom had deliberately arranged all this in order to keep him away from Samantha. Also, looking at Dave, the young man noted that he was a very good person, since anyone else, when they saw his insignificant abilities, would have thrown him out of the guild immediately after waking up. Jeremy's thoughts were interrupted by his boss, who asked if the guy was going to take part in their trip. After all, there are situations when people with weak talents acquire useful skills during campaigns and become part of a combat detachment, to which the young man responded with categorical consent, because he joined the guild only for the sake of such campaigns. Then Dave drew attention to the bracelet on his interlocutor's wrist, asking where he got it, to which Jeremy replied that he had recently been given this worthless trinket. Mentally, the young man thought that no one should know about his foray into another world where he received this gift, and participation in the upcoming campaign will give him an excellent opportunity to test his new weapon in action. And then the long-awaited day came, where the guild leader, standing at the portal, handed out the last instructions. Following the instructions, Dave checked the information provided by the portal seller, according to which, on the other side, a D-level world was waiting for them, where no more than 10 people could enter. Noting Tom's lateness and the delay of the group because of him, Dave nevertheless did not shy away from the safety briefing. The goal of the outing was to collect as many mana crystals as possible, as well as to give Samantha and Jeremy the opportunity to level up. And while the boss was talking, Tom sarcastically whispered that with such useless skills, he would be embarrassed to come to the office at all. But after Jeremy retorted by saying that at least he wasn't late because he was late in the toilets, Tom angrily noted that the guy was not going to get a promotion. But the young man found an answer to this too, saying that time will put everything in its place. To this, his interlocutor did not know what to answer, making some kind of inarticulate sound. The head of the guild was already finishing the briefing, adding that only 6 people were participating in the sortie, which should be enough. He also recalled how 2 fire team members from their guild died during the last foray into the sea-level world, after which Dave said that safety comes first, where they need to follow all the instructions of the Elder. And finally, the preparations and parting words were completed, and the participants of the campaign headed inside the portal. Before they had time to look around inside, at the same moment the participants of the hike were attacked by one of the monsters filling this world. Tom, who was in front, grabbed the hilts of his swords and told the guy standing next to him not to get in the way. After which, with one deft movement, he disarmed the lizard and threw it aside. The group members observing his work noted that although the man is a rude man, he definitely knows his job. Tom himself, turning to Samantha, said that he left the enemy alive, where the girl could destroy him herself to increase the level. And while Samantha was finishing off the monster, the man thought about who would collect the mana crystals, where, looking sideways at his recent interlocutor, Tom said that this would be a task for Jeremy. But Samantha immediately opposed his words, saying that she was the youngest here and had to collect crystals, to which Tom explained that in other worlds, age does not matter. She was about to argue something else with the man when Jeremy himself suddenly intervened in the conversation, saying that he would collect crystals. Smiling, the young man noticed that they were all doing one common thing for the benefit of the guild. Samantha wanted to talk to her friend, but Jeremy stopped her, saying that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Tom had already managed to fight with the next monster that appeared, which he disarmed with the same ease and knocked over to the ground. After which the man again called Samantha, so that she could finish off the monster and raise the level. And so the girl's sword plunged straight into the head of the defeated monster, which increased her level each time. But when Tom once again invited the girl to finish off the monster, she noted that she had already killed a lot of monsters, where now it was necessary to provide the opportunity to raise the level of other team members, since this would no longer be fair. However, after listening to Samantha, Tom suddenly said that she doesn't yet understand that they don't need to be honest here. Not understanding what the man was trying to tell her, the girl asked for an explanation. Then Tom compared Samantha and Jeremy, saying that she has level 27, 11 talents, one of which is the rarest on Earth, and he has level 7 and 3 useless talents. And here it becomes completely obvious who needs to be given the opportunity to increase their level for the sake of the future of the guild. And when Samantha said that the head of the guild would never do such a thing, Tom agreed, reminding him that he was in command of the sortie, where all decisions were also his. The girl did not know what to answer when Tom said that all participants in the campaign were obliged to follow his orders. Their other companions, once again noting the not-so-best qualities of their leader, decided that upon their return, they would file an official complaint against him. However, Jeremy's thoughts were directed in a completely different direction, where, looking at the back of the man heading to fight the next monsters, the young man thought that this man's behavior showed a complete lack of respect for Dave. Watching Tom deal with the monsters, Jeremy did not understand why he behaved this way, realizing that a complaint would be filed against him. Pretty soon the entire floor was covered with the bodies of monsters defeated by the swords of the leader of the campaign. Jeremy, who was left without the opportunity to increase his level, mentally rejoiced that at least Samantha received a promotion. And finally, the expedition approached the room in which, as a rule, one could find the leader of the monsters, a kind of boss in computer games. And indeed, on the other side of the door they were met by a huge monster, which was clutching an equally bulky axe in one of its paws. One of the team members noticed that this leader of the monsters was very different from those he had met before. Meanwhile, Tom, without conducting long conversations, had already rushed at the monster standing in front of him, where his companions noted with contempt how cruelly their leader dealt with the giant lizard. But not even a minute had passed before Tom stood in front of his companions, and the monster's body fell to the floor. Rejoicing that everything ended well, the team members, conferring, suggested letting Jeremy finish off this monster, since Samantha had previously taken all the promotion points. But suddenly Tom shouted menacingly that Jeremy would not receive any experience or points today. But one of the team members no longer remained silent, saying that this was completely unacceptable behavior on the part of their leader. But Tom suddenly said that he didn't care much about their words since no one would get out of here alive. Realizing what was going on, Jeremy began actively waving his arms and shouted for his companions to defend themselves. But it was too late, as Tom quickly closed the distance and his sword pierced the man's body, where the leader whispered in an ominous voice that he almost died of boredom while he was waiting for this moment. Watching their colleague's body slowly sink to the floor, the remaining members of the group loudly called Tom a madman. Suddenly, leaving the lifeless body of his first victim, Tom, with a crazy expression on his face, rushed in the direction where the other group members were standing. With a synchronized movement of his hands, squeezing sharpened swords, the madman beheaded 2 more members of this campaign. At that same moment, Jeremy buried Samantha with himself, and the killer was surprised that the survivors were still not screaming or begging for mercy. At this moment, some thick, dense energy began to rise from the bodies of the dead, and Tom, whose face never left the madness, enjoyed the way his body absorbed this energy. While the killer was busy, Jeremy decided to use his research skills to figure out what was going on, where, looking at the volumes, he, in addition to his usual characteristics and skills, also saw the presence of a talent for absorbing the power of the dead. At that same moment, it dawned on the young man that the leader of the group had been working in such a profession for a long time, where he immediately asked a question regarding the death of 2 of their colleagues during the previous operation. Approaching his new victims, Tom noted Jeremy's good mental abilities, adding that they would not save him from death. The killer also explained that he did not want to rush things so much, but after he saw Samantha's abilities, he was no longer able to restrain himself. After all, he will gain simply incredible abilities after he kills her and absorbs the power given to her. Covering the girl with himself and listening to Tom's crazy speeches, Jeremy did not notice how Samantha began to do something behind his back. The killer, preparing his sword, added that in fact he had nothing against Jeremy, but behaved so simply to distract everyone's attention and create the desired image. And as he struck, Tom noted that as an apology, he would kill the young man with one quick blow. But then the bracelet, which had already begun to glow as the attacker approached, suddenly turned into a sword, with which Jeremy stopped the blow. This made a strong impression on Tom, who did not strike with full force only in order to torment the enemy a little. But this force should have been enough to destroy his weapon. The killer noted that his former hiking companion had an unusual weapon, where Jeremy thought that Tom was very observant and experienced. At this moment, Samantha, who had been preparing for the attack all this time, tried to strike the leader of the expedition. But having easily repelled the girl's attack and thrown her back, Tom told her to sit still until he was done with Jeremy. Samantha flew several meters and fell not far from the place where the monster's body was located.
The killer, grinning, watched Jeremy's reaction to what he had just done to his girlfriend, cynically declaring that it would be worth shedding a tear.
and the young man instantly found himself next to the girl, helping her come to her senses and get to her feet. Tom did not stop in his cynicism, declaring that his victims did not need to be so serious, since everyone could just have a lot of fun together. Jeremy was trying to figure out what could be done in a situation where the enemy was clearly superior to him in all respects. Yes, he could not do anything against Tom, but next to him was someone who had sufficient strength to protect him. As the killer slowly approached them, the young man once again used his research skill. Only this time he used his abilities in relation to Samantha, where he immediately saw all her talents. Where one of the girl's abilities was to create an impenetrable energy shield, where all that remained was to give her a hint on how to use it. He immediately told Samantha to use her mana as if she were trying to create a shield, where in response to her question, he added that he would explain everything later. And so, the girl concentrated strongly and began to control her mana, where at that very second, she and Jeremy found themselves inside the energy dome. The initiator of their use did not expect to see such a result from using the abilities. Tom, who remained on the opposite side of the barrier, was no less surprised at how the newcomer used his powers. He stood and looked at the pure energy before his eyes, and suddenly he laughed with the laughter of a true madman. Without hesitating for a second, the killer began to deliver multiple blows to the defense created by the girl, which was sensitive to her. As it turned out, he was not at all embarrassed by this defense, where Tom noted that it would only be more interesting. Seeing how difficult it was for the girl to hold back the onslaught of an experienced opponent, Jeremy asked her to hold out a little longer.
A plan finally matured in his head, according to which the young man decided to finish off the monster, which would give them the opportunity to leave this dimension.
Seeing Jeremy heading towards the monster he had defeated, Tom immediately understood what his longtime enemy wanted to do. Shouting that he would not allow this to happen, the killer intensified his attacks on the dome many times over. Jeremy was already preparing for the blow when the dome was destroyed by another attack from the madman. Exhausted, Samantha had already fallen to the floor as the remnants of the protection she had created crumbled. But Jeremy still managed to plunge his sword into the body of the defeated monster. And after the monster gave up the ghost, the young man froze in anticipation of what was about to happen. He hurriedly looked around, and Tom, meanwhile, chuckled, saying that the guy's hopes were at least naive. Accompanying his words with an appropriate gesture, the madman said that the plan did not take into account one small detail, where, after the destruction of the owner of the world, the return to your world occurs only after half an hour. As Tom continued to talk, he did not hear what Jeremy said, not very loudly. And then the killer noted that apparently Jeremy was so scared that he couldn't even speak normally. But the young man suddenly repeated in a very firm and confident voice, saying that Tom had miscalculated, where he did not expect to instantly move to their world, but just wanted to increase his level by finishing off the monster. And then he used his ability and launched a new type of lottery, which was indicated in the status window as a unifying lottery. And among the hundreds of cards flashing past him, which only the player himself saw, one finally stood out. Where, taking it between his fingers, Jeremy noted that from now on Tom would act as the victim. Feeling some changes in the energy level, the killer could not understand what was happening now. Realizing that Jeremy was accumulating some kind of power, Tom decided that he could not allow this process to end. And so he, clutching his swords tighter, quickly rushed in the direction where his opponent was. However, the movement of the killer's sword was suddenly stopped by some new weapon that Jeremy was clutching in his hands, where, with the movement of the same weapon, he easily threw the attacker far back. But having a level A player, Tom was able to stay on his feet, which his weapon also helped him with. Meanwhile, Jeremy looked with interest at what his sword had suddenly transformed into. Having opened the status window, the young man saw that under his own name was written the name of another person, in whose image the player was currently playing. Realizing that this weapon really belonged to the character of the past whose name is under his name, Jeremy at the same time did not know how to use this weapon. Deciding to try to make some kind of movement, the young man realized that his body somehow knew how to handle this half-axe and half-halberd. Watching the young man, Tom shouted loudly that his opponent could not jump above his capabilities, and therefore would remain nothing. But in front of him was no longer exactly the one with whom he had begun this bloody expedition. Tom shouted heartrendingly that he was not afraid of such a worthless mana user as Jeremy, and rushed to the attack. His movements were very fast, and the tip of the blow had almost reached Jeremy's throat. But at the very last moment, the young man repelled the deadly blow with a simple and light movement of his weapon. After which, his opponent's weapon shattered into small pieces, which its owner could not believe. And Jeremy, after destroying the enemy's weapon, was already preparing to deliver his final blow. and the young man accompanied his application with a wish for his opponent to burn in hell for a long time. And so he stood next to the body of the murderer he had just defeated, clutching a weapon in one hand and intently examining the palm of his other hand. With considerable surprise, Jeremy noted that even a Class A player just now was no match for him, where the abilities he had just demonstrated correspond to Class SS, which only 9 people on the entire planet have. Deciding that he needed to learn more about this skill, Jeremy rushed to his friend, who was still lying on the ground. Having lifted the girl's body, the young man noted that she was unconscious and did not look very good. And while he was wondering when they would be able to return to their world, a person hanging nearby in the air noted that the girl had spent too much energy. Tipping back in surprise, Jeremy fearfully asked the man who he was and where he came from, to which he immediately replied that the guy himself had called him. Looking carefully at his interlocutor, Jeremy suddenly realized that this was the one who had owned the weapon in the distant past with which he had dealt with the killer today. But the Chinese general said that now the young man should be concerned about the condition of his companion, and not where the military leader of the past came from, with which Jeremy agreed. When he raised Samantha's body again, the general suggested trying to transfer some energy to her to stabilize her condition, and the young man was not slow to follow the advice, placing his hand on the desired point on the girl's body to transfer energy. Where just a few minutes later, Samantha made the first sounds, beginning to come to her senses. Joyful Jeremy thanked the general for his help, but he said that he was grateful to the guy for pulling him into this world. But the Chinese military leader said that his time was coming to an end, where the young man did not immediately understand what he was talking about. And the man explained that he was talking about the time that he could be present here thanks to the challenge. The general hoped that Jeremy would call him next time, to which he replied that it depended only on his luck. Having finally said that they will meet much sooner than the guy thinks, his assistant in today's battle disappeared into thin air. And so Jeremy was again left alone in the room next to Samantha, who had not yet regained consciousness. While he was sitting waiting for the return to his world to happen, a status window suddenly appeared, where he saw a message about receiving a reward for downloading the most powerful character. Dave was overjoyed when he saw that the portal was active, noting that he was already starting to worry. But the feeling of relief that washed over his body suddenly gave way to another tension when he saw Jeremy coming out with Samantha in his arms, where, after the young man, no one else appeared from the portal. The man accompanying the guild leader asked where all the other expedition members were, to which Dave angrily shouted that the health of those who had returned must first be checked. Very soon, doctors arrived, provided first aid on the spot, and took Samantha to the hospital. The guild leader approached Jeremy and asked how he was feeling. Saying that everything was fine with him, the young man asked Dave for a private conversation. Already in the office, the guild leader could not believe what he had just heard from his interlocutor. But Jeremy provided the boss with surveillance camera footage from one of the expedition members. Without hesitation, Dave watched the video recording, where he was overcome by mixed feelings of helplessness and rage. When the recording ended, the man blamed himself for what happened, saying that he was chasing his class as a player, to which Jeremy said that no one could know his true nature. However, he had the ability to absorb the energy of killed players, which made him stronger each time. And to the boss's assumption, the young man replied that all the deaths of guild members in the past were the work of Tom, who easily hid his traces in other worlds. Once again, the guild leader blamed himself for what happened to his entire team. But then the man asked a question about what happened after Tom dealt with 3 members of the group, which was unexpected for Jeremy. And it's not that the young man didn't trust the boss, it's just that no one should know about his abilities yet. And therefore he, making it up as he went along, said that the monster had mutated. What Jeremy started talking about actually happened in isolated cases where mutated monsters began to take advantage of the player's abilities. Thinking, Dave noted that something like this had not happened for a long time. But even if so, it would be quite difficult for the owner of the dungeon to deal with Tom. Then the guild leader asked what skill the monster acquired after the mutation, to which the young man immediately replied that it was the stealth skill of one of the group members, where at the moment when Tom was trying to kill him and Samantha, the monster snuck up on him from behind. Then Dave very seriously pointed out that it was nothing more than karma to be killed using the skill of someone you just killed. Having finished giving explanations to the guild leader, Jeremy came to the hospital, where Samantha was in one of the rooms. After looking for a while at the girl, who never regained consciousness, the young man went home to also get some rest. Literally falling onto the corner sofa, he exhaled heavily and voiced how tired he was today. However, by opening the status window, the young man literally forced himself to take up studying what he had not been able to study before. Understanding the system, Jeremy noted that when he selects an information lottery, an additional window appears with various categories, where it can be assumed that in the unifying lottery, everything works approximately the same way. But then a certain button caught his eye, which indicated a certain guaranteed lottery, which the young man immediately pressed. Looking carefully at the squat that appeared before his eyes immediately after pressing the button, Jeremy immediately realized that these were all those with whom he had already managed to meet and who knew how to control mana. As the young man began to flip through the cards, he was looking for a very specific character, and so he stopped scrolling, seeing the one who almost saved his life in the confrontation with Tom. Summoning this particular character took 99 mana points from the player, which was impossible for Jeremy with his 7 points. Scrolling a little further, the young man also saw cards with images of Tobus and Dimitru. Where to summon them, you needed to have more than 300 mana points for each. However, the question arose as to why only 2 of all the dwarves he met in that dimension were here. And only now Jeremy noticed that all the cards contained the names of the characters, and he only knew the names of these 2 dwarves. Now the young man realized that the true power of this skill was that it could load the character he needed in each specific situation. And suddenly he saw the last card, which immediately attracted his attention. Where Erleia Angelus was depicted, to summon her to this world the player needed to spend 999 mana points, which was completely unrealistic. Thus, in order to use the skill as it should, Jeremy needed to increase his mana level, which was possible either by leveling up or using the unifying lottery. But since his mana level was close to 0, he decided to postpone this lottery until tomorrow and play the information lottery today. And so, sitting on the floor around the open capsules, Jeremy literally sobbed, lamenting that his luck was no good. When it was past midnight, the young man went out to a secluded place located right behind his house. After midnight, mana was completely restored, and Jeremy, without hesitation, launched the unifying lottery. As he watched the various cards swirl around him, he marveled at how incredible the use of this skill looked. And then the dropped card fell straight into the hands of the late player. At that same moment, his body began to be enveloped in some kind of white smoke, and the young man himself noted a completely different feeling than when he summoned a Chinese general in another world. Seeing the name of the image Wang Lung in the status window that appeared, the young man could not believe his eyes. After all, he was one of the worst rulers, who led his dynasty to complete decline and lost his throne. And so he looked at this figure of the past, who now, hanging in the air in front of him, reproached him for his bad thoughts about his life. And in response to Jeremy's question, the character who appeared loudly declared that he was Van Lung, standing at the head of the entire human race.
The expression on the young man's face made the grief-stricken ruler of the past ask if he had been poisoned by something at dinner.
And so Jeremy had already turned his attention to his mobile phone when Van Loon suddenly noted that without explanation, it was clear that the young man was disappointed in the abilities of the summoned character. But not everything and not always is decided by strength. Heading away, the young man asked when Wang Lung would disappear, but he shouted for the guy to take a closer look at his talents. After which, Jeremy, with a not very pleased face, noticed that the summoned hero had second-level luck, and Wang Lung explained that his luck saved his life in early childhood, when his home was surrounded by enemies. Then he inherited the whole empire, because not a single other claimant was left alive. And even after his kingdom fell, he knew no need until the end of his days, living quietly in another country. But Jeremy could not understand how the new character's luck could be useful to him during fights in other worlds. Wang Lung reproached the young man for his stupidity when he angrily said that he would definitely not go to the casino accompanied by the former emperor. It was only when he said this that the young man suddenly realized what Wang Lung was getting at, immediately summoning a crazy lottery machine. The first attempt in a day did not waste mana, and he played the lottery, where a golden capsule immediately fell out. Watching what was happening, Wang Lun smiled smugly, while Jeremy was ready to pray for this character. Hugging his guest, the young man promised him that starting today they would meet more often. After this, Jeremy studied the information from the capsule, which said that in 3 months a portal would appear where it would be possible to find one of the skill stones. When the rush of joy subsided a little, the young man turned to the bored character next to him, saying that he wanted to ask a question. And when he asked why Wang Lung was so favorable to him, because with his calls he distracted the emperor's spirit from a well-deserved rest, the character replied that, on the contrary, he was very glad to have the opportunity to unwind. Remembering that the general had said the same thing, Jeremy asked what Wang Lung did in the afterlife in hell or heaven, to which he laughed and replied that he was not the real Wang Lung. He then explained to the surprised young man that he was something like a copy that was created from information about Wang Lung that was stored in the universe. And then Jeremy realized that he was downloading not only all abilities, but also information about a specific personality, thereby creating a new personality that could develop independently. Only now the young man began to realize that third-level communication is simply an incredible and limitless skill. And the character continued, saying that he could not be unfavorable to his creator, to which Jeremy explained that he could not yet understand that he was capable of creating new personalities. Then Van Lung reminded his interlocutor of the words of Airly, who said that the universe had given the young man a gift. Where is every gift, manifestation of favor, and whoever the young man calls, any character will help him with all his might. Having received answers to his questions, Jeremy warmly thanked his new acquaintance from the past, and Wang Lung, already dissolving into thin air, said that his time was up, but he would always be ready to meet again. With his eyes downcast, the guild leader announced that as of today, he was disbanding the organization, which Dave connected with the recent death of most of the members, where at today's market prices, he will not be able to recruit new players. In addition, bad rumors began to spread about their guild related to the frequent deaths of players, and therefore he asks everyone for forgiveness for such a decision. After some time, the manager and Jeremy were alone in the office and sat opposite each other. Dave asked if his former employee planned to continue to be the owner of Mana and travel through worlds, where he immediately received a positive answer. Even though luck might not be on his side another time, the young man strived for the life he had always dreamed of, which he told his former boss. Looking at Jeremy with the kindest look, the man noticed that he had guessed about such an answer from his interlocutor, after which he immediately handed his interlocutor an envelope. Having printed it out, the young man found inside an application form for admission to the Academy of the Association of Mana Holders, and Dave added that since the guild can no longer help with raising the level, then the young man only has this opportunity, where the entrance exam will be in a week, where he will also send Samantha. Where the man, however, doubted that after everything that had happened, the girl would want to continue to participate in this, to which Jeremy replied that she was unlikely to refuse. Then Dave changed the subject, putting on the table another watch that gives mana to users, explaining that it was found among the things of the late Tom. And then he added that apparently, at the same time he was a member of another guild called Blackwood. Blackwood was the largest international guild in the world. It had the largest number of members who were so committed to serving their leader that they were willing to kill for him. And so Dave noted that the young man should be careful, since no one knows what they can do due to the loss of a precious participant. And Jeremy noted in a whisper that most likely another reason for the dissolution of the guild was the Blackwood Guild. Then the man added that he would tell the same thing when he met Samantha tomorrow. Extending his hand to his former employee, Dave thanked him for being there and reliable all this time. Shaking his former boss's hand, Jeremy thanked him in return for being attentive to him and teaching him a lot. The next night, the young man stood around the scattered capsules with fortunes, and Wang Lung, who was nearby, lectured him, saying that luck is fickle. With regret, the young man noted that his interlocutor was right, who had only the second level of luck, which did not guarantee getting the right characters every time. Where it didn't even help that this ghost of the past got along very well with such a monster as a lottery machine, which means next time you need to focus on the unifying lottery, increasing the number of characters. But the next time, the excitement took its toll, and Jeremy squandered all his mana in the information lottery. And then came another night, where the young man firmly decided to take up the unifying lottery. No sooner said than done, the process was launched, where the player stood and prayed that he would get a cool new character. And so the coveted card was chosen, where Jeremy immediately noted that everything worked out great for him. On the day when the entrance exams were scheduled, the young man arrived at the right place, where he stood and admired the buildings of the Mana User Association Academy from a height. Before this, he had already managed to go and update his mana clock at the Awakener, because all his characteristics had been improved. This was also facilitated by the loss of a gold card in the unifying lottery. A girl in armor appeared and introduced herself as Agatha, a paladin of one of the rulers of the past. But looking at the summoned character, the young man noted that he had no idea who she was. And while he stood and recalled recent events, his attention was attracted by a familiar female voice. He immediately asked Samantha, who appeared in front of him, about her well-being, to which she explained that everything was fine now. She also added with a wink that she has a very high level of endurance since childhood. After all, in order to see Jeremy's performances well at tournaments, she had to run a lot before in order to be the first to take the best places. Laughing at their common past, the young man offered to move to the entrance of the academy, but Samantha suddenly interrupted his movement with her hand. Looking into the girl's serious face, Jeremy understood that she most likely had questions for him. For example, how he could know about her skills even before she knew about them herself. While Jeremy was racking his brain to come up with some excuse, Samantha suddenly leaned towards his clothes, and so, showing her friend a large speck stuck to his jacket, the girl said that now they could continue on their way. She was already cheerfully heading towards the entrance to the academy, and Jeremy stood still in complete confusion. Looking at the retreating girl with a smile, the young man noticed that she was a very good person. After all, even guessing that her friend was clearly hiding something, she didn't even show it. Didn't ask a single extra question. Despite the fact that Jeremy was older than Samantha in age, her actions and understanding showed her true deep development of personality, which is what the young man was thinking about when he rushed after his companion. To gain the right to travel to other worlds and clean them up, holders of mana had to undergo training courses at the academy lasting 1 month. Those who belonged to the guilds could receive education and experience directly from them, but everyone else needed to study at the academy. Of course, for many, individual training in the guild was preferable to group training in the academy. This was also due to the way the entrance exam was structured, which everyone had to pass in order to study at the academy. Looking around, Jeremy noted the presence of a huge number of people, and Samantha noticed that the exam would begin soon. And then a man appeared in the foreground, introducing himself as Instructor David Sloan, and announced the imminent start of the exam. Pointing to the toy behind him, the man explained that each applicant must hit it as hard as possible, and if the result is at least 30 points, then the exam is passed. And then the instructor turned to one of those present, telling him to come up to him and be the first to try to pass the exam. A big man emerged from the crowd and headed to the exam site, saying that he could easily score 30 points. Finding himself in front of the toy, the pumped-up man swung and struck with all his might with enormous force, where at the same second the number 27 appeared on the monitor, and the instructor announced the failure of the exam. But the applicant was not going to just admit defeat, saying that the device was clearly broken and demanding that he be given one more try. Without further ado, David delivered a not-so-strong blow to the toy with a backhand, forcing the failed applicant to recoil with his movement. Unable to stay on his feet, the man fell, and the monitor showed that the instructor scored 88 points with his simple blow. Jeremy and Samantha watched what was happening in surprise, where the latter noticed that the instructor had incredible power, and David explained to the man that the device was in perfect order. He just didn't pass the exam, after which he invited the next one. Another man who decided to try his hand at the academy failed miserably with only 10 points, as well as the girl trying to enter the academy after him, who managed to get only 25 points. But the applicant who took the exam after her managed to score 30 points, and David immediately announced his admission. And finally, it was Samantha's turn to try her hand at admission, where the instructor politely invited her to come up and start. Finding herself in front of the toy, the girl, without preparing or thinking at all, struck with her foot, after which the number 67 appeared on the screen. The instructor announced her enrollment, and Jeremy was sincerely happy for his friend. Meanwhile, David looked at Samantha's card, surprised that she decided to go to the academy, because with such skills the best guilds in their country would fight for her. The girl herself had already managed to return to her companion, where he congratulated her on her admission, and in response, Samantha said that Jeremy would definitely be able to score more points. And so the name of the young man was called by the examiner, and his companion told him to try hard. Jeremy himself understood that only 30% of applicants passed this test, where with his mediocre abilities there was definitely nothing to count on. And so he stood in front of the toy, and David gave permission to begin taking the exam. Remembering that he had an artifact with him that increased all his characteristics by 10 points, the young man decided to make every effort. Concentrating, the young man began to move his foot, where suddenly he received a message about activating the game skill and increasing all the player's characteristics by 100%. Jeremy didn't even have time to understand what had happened when the toy received a strong blow, from which it literally flew into the air. The examiner could not believe what he just saw with his own eyes, where the toy flew to the wall, and on the screen hanging above it, Jeremy's score of 91 points was displayed. Everyone who watched the next applicant take the exam immediately noticed that this result was only 5 points less than the absolute record of the academy. Stuttering with excitement, David announced to the young man that he had entered the academy. Samantha made a clear conclusion for herself that her friend, as she had expected, was definitely hiding something. And the hero of today's exam stood and thought that he, apparently, had overdone it. Almost a month had passed since the entrance exams, where Dave, sitting in his office, waved off annoying representatives of other guilds who asked to tell them how to find Samantha. And while most of them were once again listening to the refusal, one of the most attentive men suddenly drew attention to the documents lying on the table. Seeing the information he was interested in, the man quietly left the premises, leaving all his competitors to continue to engage in useless work. When the man was left alone, he called the guild and said that it was necessary to send people to the academy, since a girl with the saint skill was studying there. As promised, training at the academy lasted no more than a month. The first week was devoted to theoretical knowledge about other worlds and the monsters living in them. The second week was devoted to weapons training and other physical training. The last 2 weeks have combined various types of preparation, mainly for unforeseen and emergency situations. On the last day of training, all graduates will have to pass a final test, which will show how ready they are to travel around the worlds. As she headed to the academy, Samantha thought about how tomorrow's final test would go, noting to herself that Jeremy wasn't worried about it at all. Suddenly, a man appeared right in front of the girl, who immediately handed her a card, introducing himself as a representative of one of the guilds, and asked if they could talk. He shouted to the already running girl, who flatly refused to join the guild, that they were ready to provide her with better conditions. The girl decided to continue making her way into the academy with great caution, carefully peeking around the corner. Knowing that information about admission to the academy was strictly classified, the girl was thinking about how representatives of the guilds could find out this information when a male voice behind her asked Samantha about what was bothering her. Turning around, the girl saw in front of her a representative man who assured her that he could solve all her problems, and now he was already handing Samantha the card of his guild, which he invited her to join to solve all the problems. But the result was unchanged, where once again the girl ran away, and the guild representative shouted after her about the possibility of providing better conditions for cooperation. And while the girl was trying to get to the academy, annoying recruiters continued to pursue her. Already sitting inside the training building, Samantha complained to Jeremy that yesterday, all these representatives followed her right up to the very beginning of training, and the young man suddenly said that the girl would be treated specially, no matter where she entered, and perhaps she should take this chance and not waste time at the academy. To which Samantha more than seriously replied that she would live the way she wanted, where she did not need any guilds. Continuing his breakfast, Jeremy noted to himself that his girlfriend was quite a stubborn girl. Changing the topic, Samantha suddenly asked her friend a question about whether he would like to go somewhere with her after graduation. But before she could finish her thought, her sentence was interrupted by the appearance of another student, Hank McEnroe. He greeted Jeremy and Samantha in a friendly manner, where the latter was not very happy about his sudden visit, which interrupted her plans, and the unceremonious Hank immediately began to ask the young man if he was ready for the test, stating that he personally was very worried, where he suggested that Jeremy go practice a little more, which helps him relax and take his mind off things. However, continuing his meal, the young man replied that he did not really want and like to fight, even if it happened in virtual space. The virtual world, which was created using magic, copied the human body, taking into account all its characteristics and skills, where people could train and use their abilities without fear of causing any real harm to their health. The problem was precisely that, at its core, such training was a game where Jeremy's characteristics immediately doubled. Where at first he felt very strong and powerful, he ended up depressed every time he returned to his usual worthless characteristics. And while he mentally regretted that the talent of the game extends only to games, Hank, stretching, declared that in this case he no longer had worthy opponents here. And at that very moment Samantha suddenly turned to him, offering to fight her in the virtual arena, which the young man was both surprised and happy about, because until today the girl had regularly refused to fight with him. And in response to the corresponding question, Samantha explained that she is now experiencing extreme stress, which she needs to somehow relieve. Hank tried to shout for the girl to wait a little, but it had no effect, where she dealt her enemy another blow. Rising from the floor, the young man said that Samantha definitely wanted to kill him with her actions. Laughing and flexing her fists, the girl cheerfully replied that, unfortunately, this was impossible in virtual space, where she reminded Hank
of his own recent words about the impossibility of causing physical harm.
After which the man shouted that in this case he would also give it his all and began his attack. But Samantha quite deftly failed her opponent's throw, gracefully soaring into the air right above his head. Where the young man didn't have time to understand anything, another kick hit him right on the head. Meanwhile, Jeremy watched on the sidelines as Samantha beat Hank, noticing the incredible strength the girl had. However, Hank's ability to block attacks and take a hit was also impressive, and so he shouted that it didn't hurt him at all, where at that same second, another blow hit him right in the lower jaw. Samantha put all her strength and energy into this final attack, after which all Jeremy could do was catch the virtual body of his new friend. At this time, David passed by the virtual reality room, who suggested that the whole trio was preparing for tomorrow's test. However, of all the students, the instructor had the highest hopes for Jeremy. He immediately remembered how this guy passed the entrance test, which made a strong impression on him. He saw a similar result 3 years ago, where only one future student was able to overcome the mark of 90 points, where that guy had a huge amount of talent, which was very rare for the academy, since usually such capable people immediately went to some guild. The difference between these results was only 5 points, but 3 years ago a different toy was used which added a bonus to the true points. Therefore, it is difficult to imagine how many points Jeremy would have been able to score if the old toy had been used. And then the day came for the final test, which was a trip to another world of Category E. The instructor explained that if the test is passed, then each of the students will become a full-fledged player with the right to enter other worlds. For safety and security of the exam, the group will be accompanied by a Class B instructor. And while David was explaining the safety rules to everyone, Samantha, looking at the portal, fell into some kind of stupor. After all, as soon as she saw the door to another world, she immediately remembered the not-so-pleasant events that happened on her last visit to another world. She was distracted from her sad thoughts by Jeremy, who told the girl not to worry and to return unharmed. Thanking the young man for his care, Samantha promised that she would return in full health and with victory. And then it was announced that the first group of students could enter the portal to begin taking the exam. Jeremy and Hank, who remained outside, were talking about how their friend should pass the exam without any problems. And after some time, the girl left the portal, noting that everything went more than successfully. Both Hank and Jeremy said that they were very worried about how the girl would perform on the exam, and were glad that everything ended well. And then it was announced that the next group, which included Samantha's friends, was invited to take the exam. The girl approached Jeremy and asked him to return after the exam alive and well. In response, the young man stroked his girlfriend's hair, suggesting they go somewhere after successfully passing the exam, where Hank immediately intervened in this proposal, asking to take him for company, which, of course, did not really please Samantha, who wanted to spend time alone with Jeremy. The portal to the new world had already been opened, where one of the academy workers completed its check, confirming that it was a Category E world. David, who was nearby all this time, said that he would personally accompany this group. And now, the second group of students has already passed through the portal and prepared for battle while in another world. And the instructor accompanying them made notes to himself regarding how quickly each of the participants in the hike prepared for a surprise attack. Immediately, Jeremy announced that the initial security check had been completed, and to complete the mission they must adhere to the arrangement recommended in training. David, observing how this guy behaved, noted his high organizational skills, as well as his high enthusiasm and determination. At the same time, David noted that, unfortunately, this guy's range of talents couldn't be worse. But then Jeremy loudly announced that the first enemy had appeared right in the direction of the group's movement. Seeing the intruders, the green orc instantly rushed to attack, and Jeremy shouted to Hank to block it with his shield. And so, having closed the distance, the monster delivered a powerful blow, which Hank, as was said, blocked with a shield. However, noticing that the orc's attack was much stronger than expected, and his friend could not cope alone, Jeremy immediately gave the order to provide him with support. And now the further advance of the monster was already blocked by 2 people. Their unspoken leader himself, taking advantage of the moment, soared into the air behind the defenders, preparing to strike. The blade of his heavenly halberd quickly pierced the monster's body, causing it to begin to fall back. After a successful attack, Jeremy calmly landed on the floor right in front of the monster he had defeated. The noise outside the door attracted the attention of another monster located in another room. Meanwhile, Jeremy apologized to his friend for making a mistake in his calculations, to which Hank cheerfully replied that the orc was simply stronger than it might seem. Observing everything that was happening from the side, the instructor noticed to himself that the attack of a monster in a world of Category E should have been easily blocked by a student, which means that the world could be borderline between categories E and D. But then several more orcs appeared in the group's field of vision, quickly rushing forward, preparing to attack the uninvited guests. At the same moment, Jeremy's department ordered the archers to prepare to fire, which the latter did, drawing the bowstrings of their guns. And when the fire command was sounded, several arrows pierced the bodies of the attacking monsters. One of the orcs nevertheless broke forward, but Hank skillfully blocked his further advance. After which he lifted the monster into the air on his shield and hit it on the stone floor with all his might, where other participants in the campaign, who were at the ready, immediately dealt with him with their piercing and cutting weapons. The instructor, watching the progress of the battle and making notes in his notebook, noted with a smile that he had made a mistake in the category of the complexity of the world. At the same time, Academy workers noticed some strange activity outside the portal. One of the instructors snatched the device from the inspector to evaluate the category of the portal, not understanding what was happening. But suddenly he grabbed his colleague, asking who he received information about the portal from, to which he replied that he personally did not know that person. One of the guilds advised him. And when the instructor demanded to name this guild, the young man named the Blackwood Guild, citing the fact that he himself could not find a portal to another world, no matter how hard he tried. Students from the first group who were nearby began to ask what kind of problems arose. But without explaining anything yet, the instructor suddenly knocked the inspector to the ground with all his might, after which he apologized and said that apparently they were deceived with this portal. He explained to everyone present that there are portal sellers who have learned to falsify information about the category of the world from the other side. Seriously scared, Samantha asked the man what the actual category of the world was on the other side of the portal. Meanwhile, Jeremy was already standing in front of the door leading to the very owner of this world. Calling on his entire group for help, he leaned on the door in order to get inside and fight the main enemy. As soon as the door gave way, the young man immediately felt a strange energy, where he noted that he did not feel this even next to a lizard from the world of Category D. But then the door was completely open and all the students immediately headed inside. Seeing the huge monster sitting in front of him, Hank was very surprised at how menacing the master of the world looked. At that same second, David suddenly shouted that an unexpected situation had occurred and the exam had been stopped. The huge orc had already rushed to attack when the instructor shouted that this world was actually Category A. Well, in the human world, the portal was already fenced and cordoned off by special service officers. The girl, who apparently was in charge of security, asked where the criminal was, to which the instructor, glancing sideways at the man he had slammed into the ground, explained that he had lost consciousness from shock. Then the girl turned to her colleague, giving the order to take the criminal into custody. After which, without addressing anyone, Amanda Stone voiced that she needed to contact the Blackwood Guild. Her thoughts were interrupted by the same colleague, who suggested that everything could end well, since the group was accompanied by a Class B instructor. To which Amanda immediately said that now the students and the instructor are in the world of Category A, where even Class S players cannot always cope. Therefore, both the Class B instructor and all the students are most likely already dead or close to it. Here Samantha intervened in their conversation, asking if there was any way to save those who were now inside. To which Amanda replied that they would not be able to get into that world while those who entered it before them were alive. All they can do is avenge them once passage becomes possible. Meanwhile, events in the world of Category A were rapidly unfolding, where, watching a huge monster rushing towards him, one of the students prepared for death. But suddenly the instructor accompanying them used his abilities, summoning entangling fibers. At that same second, certain ropes that were studded with thorns began to appear from the floor, one after another. These ropes, summoned by David, stopped the rushing monster, constraining its movements. Making enormous efforts to restrain the monster, the instructor shouted that from now on he was directing the actions of the group, where now everyone should calm down and take advantage of the moment, while the monster is chained, to inflict as much damage as possible on it. The students, shaking with fear, very hesitantly said that they understood everything, while simply continuing to stand and look at the orc, where one of the girls suddenly shouted loudly that nothing could save them from inevitable death, and the opportunity to hold the enemy was quickly running out, which David loudly notified the entire group about. And so, looking at the monster completely freed from its shackles, the man noted that if this goes on, then it will definitely be the end for all of them. Meanwhile, an even more enraged orc began to attack the one who had just restrained his movements with his huge axe. But the attack was not destined to be successful, since at that moment Jeremy, who quickly rushed forward, dealt a powerful blow to the orc, where the instructor, Hank, and all the other students could only be surprised at what the young man had just done. And Jeremy was just starting his next fight against an opponent significantly superior to him in all respects. And this is what happened 10 minutes before Jeremy struck that first blow to the orc, which surprised everyone present. Watching how David tried to hold the monster, and the students were in a state of stupor and panic, the young man decided to act on his own. The first person he called was Wang Lung, who cheerfully stated that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how the guy was doing, to which Jeremy replied that he believed in Van Lung's victory, to which he quickly said that he did not even know how to fight. But the young man did not need his assistant to fight. He needed his luck for the unifying lottery. While the lottery was spinning, Jeremy saw a message in the status window that appeared that he was using the lottery for the 10th time in a row, for which he was entitled to a bonus. After which, Van Lung immediately noticed that this gift of fate was solely due to his luck. And indeed, there was something to rejoice at, because the young man had a diamond card at his disposal. And so, with another blow of his sword, Jeremy threw the orc against the far wall, like a teddy bear. The instructor, perplexed, asked Jeremy how he, a simple student without exceptional skills, could do this. At first the young man wanted to answer that he trained a lot, but then he simply said that he was lucky. However, behind his so-called luck there was a very specific personality, which he managed to summon using the lottery, where he did not expect to get such a character as the Germanic dragon hunter from ancient myths and legends. Meanwhile, the orc managed to get to his feet and prepared for his next attack on the people. Surprised that the monster was still alive, Jeremy used the research skill to find out its level and abilities. And when he saw that the orc standing in front of him was level 82, the young man was horrified, since S-class players fight in this category. But the monster was not at all interested in the conclusions of people, where he had already rushed at the one who had just dared to resist him. The new character summoned by Jeremy loudly notified the owner that the orc was advancing again. But the young man did not need any hints, since he was already ready to repel this attack. However, the movement of the sword's yoke was deftly stopped by the orc when the latter used his weapon, after which the monster immediately raised his hand, clutching a huge axe, upward in order to strike back. But Jeremy, who was in the image of a mythical dragon slayer, noted that even if the monster corresponds to the S-class, it will definitely not last long against a character corresponding to the SS class. The orc was able to deliver his crushing blow, which the young man, however, dodged without any problems. Without hesitating for a second, Jeremy delivered 2 quick counter-strikes to his opponent, where, having experienced acute pain, the orc pulled back, and 2 bloody crossed stripes immediately appeared on his chest. Experiencing an even greater sense of rage, the monster, swinging its formidable weapon, quickly rushed for a new attack. But the young man skillfully blocked the movement of his opponent's weapon with his sword. Looking the orc straight in the eye, Jeremy smiled and asked him if this was all that the worthless monster was capable of, which, of course, provoked a whole series of attacks from the monster, which the young man successfully deflected. The instructor and students watching the fight all this time could not utter a word. They were so shocked by Jeremy's abilities. Meanwhile, the newly minted warrior told his opponent that it was time to end this performance. And so he rushed at the orc, pointing the tip of his sword straight at his body. The attack was so unexpected and fast that the monster did not have time to do anything when Jeremy's weapon pierced his body. And so the monster, defeated by the academy student, fell back and soon collapsed on the floor. The summoned character congratulated Jeremy on his excellent work, to which he replied that it was all the merit of the German dragon slayer. Meanwhile, everyone who was on the sidelines, without interfering in this confrontation, was already running to the winner of the mortal battle, where immediately Jeremy received numerous words of gratitude for saving lives. And the instructor, also thanking the guy, said that, of course, he had a lot of questions, but first they needed to return to their world. The young man began to answer something when he suddenly felt some movement behind him. But a second before the orc's hand reached the body of the winner, Hank rushed forward, covering his friend with himself. The monster's attack was incredibly powerful and threw the hero several meters to the side, where, watching his friend break through a block of stone with his body, Jeremy could only scream his name. Without hesitating for a second, the young man decided to settle accounts with the monster by jumping high and swinging his sword. He struck with such force that he had never seen before in his life, counting on the fact that this time the orc would definitely be defeated. However, this attack did not cause any damage to the orc, as if he was covered with some kind of invisible shield. Observing an incomprehensible phenomenon, the instructor noticed that the owner of the world should not have such skills. However, it could happen that at the moment of death this monster mutated, acquiring a new ability, and then the orc, who literally rose from the dead, used his new abilities and let out a piercing scream, after which everyone noted that they had completely lost the ability to move. The first person the orc tried to strike was Jeremy, who was closest to everyone else. However, his opponent was unable to hit the intended target, since the applied endurance skill allowed Jeremy to move and evade the attack. The young man noted that his opponent became noticeably faster when the character he summoned loudly shouted about a new attack from above. Having time to react, Jeremy defended himself from the blow by raising his sword above his head, which, in this case, acted as a shield. And the German dragon slayer suddenly said that he once acquired a skill by slaying a dragon, which restores all wounds and increases characteristics. He called it dragon blood. And while the young man was expressing his surprise at such an unusual skill, the character again warned him about an attack, which this time was from the back. Jeremy barely had time to turn around and put his weapon up for defense, almost taking the blow to himself, after which a whole hail of new attacks rained down from the orc, which the young man successfully repelled. But the German dragon slayer said that his time here was coming to an end, which was not at all appropriate now. And so his assistant, summoned by the diamond card, disappeared, and the huge sword suddenly fell in Jeremy's hands. Looking at the hilt, the young man immediately noted that with the disappearance of his assistant, the sword had become much heavier. And then the young man turned his attention to his opponent, where, from the expression on his face, the guy immediately realized that he sensed his weakness. Having assessed the prospects, Jeremy noted that all the other members of the group were immobilized. He himself had run out of mana, and he could not summon anyone else. Turning his gaze to the monster advancing on him, the young man tried to figure out what to do in this situation. And the huge orc has already extended his huge hand in order to finish off his enemy once and for all. Time seemed to stand still for Jeremy, where he remembered how much he dreamed of becoming a superhero. But now he will die so stupidly, where he will not be able to fulfill the promise to return alive, which he made to Samantha when going into this world. All these thoughts greatly inspired the young man, who firmly decided that he was definitely not going to die in this world. With incredible effort, he tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, where some new energy immediately began to form around him. Shouting that he would never die here, Jeremy struck again with his weapon. And then the player's status window appeared, where the young man was informed by a new message that he had managed to independently use an ancient weapon belonging to the Dragon Slayer. Now the player can use the full power of this sword, where he also has access to the X-ray function, showing all the main arteries of the enemy. And finally, the introduction of a skill in the form of Dragon Blood was announced, which increases all the player's abilities by 1000%. Immediately after this message, Jeremy dealt a crushing blow to the orc, which disintegrated the body of his opponent. As soon as the monster's body fell to the floor, the young man was immediately announced to increase his level and increase all his characteristics. Looking at the disappearing sword, Jeremy repeated the named qualities of the weapon, which restored both his health and skills. Remembering the creators of the bracelet, the young man reproachfully noted that he could have been warned about all the qualities of this artifact. But his thoughts were interrupted by a new message, where the ability to awaken dragon blood was added to his skills, which was a very high-level award, which could not but please its owner. He immediately realized that gold cards could at most help increase the level, but diamond cards could also provide new skills. Noting that awakening dragon blood was comparable to gaining an extra life, Jeremy finally said that it was time for their entire team to get out of this world. But turning to his companions, the young man met only their lost gaze. Then his attention was attracted by the appearance of Hank, from whom the young man immediately inquired about his state of health, to which his friend suddenly asked, addressing Jeremy directly, whether he would now kill the group members, where this completely non-trivial question brought Jeremy into a real stupor. But Hank explained that obviously the guy was hiding his skills, and now must destroy everyone who witnessed their manifestation, to which his interlocutor only called Hank a fool. And when Jeremy said that people don't get killed because of this, all the other students breathed a sigh of relief. He then added that he was not hiding anything. He actually only had a second level before his visit to this world. But Hank immediately asked the question of where his friend got such strength and abilities. Deciding not to reveal his cards for now, Jeremy replied that it was all about his unusual skill. But what kind of skill it was, he could not say yet. Hearing this, Hank was glad that he could get a similar skill, where his interlocutor noted to himself that it was possible, but the chances of getting a level 3 skill were close to 0. Meanwhile, people on the other side of the portal were languishing, waiting for the opportunity to get inside. A young man standing next to Amanda noted that if the group simply hid and lived in that world, then in a month there would be a breakthrough, where the structure of the portal will change and the monsters inhabiting it will be able to pass into their world. And then he offered to use the portal closing system, to which he received a categorical refusal. But then one of the observers shouted loudly that something was happening to the portal, after which Amanda ordered everyone to get ready to go inside. Having prepared her weapon, the girl whispered that she would avenge the fallen in full and without mercy. All the people around the portal also drew their weapons, preparing for passage and battle. But suddenly first David came out of the portal, then Jeremy and all the other exam participants, where, having lowered her axe in surprise, Amanda was literally speechless looking at the group that had appeared. Meanwhile, the instructor announced the end of the exam, the complete cleanup of the world, and thanked everyone for their excellent work. But then his attention was attracted by Amanda, who very emotionally asked the man why he was so calm. Without waiting for an answer, The girl immediately asked the following questions about what happened in that world, and how the group was able to defeat the master of the Class A world. But then her attention switched to the weapon that the owner of the world owned, and which Jeremy took with him as a trophy. Immediately starting to examine this rare item, the likes of which had not been seen for about 10 years, Amanda asked where they got it. David didn't even have time to say a word before the girl suggested that the man managed to defeat the master of the world. At that very moment, a representative of the Academy intervened in the conversation, who noted that since David was an employee of the Academy, then the trophy he obtained belonged to the Academy. To which Amanda said displeasedly that while the representative was sitting here, the instructor was fighting the monster, which means the trophy rightfully belongs to him. Then the representative said that he would simply dispatch it, but the movement of his hand, reaching for the axe, was suddenly stopped by someone. It was Jeremy who said that this was his trophy, which he would own and dispose of as he saw fit. But looking at the young man with disgust, the representative of the Academy said that the student had truly gone crazy, encroaching on their property. To which Jeremy immediately replied that he defeated the owner of the world, which means that by law, all the trophies belong to him. After which he added that he is not an employee of the Academy, and the status of a student does not indicate the need to transfer what he has earned to the educational institution. But the man was not going to just give up, where, after clearing his throat a little, he accused the student of a blatant lie. Then, everything was put in its place by David, who intervened in the conversation and confirmed Jeremy's words, where the instructor immediately told how this guy single-handedly defeated the monster while everyone else was immobilized. But the representative of the Academy could not believe that some student was able to defeat a monster of this level alone. However, the resourceful Jeremy parried this verbal attack by asking if winning is not what they teach at the Academy. And he immediately added that the first task of the leadership should be to find out all the circumstances of what happened and take care of the wounded, and not to divide up trophies. Absolutely everyone who today, through someone else's fault, was exposed to mortal danger while taking the exam, agreed with this argument. Realizing that he was categorically wrong, the Academy representative began to say that in the end, everyone returned alive. Jeremy's words also hurt Amanda, who noted to herself that by beginning to examine the axe and participating in the division of the trophy, she became like this man. Immediately, gathering her thoughts, the girl canceled the state of emergency that had previously been introduced to her, and ordered the students to be taken to the hospital for a full examination. And the representative of the Academy, also perking up, suddenly shouted that he was in charge here, and therefore everyone should listen to him. Taking a glass of coffee from David's hands, the girl could not believe what she had just heard about the orc mutation. But the instructor repeated once again that Jeremy defeated the monster, but he somehow healed himself and continued to fight with new skills. And finishing the story, David also noted that when the orc was killed again, he was not allowed to rise because he was cut in half. What the man was saying now made quite a strong impression on Amanda. Her interlocutor also added that he doesn't remember exactly, but it seems that at the beginning of the campaign Jeremy had a spear, but at the moment of meeting the owner of the world it turned into a sword. The girl listened with genuine interest to the story that when the orc was defeated, the stone inlaid into his weapon began to shine. But the most amazing thing was that when it was all over, any weapon completely disappeared from the guy's hands. David found only one explanation for all this, which was that this student was using artifacts. After hearing this hypothesis, Amanda began to think that this guy had an artifact that could destroy a Class A monster, assuming that he had the skill to create such things, where such skills are comparable only to the skills of the SS class player from the USA Mila Anderson. After these arguments, Amanda suddenly rose sharply from her seat and, quickly heading somewhere, said that they needed to hurry. Meanwhile, Jeremy was in his room where, having opened the status window, he was surprised by how much his level had risen after his recent campaign. Of course, defeating a monster of a class close to S was difficult, but it was clearly worth it. And now, in order to effectively and quickly raise his level, he needs to go through as many worlds as possible. At the same time, even the information lottery did not guarantee that he would know the coordinates of the free portal, and something had to be done with the search. Behind these thoughts, he was caught by a knock on the door, where a female voice asked permission to enter. And then Amanda appeared in front of him, accompanied by David, where the girl inquired about the young man's well-being, to which he explained that there was no injury at all. Then the girl introduced herself, saying that she heads the department for the security of using portals. By introducing himself in response, Jeremy made it clear that he was ready to listen to his visitors. Then Amanda explained that the man who was searching for portals for the exam had been deceived. And when she added that the Blackwood Guild might be involved in this incident, Jeremy's face changed dramatically. He asked what the purpose of the guild was for exposing the academy to this, to which Amanda replied that some disagreements had arisen between these organizations, and most likely this was revenge. After listening to the explanation, the young man exhaled with relief, realizing that they had not come specifically for him. But then he realized and asked about how the death of several students could harm the academy, which happens quite often during trials. And then David entered the conversation, who explained that he was their target, since his father was the head of the academy. And while Jeremy was silently surprised by this information, the instructor added that in any case, the academy was to blame for what happened, where he immediately apologized on behalf of the educational institution, adding that the culprit had already been fired and all students would be paid compensation for moral and physical harm. Jeremy thanked the man for such attention, adding that in any case, players should be prepared for any surprises, as their exam showed. Noticing that the conversation between the men had ended, Amanda drew Jeremy's attention again, where she decided not to arrange foreplay, and immediately asked the young man if he would like to work for the good of the country. Without thinking at all, Jeremy laughed and responded with a categorical refusal of such a prospect. The girl tried to convince him to listen to the proposal in full, but the young man continued to insist that he was not interested at all. He belonged to the last generation that did compulsory service, and understood perfectly well what it meant to put oneself at the disposal of the authorities. But then the girl objected, saying that no excessive obligations would be placed on the young man, which, of course, he had a hard time believing. She then added that working for the state would give the young man free travel, the opportunity to study and improve his skills for free, and almost free him from taxes. And most importantly, those who cooperate with them will be able to receive free portals to other worlds corresponding to their level. All that is required in return is to clean up those worlds specified by the authorities 4 times a month. Having told Amanda that he had changed his mind and was ready to cooperate, the young man thought to himself that, apparently, there was no other opportunity to quickly increase the level. And the girl, quickly accepting Jeremy's consent, asked if he was ready to complete the country's first task, where he is asked to clear one of the worlds, of which there are becoming a lot in the world, and he will need to give only 30% of the magic stone that will be mined. Listening to the information that he could always refuse a particular portal and choose another, Jeremy noted that the conditions were very interesting. After all, if an organization is engaged in searching for and providing portals, then he will always have a place to upgrade himself. And so, after weighing all the pros and cons, the young man finally confirmed his decision, saying that he was ready to sign the contract. This pleased Amanda a lot, where she immediately said that in the very near future they would select a portal for him, and all he needed was to sign an agreement in the office. Then he turned to David, asking if he needed to return to the academy after discharge, and the man explained that the guy had passed all the tests, and there was no need to return. Then the instructor added that despite this, he was expected at the academy for graduation. And Jeremy, of course, agreed to be at the graduation, but then Amanda intervened in their conversation. Lowering her eyes to the floor, the girl seemed to hesitate to say something to the young man, who was prepared to listen to her carefully. But finally, having mustered up her resolve, Amanda asked if Jeremy would like to sell the axe, and if possible, in installments. And now all the necessary papers were already lying in front of the young man, and an orc axe was hanging behind Amanda's back. Watching the girl babysit with an axe, Jeremy asked if she was comfortable, to which his interlocutor explained that she simply did not want to part with this baby for a second. And while she was once again considering the purchase, the young man expressed his feelings of joy that this weapon had found a new owner. The first trip to another world on behalf of the state was supposed to take place in a couple of days, but for now Amanda invited the young man to inspect their building. And the first place they arrived was the training hall, which many had heard about outside these walls. As soon as Amanda appeared in the room, everyone who was currently training immediately drew attention to her, where at the same moment the trainees began to show much greater zeal, trying to amaze the beautiful girl with their strength. Amanda, immediately understanding what was happening, noted with displeasure that the guys needed to train even harder. But in everyone's eyes and thoughts, it was no longer the workout, but the irresistible appearance of the girl who visited the gym. Jeremy also felt close attention, where people in the hall asked each other in whispers what kind of guy was accompanying their goddess. Then one of the men in the hall came closer and greeted Amanda personally. She introduced her friend to the same guy who single-handedly defeated the Orc Lord. Shaking hands and carefully examining the guest, the man introduced himself, calling himself Michael, and the girl added that she was giving a tour for an important guest who would now work with them, and therefore asked them to treat him with respect. And then Michael, pointing to the virtual reality system, invited the guest to fight, since he came to their hall. What Amanda didn't really like, she hissed through her teeth for Michael to leave the guest. But the man did not let up, saying that a duel is the best way to get to know a person. Jeremy, watching his new acquaintance, noted to himself that this was just an attempt to show his strength, a provocation that he should not succumb to. And so he turned around and said that this kind of childish games was definitely not to his taste, where he would prefer to continue inspecting the headquarters. But the smug man immediately said that in this case, no one here would perceive Jeremy as a man. The young man heading towards the exit immediately noticed how everyone around him began to chuckle quietly. But suddenly he turned sharply towards his future opponent, saying that he was ready to fight him. Amanda tried to stop him, saying that he had just come from the hospital and was only Class E. To which the young man said that he wanted to show that he was not hired in vain, where now Amanda herself can evaluate everything. The girl thought to herself that Jeremy defeated the orc only thanks to artifacts that he would not be able to use in the game. Meanwhile, the young man had already managed to take a seat in the chair and put on virtual reality glasses, and now he was already standing opposite his opponent with a spear, where he immediately received a message about the activation of the game skill. Consequently, all the characteristics of the young man were increased by 100%. Clutching two swords in his hands, Michael apologized for the rude words he had spoken earlier, where the presence of a pair of short weapons in front of Jeremy's eyes brought back not the best memories. And his opponent continued to chat, saying that if the guy really defeated the orc, then he would gain experience, but if not, he would show himself to Amanda. And suddenly, abruptly stopping the conversation, Michael rushed forward, trying to strike his opponent. Shouting that he had no equal in speed, the man did not even have time to understand how his body was pierced by a spear thrown by Jeremy. And so, having won with just one simple movement, the young man took off his glasses and headed out of the hall. Passing by Amanda, Jeremy asked to end the tour for today, explaining that he had something to do. And when he also refused to have the girl accompany him to the exit, Amanda became seriously angry with Michael. Already on the street, Jeremy scolded himself for the fact that such a simple provocation could unbalance him. After some time, the young man stood in his usual place, where he tested various lotteries, calculating his mana, the amount of which had now increased to 23 points. And so, having decided what to spend the mana on, Jeremy launched a unifying lottery. He was very used to the fact that he had been lucky in this lottery lately, and therefore was disappointed that the usual card had come out, where immediately a peasant appeared in front of him, from whose clothes one could understand that he was from the deep past. When the character introduced himself, Jeremy asked what century he was from, which made this guest from the past think a lot, since peasants, as a rule, were not educated. And when he finally named the year, he accompanied it with the phrase, "From the birth of Christophia." And when the character answered Jeremy's question that this was a goddess in whose existence their religion believed, the young man immediately guessed that this was a character from another world. This opened up very interesting prospects in which it became possible to load a variety of characters. One could also count on calling on some super people from other worlds who could explain the reasons for the emergence of portals. And so the peasant, whose time was up, disappeared into thin air, and Jeremy noted to himself that he had received much needed information. And so he launched the lottery for the last time today, where he again got a card that was not a diamond or even a gold one, which greatly upset the young man. And Wang Lung, who had been watching him for some time, decided to show himself and asked why his master was so upset. Looking at the one he summoned, Jeremy couldn't understand why he got a card with a character that had already been drawn, where he was not at all happy and could not believe that, out of billions of possible options, he got Wang Lung again. Lamenting that he had wasted his mana, the young man called himself the greatest loser, and all the character could do was note his master's strong negative emotions. But suddenly a status window appeared before Jeremy's eyes, where he was informed about a successful attempt to resummon the same character. After which it was announced that Wang Lung's abilities had been increased by 1 point. Looking at the status window, the young man still didn't quite understand what was happening here now. He of course understood that the lottery skill was very unpredictable, but he did not think that to such an extent that it was not his characteristics that improved, but the summoned character. Where, as the status window showed, the character's skills can improve almost limitlessly. But then the young man thought that perhaps the lack of indication of the limit of improvement suggests that Wang Lun had already reached the limit. Jeremy was distracted from his thoughts by a character he had summoned, to whose question the guy explained that he was simply chasing his thoughts out loud. And Wang Lung suddenly declared that his luck was one of the most useful skills, and his master was very lucky. To which Jeremy said that on a universal scale, and in comparison with what he could get from another character, level 2 luck is nothing, where he still cannot understand how his card fell out again. After listening to the young man, Wang Lung assumed that his card fell out because of the connection between them, because he was the first one Jeremy summoned. And the young man tried to understand the patterns, remembering the lotteries and thinking that out of the 12 individuals who fell out, all were Earthlings, except one. But his thoughts were again interrupted by Wang Lung, who said that his time was over and he would be glad to see him again soon. Left alone, Jeremy decided to test the skills that he had not yet had time to try. And only now he noticed that thanks to Wang Lung's level increase, all his characteristics also increased. But then he pressed a new button, which allowed a selective lottery, where a new lottery machine immediately appeared in front of him. Following this, instructions began to appear, according to which, in order to make a call, the player needed to load 2 personalities from the same era, where the young man immediately realized that if he united certain characters, he would significantly increase the chance of getting legendary personalities from a particular era. And now Jeremy was already flipping through the cards, choosing suitable characters to combine, which turned out to be his old acquaintance Wang Lung and the Chinese general he once called from a golden card. And then a window popped up before his eyes, where the player was asked whether to make a connection. But Jeremy stopped himself, reminding himself that the remaining mana might still be needed. To distract himself, the young man tried to combine Van Loon and Tobis, but the device immediately issued a message that such a combination was not possible. Now it has become clear that the point of this lottery is to reduce the range used to load any characters. Jeremy was happy to note that he was finally able to figure out for himself how this lottery works. 2 days passed, and Jeremy stood in front of the entrance to the portal, where the inspector reported that behind him was a Category E world. However, having learned from bitter experience in the exam, the young man decided to check the characteristics of the portal himself by using the research skill. Where research has shown that there is no deception here, the portal really leads to the world of Category E. But in addition, the player was informed that a mana stone was buried in the room of the owner of the world, where the possibility of obtaining such information greatly surprised Jeremy. Seeing the young man's strange reaction, the inspector asked what happened, to which Jeremy smilingly replied that everything was fine. To himself, he thought that the ability to know in advance the levels of worlds, the type of monsters inhabiting them, and hidden objects and artifacts would be a serious advantage. And so, having received permission to enter, where the time of entry was noted, the young man headed inside. Just one step, and now he found himself in another world, having finally heard a wish for good luck. Before he knew it, the creatures inhabiting this world immediately attacked him. With a sweeping blow from his celestial halberd, he easily dispatched the first goblin to approach. After which, with a few deft movements, Jeremy destroyed 2 more approaching monsters. And finally, deftly spinning the halberd, the young man beheaded the 4th enemy who attacked him. And as soon as he finished with the goblins, he was immediately announced a level increase, where such easy success was not comparable to what he had experienced previously. Jeremy looked sideways at the remaining monsters, saying that today he will show them who is boss. Where, after just a second, the Conqueror of Worlds again launched his unsurpassed weapon, and with each goblin destroyed, it was announced to him that the level had been raised again. Very soon, realizing that the enemy was significantly superior to them, the goblins rushed in the opposite direction, where, having reached the right place, they hid behind the owner of this world who appeared from his hole. Looking at the monster that appeared, Jeremy, without hesitation, simply pierced it with his halberd, after which he stood and looked at his lifeless body, not believing that he could defeat him with just one blow. Now, remembering the bonus in the form of a mana stone, the young man transformed his weapon into an ordinary pickaxe and began the search process. The man checking and guarding the entrance to another world was quite surprised by the sudden appearance of their new agent. Looking at the young man with the stone in his hands, the man asked how he managed to do everything so quickly, to which Jeremy replied that he was just lucky. And when the Conqueror of the World asked if there were any other portals nearby, his interlocutor didn't even know what to say in response. But after collecting his thoughts, he still answered that there were no portals controlled by their service nearby. But then he handed the young man a cell phone, saying that recently on the internet, you can find a team for trekking around the worlds. Later, when he started studying this issue, the young man noted that to register, you just need to enter the serial number of your mana watch. Suddenly, an advertisement caught his eye, according to which they were looking for a player, regardless of his class. Deciding to try his luck, Jeremy dialed the number indicated in the ad, and when the phone was picked up, he said that he was calling according to the ad. However, all his hopes were dashed when he heard that they had already found a person to complete the task. The man standing next to him immediately understood and noted that not everything went smoothly with this question for Jeremy. The young man explained that the only place where he could be taken with his class was already taken, and therefore for today he would simply finish his adventures. Having decided to settle accounts with the representative of the organization, he took out a bag of mana crystals and also demonstrated a mana stone. Just as the man wanted to touch the trophy, Jeremy suddenly pulled his hands away and reminded him that, according to the contract, he takes 100% of everything that is not mana crystals for himself. To which the man replied that his interlocutor was absolutely right, and he was very lucky to have found such a stone, which is very rare. Agreeing with the conclusions of the office representative, the young man mentally thanked his research skills. With a spear in his hands, Jeremy honed his skills in the gym using a wooden dummy. Having counted 1,000 strokes performed, the young man decided that today would be enough practice. He was heading to the shower when he noticed how some members of the government organization were very focused on the news release. Stopping, Jeremy heard the presenter talk about the portal breakthrough that occurred this afternoon, which claimed the life of a nearby player. The young man immediately noted that today he was exactly in the area where the breakthrough occurred, where, with such anomalies, the shockwave of mana is felt by all nearby players, but not by him. Then the thought occurred to him that it was precisely for the journey to this portal that people were recruited, regardless of class, which he immediately discarded, since no one would expose the players to such obvious danger. In the evening, Jeremy was in his usual place, where he had already managed to summon Wang Lung. He explained to the character that after his foray into another world, he did not have much mana left, and therefore he would first play the information lottery, and then use the remaining mana to use the unifying lottery. And so, having told Wang Lung that he was counting on his luck, the young man launched the lottery machine. And so, when not a single worthwhile information about the future was received, Jeremy said that the character should not worry, since no amount of luck could get along with this crazy machine. But when using the last attempt for today, the device spat out some kind of hellish capsule, where a message immediately appeared stating that the player had received very important information. And for receiving this, the lottery machine receives an improvement, where now the player can ask one specific topic about which he wants to receive information. But then the ominous capsule opened, and Jeremy learned that in 4 days an artificial breakthrough of the portal would be organized on the bridge. The information itself that it was possible to deliberately create a breakthrough was shocking for the young man, and he immediately realized that that morning incident was not an accident, but was well planned. This explained why he, being nearby, did not feel this event. And in general, if we accept the assumption that the breakthrough was organized on purpose, then many things fall into place, where the young man was also convinced that the person he was talking to on the phone had something to do with this. Moving nervously this way and that, Jeremy tried to figure out what to do. After all, if he reports information about the future, the intelligence services will definitely put him in chains and force him to predict the future. There was only one option left, which was to subtly hint Amanda about this problem. But then a window with a message again appeared in front of the young man, where a button was blinking that needed to be pressed. And when he pressed the button, pictures of the universe began to be shown to him, accompanied by some explanations, where he was informed that if the course of history changes, then in this case he will lose the opportunity to receive information about the future. Therefore, it should not prevent the breakthrough, but can stop the monsters, where if successful, the player will receive a reward from the universe itself. Listening to the information, the young man noted that now using his skill began to resemble a full-fledged quest. Immediately, for some reason, Jeremy remembered Erlia, who for some reason chose him to bestow the skill, and now the young man began to understand that the universe communicates only with him, and with his help, wants to prevent something terrible that could happen to their world. Noting that he and the universe definitely needed each other, the young man agreed to complete the task and prevent the spread of monsters. The next day, one of the portals located in the city suddenly began to change dramatically, where, after a small but rather bright flash, its structure changed, and new monsters began to crawl out onto the streets of the city. There was complete chaos in the meeting room, where everyone gathered was actively discussing 2 breakthroughs that had happened recently. Then, the head of the organization asked if he understood correctly that during the breakthroughs, there was not a single player nearby, where he, looking at the report, noted that the breakthroughs did not happen high in the mountains, but in the center of the city. His question was answered by Amanda, who explained that they checked all the players that were nearby, but none of them felt the effects of mana. Not quite understanding what the girl wanted to say by this, The head asked if this meant that there should not have been a breakthrough, to which the girl responded positively, confirming her boss's worst guesses. After what was said, deathly silence reigned in the conference room, which was violated by the head of the organization, saying that this is not possible unless the structure of the portals has become different. But Amanda said that the likelihood of the structure changing was extremely low, and then asked to look at one entry. First, she showed the body of a man lying on his stomach, with a cut wound clearly visible on his back. Then she switched the frame to another photo, where another player had a very similar injury, adding explanations to what was shown that both players died from a blow from a sword. The head of the organization found this fact very suspicious, asking what conclusions were drawn after the investigation. Then, Amanda explained that a group of investigators and experts came to the conclusion that there is a way by which a breakthrough can be created artificially. When the girl finished her report, she left the meeting room with relief. Moving through the corridors of the headquarters, Amanda thought about what measures they could take in conditions of complete uncertainty. She really didn't like the fact that she had to go home without achieving any significant results. And then the thought struck her bright head that perhaps the check should be entrusted to Jeremy, whose abilities she did not doubt at all. The young man stood on the stage and listened to a congratulatory speech, which said that he was graduating from the academy with the highest score. Where, having finished reading, the man handed Jeremy a certificate of completion of training for a player, which gave him the official right to travel around the worlds. Thanks to everyone for their participation in the development of his personality. The young man himself only thought that he needed to finish here quickly and prepare for the confrontation with the monsters from the breakthrough. He was already moving along the corridor when Instructor David stopped him, saying that he had great hopes for his best student. And so the young man was almost able to leave the academy when suddenly a familiar female voice attracted his attention. It was Samantha, who congratulated her friend on his graduation from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly stretching out her hands to Jeremy's hand, the girl put something in his palm, saying that he should accept this gift. Looking at the small bag in his palm, the young man asked the girl what it was, to which Samantha, a little embarrassed, explained that this was a lucky charm that she personally made. After all, quite by accident, she witnessed Jeremy crawling on the asphalt, lamenting his bad luck. She used this amulet for good luck, and is now sure that her friend will definitely do something good. Delighted with such a gift, the young man thanked his interlocutor, saying that he would treasure it very much. Then the girl asked what her friend was planning to do now, to which he replied that he would walk through other worlds. Overjoyed, the girl was just about to invite Jeremy to unite into one squad, when her speech was interrupted by Hank suddenly appearing. This annoying guy was starting to piss Samantha off very much, and Jeremy asked his out-of-breath friend what had happened, to which Hank, having caught his breath, suggested that the young man go together to another world, where he was able to get for them one portal to Category E. But suddenly Jeremy jumped out of his seat, saying that he was ready to discuss all the issues later, because he was a little busy right now. Watching their departing friend, both Samantha and Hank were left in complete disappointment, because they saw the end of today completely differently. But suddenly the girl switched her attention from Jeremy leaving to Hank standing next to him, where her gaze did not bode well for the latter. She had already attacked the one who always prevents her from being alone with Jeremy, when the latter thought that these two, of course, could help him. But he does not want to expose them to mortal danger, and therefore will try to stop the erupting demons on his own. A few days later, the young man stood in the middle of the street, trying to catch his breath. Since the information about which portal would be breached was not accurate, he already ran around the entire area, looking for suspicious portals. But every time he saw that the portal had a fence and guards, which served as some kind of guarantee of safety. Taking out his mobile phone, the young man noted that there were only 3 portals left in which a breakthrough was possible. The first was a portal to a Class A world, which was located somewhere in the area of the communal bridge. The next one was a portal to a Category C world, intended for cleansing and inhabited by giant spiders. And finally, the last one was a portal to a Category D world called the Wolf's Lair. Of course, the best way to prevent a breakthrough was to clear the worlds, but the worlds of Categories A and C had already been purchased by various guilds. And the Category D world was the property of a government organization, which also excluded the possibility of visiting there. The young man realized that if a Category A portal were to break through, a huge number of monsters would appear on the ground in a short period of time, where they will all be located near the densely populated city center, which threatens a large number of victims. Then Jeremy's phone rang, where he answered the call and heard the familiar voice of Amanda, where, in her own way, ignoring extraneous conversations, the girl immediately got down to business, saying that they needed help with the cleanups, Taking advantage of the opportunity, the young man asked to be allocated a portal in a specific area of the city. To which Amanda, quickly flipping through the papers, said that in that area they had a portal leading to the world of Class D, which the young man already knew. Of course, he was pleased with this portal, where he quickly began to say that he really wanted to go there, since it was in this area that the atmosphere had been very bad lately, and the girl could only listen to a long speech about how they could not ignore such a large area, thereby increasing the likelihood of a breakthrough. And when the young man finished, the girl noted that today he was overly energetic, and so she asked when Jeremy would be ready to clean up the world in that area, to which he immediately replied that tomorrow morning. This suited Amanda quite well, and she ended the conversation by saying that she would send a person to the portal, which made the young man incredibly happy. Rising from her chair and looking out the window, the girl thought that perhaps she herself should look into that area tomorrow. A powerful blow from the heavenly halberd easily defeated the next enemy who appeared in front of Jeremy, and when the body of a huge wolf, who was the master of this world, fell to the floor, the young man received a message about increasing the level. However, looking at the information window, the young man saw that the set timer had not stopped counting down the time. This meant that a breakthrough would occur either in one of the two remaining portals leading to worlds of categories A and C. But if you think like a malicious person, then it would be more profitable to arrange a breakthrough of the portal leading to World A, since this threatens much greater sad consequences for humanity. And having made his choice, Jeremy was already standing on the bridge in front of the portal, noting that there were only 10 minutes left before the breakthrough. But it was somehow too calm here, and suddenly he heard a car approaching this place. He managed to escape unnoticed when the car approached and stopped right next to the portal, where, from his hiding place, the young man saw a man in the uniform of some government organization come out of the salon. Jeremy immediately noted that his guesses regarding the breakthrough of this portal were apparently wrong, since the person who appeared was definitely working for the government. While the man and the driver who joined him stood at the portal, the young man came to the conclusion that it was his office that decided to check the portal in order to prevent breakthroughs. Deciding to leave everything here as it was, Jeremy slowly began to move, as he needed to rush to the last remaining portal. But then his movement was interrupted by a very bright flash that illuminated everything around. His random exclamation attracted the attention of the saboteurs, where, in response to the man's words that there was a witness here, the girl explained that in a few seconds there would be nothing alive left here. After which both attackers who caused the breakthrough removed certain artifacts, triggering their action by breaking. Where, a second later, both of them disappeared into the air, leaving behind a not very bright blue flash. Watching how the saboteurs teleported away, Jeremy noted with annoyance that he should have immediately guessed that these were not government employees. The young man remembered the man's face well and immediately applied his research skills, learning everything about his personality. However, he interrupted his actions, since right in front of him there was a portal that had already changed its structure and was ready to let hellish creatures into his world. First of all, Jeremy called on his good luck character, whose help he was counting on when launching the lottery, after which, this time he decided to resort not to a pooling lottery, but to a selective lottery. The best combination of characters he could use now was Wang Lung and the Chinese general, whose cards he placed in the lottery machine, after which he asked Wang Lung to think of the most powerful character of his era that he knew. But suddenly some strange glow broke through the fabric of his trousers in the pocket area, and as soon as he took out the amulet given to him by Samantha, he immediately received a message about receiving a bonus to luck in view of the player's blessing from the saint. Meanwhile, the lottery machine had already begun to issue cards, which were supposed to determine which character from the past would accompany Jeremy in the duel today. The number of cards decreased significantly compared to the unifying lottery, where after some time the young man received a diamond card. And while he was preparing for the fight, a breakthrough began, where hordes of monsters began to run out of the portal onto the bridge. However, the hero was already ready to meet them, where his heavenly halberd had already transformed into a weapon wielded by the character he had summoned. And so the young man shouted loudly, notifying all the monsters about the arrival of the great commander Chin He, where his scream created a wave effect spreading in all directions, after which he was informed to use the Tiger Roar skill, due to which the opponent's attack power was reduced by 30%. And so he, accompanied by the legendary general of the past, stood ready for battle, where the summoned character noted that the hordes of enemies in front of him and the bridge behind him brought back memories of the past. And then he noticed that the apocalypse must have come on Earth, since dogs walk on their hind legs with weapons, to which Jeremy explained that these dogs, despite their appearance, are quite strong. The first opponents had already rushed to attack when the general shouted that no force would save them from being wiped off the face of the earth. And so the fight began, where Jeremy received a message about reducing the damage caused to him during confrontation with several opponents at once. With one deft and powerful blow of his halberd, the young man beheaded several opponents at once. After which, without waiting for more to approach, Jeremy himself rushed forward for the next attack. He rushed among the monsters, scattering them in all directions with his powerful blows. And so, soaring high into the air and swinging a recreated legendary weapon, which created a shockwave when struck, the young man carried out another attack, destroying a dozen more monsters at once. And the character accompanying him in today's battle noted that thanks to this skill, the guy could easily cope with an entire army. Confirming that his assistant was right, Jeremy also noted that they had little time, since monsters continued to emerge from the portal, and the owner of the world had not yet appeared. Once again preparing for the fight, the young man noted that he needed to take some measures to sharply reduce the number of opponents. And now the swing of his weapon once again destroyed an entire small detachment of upright walking dogs. His opponents also did not remain in debt, and several arrows, whistling through the air, were aimed in his direction but never reached their target. Before Jeremy had time to defend himself from the attack with arrows, one of the monsters immediately launched an attack from above, which the young man skillfully dodged. But while he was dodging an attack from above, another enemy who came to the rescue managed to hook the guy in the leg with a knife. Seriously angry, even though the damage was minimized, Jeremy struck back with a crushing blow with his halberd. But before he had time to deal with these opponents, the next monsters that appeared from the portal were already rushing towards him. Turning sharply, the young man destroyed the dog that rushed at him with one short blow. And the summoned character watching the progress of the battle could only admire what was happening and regret that he did not have his own body. Seeing one of the monsters sneak up on his master, Chin, he warned the guy about the danger from behind, to which Jeremy reacted instantly, where after his action the monster's head, having made several turns in the air, landed next to the body on the road surface of the bridge. Having dealt with the next monster, the young man, not seeing any opponents nearby yet, decided to catch his breath a little. Looking around, he noted that the longer the battle went on, the worse his concentration became, and the fatigue accumulated more and more. He was looking at the summoned character, thinking that someday he would reach a level where he would be just as strong without being summoned, when suddenly he asked the young man if he felt what was happening. And indeed, the portal released a new wave of energy, after which more opponents appeared on the bridge. Noting that the battle would be glorious, the commander of the past also noted that his time was over, also asking whether the guy could cope further alone, to which the young man replied that he had no choice, but he was not going to retreat. The general laughed, saying that he liked the guy's attitude, and he asked him to win and survive so that he could talk about this battle the next time they met. And then the summoned character disappeared, and the status window that appeared displayed a message that the player had been assigned part of the abilities of the summoned person in the form of a tiger's roar. And so the young man again called on Wang Lung, thanking him for his past success, and saying that now he needed it again more than ever. Smiling cheerfully, the summoned character said that all his power belonged to the master, and he wished him good luck. Meanwhile, his new opponents were getting closer and closer, preparing to strike again. There was no more time to wait, and the young man launched a unifying lottery, hoping only for luck. Jeremy watched with bated breath as the colorful cards swirled around him, praying that he would get a worthy character. But there was no point in waiting for anything for the dogs, and therefore they quickly rushed at the only defender of this world. And finally, the card was chosen, where the young man noted with regret that it was not a diamond card, but only a gold one. And now the character has already been loaded, where his weapon turned out to be one of the swords that once belonged to King Arthur himself. The irony was that it was with this very sword that the king was killed in his past. The character he summoned was famous for having killed his own father, where Jeremy now hoped that he would not dare to betray him in battle. Suddenly, the flow of energy from the portal intensified, and a huge monster emerged from it into the human world, clutching its formidable weapon in one of its paws. Using the research skill, the young man found out the level of the owner of the other world and its other characteristics. While preparing to fight back against the huge monster, Jeremy noticed that the owner of the world had the same level as the character he had summoned, which meant that the battle could drag on for a long time. He was ready to meet his opponent when the summoned character Marlowe told him how to make better use of the weapon in his hands. Following the advice of his assistant, the young man performed a simple movement, after which an energy stream escaping from the sword blade destroyed the small monsters rushing towards him. Jeremy stood and looked at the bodies of monsters scattered everywhere, not believing that he was able to kill them all in one movement, and Marlowe noticed that if the young man wants to use the power of the sword again, he will have to wait for some time, since it is not limitless. But suddenly, the character interrupted his explanations and shouted loudly for the guy to be careful. Jeremy managed to dodge an incredible blow where the monster's sword pierced the asphalt, and the young man noticed that apparently the monster was angry with him because of the destruction of all his minions. The monster did not hesitate and already launched a new attack, which Jeremy blocked with his weapon. Throwing the enemy back a little, the young man noticed that their forces were approximately equal, which created a big problem, since he might not have time to destroy the monster before the summoned character left him. Where, having attacked the enemy, Jeremy also noticed that he did not have much mana left. But all this did not exclude the need to deal with the uninvited guest from another world as quickly as possible. Attacking the monster again, the young man concluded that if he didn't cope now, he would definitely die. Therefore, he launched one attack after another, which, however, were easily blocked by his enemy. But the prolonged attacks yielded results, where the young man finally managed to inflict some damage on the monster. Marlowe shouted that the guy needed to take a breath, to which Jeremy replied that while there was a chance, he needed to finish off the enemy. And now another powerful blow performed by the young man reached the goal, after which the young man, who believed in his strength, prepared for the final throw. But at that moment the monster suddenly bared his teeth, as if he had planned everything that was happening in advance. The summoned character managed to notice how the huge dog pointed the tip of his sword at his master, but could not do anything other than warn of the danger. But it was too late, because in one short movement, the monster pierced Jeremy's body with its weapon. Unable to stay on his feet, the young man began to fall onto the asphalt, horrifying Marlowe, who could do nothing to help his master. And so the young man sat bleeding, and his opponent prepared for the final blow, raising his formidable weapon. With all its might, the monster brought its huge sword down on the young man's head. However, what happened next caused the monster to retreat a few steps, where Jeremy suddenly rose to his feet as if no one had just pierced him with a sword, and then hit him in the head with it. Calling the monster a decent beast, the young man said that he was in great pain, where at the same time he received a message that the dragon's blood had been activated, the use of which healed all the player's wounds, and also temporarily increased his resistance to enemy attacks. Jeremy noted that he had concerns that using this skill could cost him his life, but fortunately everything went smoothly. Meanwhile, the monster, who had no intention of retreating or surrendering, again rushed at his opponent. But the young man was already ready for this attack, and met it with one sweeping movement of his weapon, which was enough for his opponent's body to split into two parts, which, just a second later, were already lying on the road surface of the bridge, which today experienced the invasion of monsters. Meanwhile, Amanda literally ran to the communal bridge where, as she approached, she increasingly felt the energy of the breakthrough. The girl only hoped that one of the players would be nearby and could buy her some time. But once on the bridge, Amanda could not believe her eyes, observing the huge number of bodies around her. And Jeremy, standing opposite the girl, said that he had figured out the breakthrough and was only asking for help to clean up here. Amanda was about to say something, but the young man stopped her, making it clear with a gesture that he was not finished yet. After which he added that he single-handedly dealt with each of the 311 monsters that appeared here, and would not yield a single one to the office. And as soon as the winner finished his speech, he immediately fell onto the asphalt, losing consciousness. The stunned girl, who was also approached by other members of their organization, could not believe that this young man was able to defeat so many monsters from the Class A world alone. And so Amanda already gave the order to take the young man to the hospital as soon as possible. Having already woken up in the hospital, Jeremy, having opened the status window, could not believe that he had increased his characteristics so much during the fight on the bridge, where he could now easily correspond to Class B. Moreover, after calling the character, he received another skill, which also couldn't help but rejoice. The young man experienced true pleasure from the realization that he now possessed 10 powerful skills. Assuming that awakening dragon blood had some kind of side effect, he noted that it had been a long time since he had felt such a burning desire to rush around the room with joy. His joyful thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, where a female voice asked permission to enter. Immediately recognizing Amanda's voice, Jeremy, of course, gave permission to enter the room, noting to himself that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Once inside, the girl said she was very worried about the guy when he lost consciousness, but was very glad that he did not suffer serious injuries. And the young man, looking at the tired face of his interlocutor, came to the conclusion that she had been dealing with the consequences of his battle all night. But Amanda suddenly expressed her sincere gratitude for the fact that Jeremy, through his actions, was able to save a huge number of lives. To which the young man replied that in his place, any sane person would have done the same. After which the young man said that the office had probably seen the CCTV footage, and if the girl had questions, he would try to answer them. Thanking the guy for his help, Amanda asked if he remembered the faces of the criminals, to which he immediately replied that when he arrived at the place, they had already teleported. However, he is absolutely sure and can say that one of them was a man. And while the girl was writing down the information, Jeremy was thinking that he couldn't tell her about identifying one of the villains, as this would provoke questions for himself. And so Amanda asked why the young man himself was not far from the scene of the incident, and at the most necessary moment, where, looking at his interlocutor, Jeremy once again noticed her high insight. Turning on his innocence, the young man said that it was fate, because he was in that area and dealt with the D-class world. He accidentally stumbled upon the breakthrough when he was returning home, where, from the recordings from the cameras, the service will be able to see that he did not wait anywhere on purpose. After listening to the explanation, the girl apologized for the suspicion, explaining it by the seriousness of the situation. And her interlocutor thought that he assumed such a check, and therefore constantly stayed away from the camera lenses. Then he turned to Amanda, asking permission to ask a question, which he immediately received. Where, immediately making a serious face, the young man asked if they thought that the Blackwood Guild was behind all this. To which the girl replied that, of course they don't have evidence yet, but the members of this guild are their main suspects. To which Jeremy noted that in this case, the two previous breakthroughs can be considered simply experiments. But yesterday's breach on the bridge can quite possibly be regarded as a real terrorist attack. And his interlocutor again noted that for any accusations they need concrete evidence. For now, they can only strengthen patrols to prevent this from happening. And then Amanda started talking about the young man's victory yesterday, in a slightly different vein, where Jeremy immediately realized the benefit that awaited him, where the girl added that all 311 bodies of destroyed monsters and all their equipment are now stored at the service headquarters. And since the number of objects and bodies is huge, she offers to put all this stuff up for auction. After all, the bodies of monsters are very valuable in the human world, as is equipment from other worlds, and therefore everything will be sold out instantly, where the service is ready to take on all current expenses. And while Jeremy thanked the girl for such attention, Amanda added that the guy wouldn't have to do anything except sit on a mountain of money later. She also said that any expenses of the organization are nothing compared to what Jeremy did, after which the girl wished her interlocutor a good rest and left. Left alone again, the young man lay down on the bed and began to imagine the very mountain of money that the sale of the trophies would promise him. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by another female voice, where the girl said that she was glad to see Jeremy's life getting better. Literally jumping up on the bed and looking around, the young man did not understand what was happening, as he continued to remain alone in the room. But suddenly a portal opened right above him, from which someone began to appear, which greatly frightened Jeremy. But finally, his new visitor appeared in full, where he immediately recognized Erlia Angelus. When the young man asked what she was doing here, the guest replied that she had naturally come to give the player what he deserved. Only now did Jeremy remember that the message spoke of a reward from the universe itself, if successful. And so Erlia asked what reward the young man would like to receive, where she does not guarantee that he will get exactly what he wants, but he will definitely find a compromise. Taking this opportunity, Jeremy immediately shouted for his mana amount to increase to 999, or for it not to be wasted at all when using his skills. However, this, of course, would be too good, and the representative of the universe refused to satisfy such a request. At the same time, the girl told the upset young man that she understood his desire to use the lottery more often, which takes a lot of mana, which Jeremy confirmed by saying that he can improve his performance when he is lucky in the lottery. To which Erlia said that she had an option to solve the problem without forcibly increasing the amount of mana. Taking out a certain multicolored ticket, the girl said that she would provide the player with this wonderful item, where, when asked how to use it, she explained that it makes it possible to use the unifying lottery once. Moreover, such tickets can always be bought. Rejoicing, the young man asked how much it would cost to purchase such tickets, and whether they could be purchased for mana crystals. But Erlia immediately explained that Jeremy would pay for the purchase of such tickets, not with crystals or mana, but with his characteristics, where one ticket takes away one characteristic point. This was no longer fun, where the young man immediately became indignant, saying that on the contrary, he uses the lottery to raise his characteristics, but now he is asked to lower them to use the lottery. But instantly finding herself behind the young man, the representative of the universe said that his luck in the lottery was not so bad. If you count, then for every 10 stat points, he will have 10 attempts. One of which should definitely result in getting a good card that will raise his stats to a much higher level than was spent on tickets. It is for this reason that there is nothing wrong with losing points, since even a gold card will cover 10 spent stat points. The girl also reminded that taking into account all the gold and diamond cards that Jeremy got, she can definitely say that he will be born a very lucky person. Showing the ticket again, Erlia added that with this opportunity, the young man could become much stronger. Thinking out loud, Jeremy noted that to some extent, his guess today was, of course, right. Delighted with this conclusion, the girl immediately said that in this case, she would proceed to issue the reward. Here, the young man turned to Erli, noting that the girl seemed very interested in him developing, where he could not understand for what reason. But without answering her charge's question, the representative of the universe suddenly said that she had lingered here anyway and disappeared. Before Jeremy had time to show his anger towards such a disappearance, suddenly there was another knock on the door of the ward asking him to enter. Recognizing Samantha's voice, the young man, exhaling heavily to calm down, gave permission to enter. Once inside, the girl explained that she received a call from the service, saying that her friend was in the hospital. But the young man immediately reassured the guest, saying that he was fine. Clutching her chest, Samantha said it was a huge relief as she was very worried about her friend. But the girl was completely stunned when Jeremy suddenly invited her to unite into one team. While she was silent, the young man noted that with her talents, the girl, of course, could count on membership in the best guilds. But Samantha immediately interrupted him, saying that she agreed. Having quickly said goodbye, the guest left just as hastily, saying that she would begin preparing for their trips immediately. Having acquired a can of energy drink from a nearby machine, Jeremy looked at the status window, wondering whether he should try buying tickets. For informational purposes only, he clicked the appropriate button, where he was immediately given information about the promotion for the first purchase. Having familiarized himself with the conditions, Jeremy could not help but notice the benefit, because when buying one ticket, he received another one as a gift, where it was allowed to buy no more than 10 tickets in this way. But then he was announced another promotion for newcomers, where now for every ticket purchased he would receive not 1, but 2 tickets as a gift. Realizing that buying just 10 tickets would get him as many as 30, Jeremy jumped to his feet, saying he was ready to buy. And so 10 characteristic points were written off, and the young man held in his hands the treasured 30 tickets, which gave him the opportunity to spin the unifying lottery exactly 30 times. Having looked around and not finding any extra eyes, Jeremy decided not to wait and start the lottery immediately. And so the first attempt was not successful, since the most ordinary card fell out, which did not upset the player who had used only the first ticket. On his 10th attempt, he got a gold card, which he was not very impressed with, since he really wanted to get a diamond one. When 17 tickets had already been used up, Jeremy noted that it was time to give him something worthwhile. On the 20th ticket, the young man again held a gold card in his hand, absolutely dissatisfied that the diamond card did not come up. After using the 28th ticket also did not produce any results. The player began to reproach himself for being too excited. When the penultimate ticket came into play, Jeremy prayed that something really worthwhile would finally come up. But then his old acquaintance Wang Lung appeared in the air and greeted the gentleman. The young man's face twisted and he fell to his knees in front of the summoned character, noting that without him, he was a simple loser. And then it dawned on him that with Van Lung's luck, his last 30th attempt would definitely be crowned with stunning success. And so he again launched a unifying lottery, calling for the long-awaited diamond card. But on the 30th attempt, like on the previous 2 multiples of 10, only a gold card fell out. Appearing at headquarters the next day, Jeremy, when asked by Amanda who met him, explained that he looked like that because he had nightmares the night before, but overall he was healthy. Where the nightmares were, how, in a fit of excitement, he wanted to buy more tickets and recoup what Wang Lung did not allow him to do, until the system itself suddenly issued an alert that the purchase of tickets was limited in quantity. Following the girl, the young man noted that the restriction on the purchase of tickets turned out to be very useful, where otherwise he would have lost all his characteristics. Soon Amanda led Jeremy to the room where the bodies of the monsters he destroyed and all the other trophies were kept. The girl explained that they separated the bodies that were less and more damaged, and also separated those that contained mana from the general equipment. And then the young man's attention was attracted by gloves that clearly contained mana. Using the research skill, Jeremy discovered that these gloves add mana, strength, and stamina. After which he noted that items that increase the amount of mana are very rare, where, of course, the young man decided not to sell this property, and immediately tried on some of his new equipment. Looking at the bored Amanda, the young man noticed that the gloves fit him like a glove, While he continued to inspect the equipment, the girl suddenly received a phone call. After listening to the caller, Amanda attracted the attention of her companion, saying that a representative of the guild that owned the portal in which the breakthrough occurred wanted to meet with him. Having already arrived at the meeting, the man noted with a strange smile that he really wanted to look at this hero. While Jeremy and Amanda were going to the meeting, the young man asked what his companion thought was the purpose of the meeting, to which she immediately replied that most likely the man wanted to recruit him into the guild. However, the next assumption was that he might try to claim his rights to the spoils, which was not so fun. But immediately after this, the girl added that she would do everything possible to retain all rights to the trophies for Jeremy. And then the man who met them in one of the rooms introduced himself, calling himself Will. Amanda spoke to him, who first identified herself and then introduced the player who solved the problem with the portal. And when she asked what exactly the man wanted to know, he suddenly asked to show evidence, but he needed evidence that would completely satisfy them, where this could be, for example, recordings from surveillance cameras. But Amanda refused him, saying that they had no right to distribute such information, which recorded how their players used their skills. Lost in thought, the young man reflected that he would not like to reveal a lot of information about himself. But apparently, in this case, the problem could not be solved otherwise. Meanwhile, Will said that he understands their concerns, and therefore invites the player to simply fight him. Where, if during the fight, Jeremy proves that his abilities are sufficient to stop the breakthrough, then he will leave without any objections. It seemed strange to the young man that a representative of the guild was ready to enter into battle, and all in order to find out what abilities he had. Sensing something was wrong, Jeremy decided to use his research skills. And as soon as the information window showed him this man's name and his characteristics, the young man immediately made analogies with the one he saw on the bridge then. After apologizing to the visitor, Jeremy said that he needed to discuss the issue of the fight with his leader in private. Quickly leaving the room, the young man asked to be taken to the room most isolated from the penetration of sounds. And so, when they arrived at the right place, the girl asked what he wanted to talk to her about. However, the young man was silent for now and applied his research skills to his companion. Not without surprise, he noted that Amanda had such a skill as trust, which guaranteed the ability to keep promises. Then the young man said that he would now reveal strictly private information about himself, which he asked to keep secret. And then he stunned the girl by saying that he was ready to believe in her skill of trust, which should help her keep her promises. Before Amanda had time to ask how her interlocutor knew about her talent, he immediately listed several more skills that belonged to her. Looking at the young man with a stunned look, the girl asked how he was able to find out so much secret information about her. And then Jeremy showed his cards, saying that he has a special skill called research, which can show all the information about literally everything. Deciding that this was simply an unimaginable skill, the girl asked why he told her about this, to which the young man immediately replied that the man who came to them was not Will. His real name is Bill, and he is one of those who participated in organizing the breach of the portal on the bridge. Jeremy also added that he is not very comfortable disclosing information about himself, but he cannot sit idly by when there is a terrorist in front of him. After listening to her interlocutor, Amanda noted that it was definitely not easy for him to decide to disclose information. And the young man replied that in order to prove the guilt of this criminal, he would have to reveal his talent to the leadership of the service. However, the girl suddenly said that she could not allow this to happen, which greatly surprised Jeremy, who asked why not. To which Amanda explained that no matter how ashamed she was to admit it, she was convinced that there was a spy among the management. The first call was the lack of special instructions during the meeting, despite the fact that extremely important information was received. And the time of the start of the last breakthrough coincided perfectly with the patrol break time. For this reason, there can be no talk of disclosing the skill to management, since this would put the young man in danger. Then Jeremy said that under such circumstances, he needed to prove Bill's involvement in the terrorist attack without revealing his skill. And so they returned to their guest, apologizing for keeping him waiting. With a clearly dissatisfied look, the man only hoped that their conversation would bring some positive results. After which the young man immediately said that they had come to the decision that he would simply use his skill now, and there would be no need for any duel. Delighted by such an unexpected proposal, the guest called it a very reasonable decision, where he would definitely accept such evidence. Opening his status window, Jeremy reached his hand towards the button that allowed him to select one of the characters he had already encountered, saying that he would immediately demonstrate his abilities. And so the character was summoned, where a gypsy named Vita said that she was very glad to see her dear gentleman, who today looks much better than when they first met yesterday. This was one of the characters that the young man with 3 gold cards received. Her main feature and distinctive feature was the skill of creating a truthful room. When the preparation, invisible to everyone else, was completed, Jeremy proposed to begin the process of demonstrating the skill, with which the guest fully agreed, as did Amanda, who was nearby. At that same second, Vita announced to her master that all the conditions for activating her skill had been met, after which the gypsy spread her energy throughout the room, thereby activating the truthful room. And so Jeremy told the guest that everything was ready, but he did not understand what the young man had done that should have convinced him. But the young man suddenly turned to Amanda, asking her to make a statement that she was a man, where, having tried to pronounce this statement, the girl was able to say only the first part, since Vita's magic literally closed her mouth, not allowing her to tell a lie. Noting that his skill was working great, Jeremy said that it was now the man's turn to answer questions, where the first thing he asked to do was to say his name, which he introduced himself when he came to them, which Will, who was actually Bill, was of course unable to do. And the young man noted that the offer to fight would cause too much trouble, where his request to simply name the name was much simpler. And if the man now manages to name the name he introduced himself with, then in addition, he will give him all the trophies he received. And then Jeremy said in a serious voice that the man would not be able to say anything, because every word Bill said would be a lie. Hearing his real name and realizing that he had been exposed, the man rushed at the one who had mixed up all his cards. However, ready for such a turn of events, Amanda also abruptly rushed forward, saying that she would not allow her colleague to be harmed. However, the attacking man was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, where he used the acceleration skill he had, where, having already drawn his knife and shouted that it was nothing for him to get around a Class C player, he continued to rush at Jeremy. But the young man immediately used his research ability, where he not only revealed the enemy's skill, but also neutralized its effect, which gave Amanda the opportunity to attack. And the girl did not keep herself waiting long, quickly catching up with the man with a sweeping kick, the force of which was enough for him to fly towards the window, scattering all the furniture around with his body in different directions. Jeremy could only hope that after such a blow, their only suspect and lead in the Blackwood Guild would remain alive. Amanda, going up to the man lying on the floor, pulled him by the hair, where the mask immediately flew off his face. The girl noted that this spy was perfectly disguised, where he even had a mana clock, and it belonged to Will. A young man approached and asked what the office would do with this man, to which his interlocutor immediately replied that she would interrogate him with bias. Remembering that his lottery was now narrowed down to a specific question, Jeremy said he could help with that. Having designated Bill as the object of receiving any information, the player launched the infernal lottery machine, and when the capsule was received, he was able to find out that this man killed Will 2 days ago, and is also an active member of the Blackwood Guild. And when he conveyed this information to Amanda, she was greatly amazed that his skill was capable of recognizing such details. For the first time, the young man himself seriously thought about what the Blackwood Guild was. A man with a hood on his head, being in some dark room, announced that they had lost contact with Bill, where, after listening to the information conveyed, the masked people in the same room have not yet responded anything. Then the hooded man assumed that he had been captured, after which he turned to one of those present, asking if the service knew anything about this. To which the man in the tiger mask explained that he could not obtain more information, since Agent Amanda Stone was personally dealing with this issue in high secrecy mode. And the obvious leader of this meeting noticed that Bill was unlikely to split, but it was still better to remove him quietly. Here a girl with a butterfly mask on her face intervened in the dialogue, asking what they should do now with all this, because Bill was sent for extremely important information about what stopped the breakthrough. But all they managed to find out was the name of that guy, and also the fact that with his E-class he was able to single-handedly destroy all the monsters right at the portal. But then cries came from all sides that a low-level player could not handle it, and most likely it was a secret S-class service player, where someone immediately remembered that this is the same person who not so long ago distinguished himself in the exam at the academy, where he ended up there by some absurd accident, and prevented them from removing David, who was definitely not involved in eliminating the consequences of the breakthrough. But one of the participants in this masquerade recalled that Bill told him that when they organized a breakthrough, someone was nearby, as if he knew in advance what would happen. After which the man in the bear mask noticed that there was a traitor among them, and now they should concentrate on finding him. After listening to the arguments of the meeting participants for some time, the hooded man stopped their empty conversations, saying that they would deal with Jeremy Randalls later. However, the participant in the monkey mask was not at all happy with this decision, where he was very indignant, noting that a lot of effort had been invested in creating the breakthrough. But the leader of the meeting said that now they should not be worried about what could happen due to some random coincidence. After which the hooded man shouted loudly that he was very disappointed with them. Having finally told the monkey to be more careful and not make mistakes, the leader announced the end of the meeting, where its participants immediately teleported away, and only the man hiding under the mask of a monkey before disappearing hissed that Jeremy would die for disgracing him in front of him. Amanda joyfully greeted the arriving player, inviting him to come into her office. Noting that the girl looked exhausted, Jeremy asked about the progress of the investigation, to which she immediately replied that the investigation was at a standstill, since Bill was silent. Immediately, stroking her axe, she noticed that the management had offered her more stringent and effective interrogation methods, but she was denied this, which she attributed to the activities of a spy, and the young man, looking at the girl with an axe, decided that she was refused for a different reason. But then the girl changed the topic, saying that she had information about the progress of the sale of trophies. When asked by her interlocutor about the problems that had arisen, Amanda explained that due to the high cost of the artifacts, she would have to pay an increased tax. However, she sees the solution to the problem in officially raising the young man's gaming rank, because the higher the rank, the lower the tax. Of course, Jeremy liked this idea and said he was ready to start doing it immediately, and so they came to the room where players from level B to level S were tested. The young man was surprised that the testing was carried out using virtual reality, and the girl accompanying him explained that to upgrade the class, it would be enough that the examiner recognizes the player's abilities. This was simply great news for the young man, where what he lacks in stats he easily makes up for with his talent in the game. Suddenly his joyful thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of an impressively sized man, who was very glad to see Amanda herself. However, the girl somehow did not share the man's joy at all, saying sparingly that they had not seen her teacher for a long time, where the man loudly noted that his best student was so busy promoting her career that she completely forgot about her old teacher. To which Amanda shouted in response that if the teacher was so bored, he could write it himself. But the man explained that his teacher's pride did not allow this. The furious girl said that if she could, she would never have met him at all. Where the man immediately asked what, in that case, brought her here today. Where, having calmed down a little, Amanda said that one of their most valuable employees wants to upgrade, so she accompanies him. The teacher immediately perked up, cheerfully noting that the same hero who single-handedly stopped the breakthrough had come to him. And now the charismatic man shook hands with his dear guest, introducing himself as Alex Smith. But his outburst of emotions was stopped by Amanda, who asked him to provide a Class B examiner, which greatly surprised the man. But the girl explained that despite this guy's real skills are much higher than Class B. Noting that his student had a fairly high opinion of this guy, Alex announced that he would conduct the test personally, which shocked Amanda, who knew that her teacher was not even going to test everyone who fit into Class S. To which Alex explained that he was just very bored, and it wouldn't hurt him to warm up a little. And so he turned to the young man and asked him what he thought about taking the test with him personally. Where, thinking that it was not often that he had the opportunity to fight an S-ranked opponent, Jeremy replied that it would be a great honor for him. Having positively noted the young man's enthusiasm and attitude, the man invited him to take a seat in one of the chairs. While the game was loading, the young man was informed about the activation of the game skill and an increase in all characteristics by 100%. And now he was already in the virtual world, where he immediately noted some unusual sensations. Having decided to check his parameters in the game, he was very surprised that while his usual parameter was 50 points, now it was not 100, but only 99 points. In this regard, the young man wondered whether this was the limit of the second level of the gaming skill, or whether there were some other restrictions. Deciding that he would deal with this issue later, Jeremy decided to focus on passing the test, where his opponent was already standing opposite him. Clutching a huge hammer in his hands, the man noticed that the spear was an excellent weapon. But shouting that real men use heavier weapons, Alex raised his hammer and forcefully lowered it to the ground, where, from the power of his blow, cracks began to spread across the ground in different directions. Looking at his opponent, the man said that he was allowing the young man to strike first, where he must show everything he is capable of. Having taken an attacking position, the young man did not resist the privilege and agreed to attack first. Pushing off from the surface of the virtual earth, Jeremy quickly rushed at his today's opponent, and Examiner rolled into one. Amazed by such unprecedented speed, Alex was nevertheless able to repel this attack with the help of his bulky, but at the same time quite mobile weapon. Thrown back, Jeremy stopped the inertial movement of his body and was already preparing to continue the fight and a new attack. But his impulse was interrupted by the exclamation of the examiner, who cheerfully said that the young man had passed the test. And when Jeremy asked how this was possible, Alex explained that even a Class A player could not repel this attack, and therefore the test was obviously passed. After which the man added that, apparently, the young man trained with the best masters, where, recalling them, Jeremy confirmed that they were indeed very skilled in their craft. After which the young man asked if that was all, to which the examiner said that he would like to give a positive answer, but believes that in this case it would be a huge omission for both of them. Realizing what the man was hinting at, Jeremy, smiling, instantly took a fighting stance, which aroused true admiration from his opponent. This time the teacher himself began the fight, attacking with his huge hammer. However, having easily dodged Alex's first attack, the young man made a sharp lunge forward. But the man, without straining, dodged this poke, noticing that the young man had somehow increased his speed qualities. Without waiting for the attack to continue, Alex counterattacked his opponent, where, while defending himself from this terrible blow, Jeremy mentally noted that if it were not for his playing skill, he would definitely have broken after the first attack of this man. But immediately taking the initiative, the young man went from a blocking position to an attack, which, like the previous ones, did not bring results. Dodging a huge hammer once again, Jeremy thought that someday he too would become as strong without playing skills. And again he attempted to counterattack his opponent by moving his spear towards the latter's head, which once again did not bring the desired result. This not-so-training battle was gaining momentum and becoming more and more interesting for its participants. But at some point, Alex noticed that something was definitely wrong, because for the characteristics that this guy now possesses, he has too little experience. Where, realizing what was happening, the man suddenly asked his opponent whether he really had the talent to play. Hearing this, the young man was completely at a loss, completely losing concentration. This is what Alex took advantage of, finally striking his today's opponent,
the force of which was enough for Jeremy to tip over and fall on his back, dropping his weapon.
Before he even had time to somehow come to his senses, he saw a man towering over him with a hammer raised above his head, where, having accumulated a sufficient amount of energy, Alex delivered the final crushing blow. However, the formidable weapon did not land on the young man's head, but nearby, where he immediately said that he was admitting defeat. Helping Jeremy get up, Alex asked for forgiveness, saying that he just wanted to prolong the pleasure, which is why he allowed himself to be tricked like that. But the young man was interested in how the man was able to find out that he had a talent for playing, to which the examiner replied that before Jeremy, he had met many who suddenly became stronger when entering the world of virtual reality. However, unlike those useless people, his opponent today was able to stop the breakthrough single-handedly, where, having finished his explanations, Alex said that they would continue in the real world, where Amanda was probably already waiting for them. Returning to reality, the young man noticed that he still had a lot to learn. Taking his gloves from the girl, which he had taken off while participating in the test, Jeremy listened to congratulations on being assigned Class B. After thanking Amanda and Alex for their participation in his development, the young man left the room. When they were left alone, the man answered his student's question that he had not met such interesting people for a long time, where he was absolutely sure that very soon he would meet this guy again. And then Amanda admitted that she also really wanted to try to fight this unusual young man, and her interlocutor said that he had a lot of fun today, but now he will go do other things. But then his movement was stopped by his student, who reminded the man of his words that she had not visited him for a long time. And so she invited him to fight, to which Alex replied that he had to refuse because he was a little tired, which made the girl laugh, who noticed that the teacher had never run away from a good fight before, and now she had already unsheathed her new weapon, bought in installments from Jeremy, telling the man to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Jeremy was already on the street, where he was joyfully greeted by Samantha, whose appearance showed the girl's readiness to set off to conquer the worlds. The young man apologized for being a little late, to which his interlocutor explained that she herself had just arrived. Mentally, the girl was very happy that she was going on a hike with Jeremy, where she hoped that he would not notice her excessive excitement. She offered to go when suddenly the young man, looking around, said that everything was finally assembled. Where, turning around, Samantha, of course not experiencing joyful emotions from this, saw Hank approaching, and when their third companion approached, he literally thanked Jeremy with tears in his eyes for calling him to his team. But the young man asked his friend not to make a soap opera with tears here, which Hank immediately took note of. And then he turned to Samantha, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, and expressing hope that they could become a great team, shaking her partner's hand with such force that the young man almost screamed, The girl coldly said that she too was very happy about this unexpected meeting. And while Hank was moving away from the handshake, Jeremy suggested moving towards the portal that their friend had gotten. And very soon the team of world travelers stood in front of the entrance to one of the worlds. The heavenly halberd easily did its job, piercing the monster attacking Jeremy, where the young man immediately noticed that classy worlds now pose no difficulty at all for him. Of course, he could have done it here in 10 minutes, but he came here not to work himself, but to raise the level of his friends. Watching Samantha deal with one monster after another, Jeremy noticed that she was very good in combat. But then his attention was attracted by Hank, who had one question for their leader. Drawing the leader's attention to Samantha, the young man asked if he knew why she was looking at him so angrily, beating the soul out of the poor, long-dead monster. After thinking a little, Jeremy came to the conclusion that Hank was simply being tactless, which he told him about. But now all the monsters were finished, and the participants of the hike were already standing near the door that led to the room of the owner of this world. Before entering, Jeremy said that he would not interfere, and the task of his companions was to destroy the owner as quickly as possible. Where, after listening to the leader's instructions, Hank, adjusting his armlet, said that they would not let him down. Having given the last instructions regarding the upcoming fight, the young man opened the doors. Where they had not even managed to be inside the room, the main monster in this world had already rushed to attack. Standing on the sidelines, Jeremy watched as Hank began to act, putting up a shield in front of him, which was absolutely the right decision, since a split second later the monster was already trying to strike. The leader of the group appreciated how his friend worked, calculating how they would all act together in the future, and not noticing how Samantha rushed to the attack. Meanwhile, the girl had already soared up, hovering for a split second above their opponent with her leg raised high, after which she quickly attacked him, delivering a crushing blow to his head. And while the monster was breaking the floor with its head due to the inertia of the blow, Samantha calmly landed not far from him. She then turned to Jeremy, asking what he said when she first launched the attack. To which the young man, having previously praised the girl, replied that it was nothing special, and so the whole group returned safely back to their world, where Jeremy once again thanked everyone for their excellent work. Here, Hank asked if their leader would go with them to check how much their characteristics had increased, to which the young man replied in the negative, where he explained his position by saying that he still had a couple of urgent and important matters to attend to, already thinking about calling on his good luck talisman. And so, when his companions had departed, he stood near the place where the port had recently been, accompanied by his spirit of luck. The dialogue began. Jeremy remembered his recent request on the bridge to remember the strongest warrior, to which Wang Lung replied that it was not Qin He that came to mind, but a completely different general of the past. This is exactly the answer the young man was waiting for, thanking the character and immediately launching a unifying lottery. After all, he realized that he was able to summon Qin. He not at all for the reason that Wang Lung thought about him, but because all this happened not just somewhere, but specifically on the bridge, where, if you remember the legendary battles of the past associated with bridges, then first of all, the Battle of Qin He at the bridge will come to mind. Therefore, the person he calls upon must be associated with the place where he is located. And so the lottery was a stunning success, where the young man got a diamond card. Looking around, Jeremy noticed that he did not feel any changes in his physical characteristics, and the unknown character who appeared noted that he was pleased to experience nostalgia, returning to this place after so many years. Noting that the characteristics of the summoned character were too low for a diamond card, the young man nevertheless greeted the guest, saying his name, where the character liked such politeness, for which he immediately thanked the one who called him into this world. Immediately the man with glasses noticed that they were incredibly lucky to be in this very place, where he offers Jeremy to get the treasures he once hid here. Now the young man understood why this character had a diamond map, where he, of course, agreed to find the treasure. Inspecting the wall, the character said that when the king ordered him to build this castle, he was inspired by the work and added secret rooms, and so he began to guide the actions of his master, indicating from which brick and how many bricks to count to the right or to the left. At the next countdown, Jeremy began to literally pray that it would end soon, talking about the meaninglessness of the set of numbers. To which the summoned character explained that there is a meaning here, since these are the dates of his birth and the king under whom he lived. And finally, the last countdown was made, after which Wang told the young man to direct his chi energy into this brick. And as soon as the player used his mana, at that very moment a portal opened behind him. Directing his research skill to this, Jeremy determined that this was a passage to a world with treasures. And Wang explained that when the young man is inside, he will be able to pass all the tests and receive his treasures. To which Jeremy noted that no one could figure out such a complicated scheme and find this cache, except for the successor. But Wang explained that he never had a successor and never will, and therefore he does not mind that his master will receive the treasure. And so the young man, accompanied by the summoned character, entered the portal and found himself in some room, where I immediately saw in front of me some impressive figure with a massive object in his hand. At the same moment, the character accompanying him began to disappear, asking to call him if the guy managed to pass the tests and get to the treasure. Here a status window opened before the player's eyes, where Jeremy saw information about adding a new skill, detection, which greatly pleased the young man, because now he could independently discover portals. But then his joy was interrupted by the guard of the treasury, who said that the first would be a test of knowledge, and so he asked a riddle, saying that the moonlight shines over the rivers, where the rivers are the inhabitants of the world, which is then meant by the moon itself. Where, without hesitation, Jeremy replied that the moon clearly meant the emperor, where the guard immediately confirmed the correctness of the answer, and said that now there would be a test of strength, and ordered to prepare the weapon. At the same moment, the familiar celestial halberd materialized in the hands of the young man. And while the guard was preparing for the fight, Jeremy used his research skill, where he determined that they had approximately equal characteristics. But shouting for the guy to defend himself, the treasury guard rushed to the attack. But while he was descending on the challenger, Jeremy, taking more air into his lungs, used one of his skills, where, however, the roar of the tiger reduced the damage by only 10%. Quickly waving his weapon, repelling the guard's attacks, the young man came to the conclusion that the tiger's roar did not have the desired effect due to the difference in levels. Meanwhile, the guard himself noticed that the man is fast enough, but he still sees all his movements. Telling his opponent to try to dodge such an attack, Jeremy delivered a quick thrust. Dodging, the guard said that it was close, not close enough, but as it turned out, the attack was not over yet. Where, having soared into the air, the young man swung his weapon and brought it down with force on his opponent. Despite the fact that the guard defended himself, the force of the blow threw him several meters back, where he, watching as Jeremy closed the distance, called him a fool, since it was not possible to fight with a halberd in such close proximity. Deciding that he had gained an advantage, the young man's opponent prepared to strike the winning blow. But he did not have time to complete his movement, as Jeremy stabbed him with the sword that appeared in his hands. Looking at his opponent's strange new weapon, the guard noted that it was somewhat similar to his club, to which his opponent replied that it was much better than any club. Where, immediately after what was said, Jeremy easily disarmed the enemy with a deft movement of his sword, and with a sword at his throat, the guard said that the applicant for the treasure had won and passed the test. Where, immediately after his words, part of one of the walls crumbled, opening a passage to a secret room. Once inside, Jeremy saw books and some kind of wooden device lying on the table. Not knowing what to do with all this, the young man suddenly remembered Wang's request to call him when he was near the treasures. Having assessed the amount of mana required for the summoning, Jeremy noted that he could easily afford it, even despite the fact that the character fell out of the diamond card. And now the character who appeared was already telling the young man to take the first book about medicine, where, as soon as he picked up the book, a window immediately appeared asking whether the player would like to learn this skill. Meanwhile, Wang explained that at one time he lost 6 children from illness, after which he began research and wrote this book. And so the book seemed to dissolve in Jeremy's hands, where he was immediately informed about acquiring the skill, resilience. And after the merging of 2 similar skills occurred, the young man was informed that he had learned a skill, complete immunity, which makes him immune to all diseases and poisons. This was a very useful skill that guaranteed protection against accidental death in one of the worlds from some unknown substances. Wang continued by saying that the next item was a geography book that he wrote while he was traveling. And so the book began to disappear in the hands of the young man, where he was announced that he had successfully learned the skill, exploration of territories. After which the 2 skills merged again. After which a certain navigation system appeared before Jeremy's eyes, where he was announced about receiving a skill, a map of portals. And when the young man realized that this map would display all the portals located nearby, his joy knew no bounds. And now the last item remained on the table, which turned out to be a miniature copy of the loading crane of the past, where it was announced to the player that for his convenience and in accordance with modern technologies, the skill had been changed, where now the young man has a place to store equipment. Deciding to test the innovation, Jeremy picked up a stone from the ground and placed it in one of the cells, immediately realizing that it worked like in a regular computer game. And so the treasure acquisition was over, where Jeremy and his companion from the past returned to their world. where Wong immediately said that his time was up, but he hoped that he could be useful and looked forward to seeing him soon. After saying goodbye to the character and thanking him for everything, the young man decided to test his new skills. After making sure that all 3 acquired skills were in place, Jeremy decided to take a closer look at the portal map. Assuming that all the points around the sign, which should indicate the player, were portals, the young man decided to verify this personally, just in case. And his guesses turned out to be correct, since after some time, following the coordinates of the map, he actually came across a portal, where he noted with regret that this portal had already been acquired by someone. Now, he had to figure out the difference in colors, where the green dot showed the portal of Class C, which he met along the way, and the yellow dot, Class B, where he is now. Thus it could be assumed that each class of portals would have its own color, but it was necessary to come up with something in order not to bump into already occupied portals. Where, after thinking a little, Jeremy decided to resort to a little trick by opening a notification window about the appearance of new portals. And when he turned on notifications, he was incredibly glad that he would be the first to know about each new portal and would be able to take them all for himself. The blade of the heavenly halberd, controlled by its owner, easily neutralized the next monster. And after he was on the ground, some object rolled out of him, where Jeremy was informed about receiving the antidote sphere. Despite the fact that he was already immune to literally everything, the young man still decided to take the trophy. And so the team congratulated each other on the successful clearing of another world. After which Hank suddenly asked if his friends had any other plans for today, to which Samantha replied that she had no plans, and Jeremy said that his plans were only for training. Then Hank offered to go visit him, where he has an excellent gym and a training room with virtual reality. Jeremy was extremely surprised that his friend had a virtual reality machine at home, which could be counted on one hand all over the world. Remembering how Hank bought a couple of portals for them, the young man wondered where he got so much money from. And when the question was asked, the young man explained that he lives with his brother, who earns very good money. Hank also added that his brother really wanted to meet Samantha, since he had already heard about her talents. And so Jeremy made a decision, saying that he wouldn't mind stopping by to visit his friend, which made Hank very happy. Soon, in the limousine that Hank ordered, the whole trio arrived at the right place and already left the car. Looking at the luxury new building, Jeremy could not believe that his companion had an apartment in this building, to which the young man said that he does not have an apartment here, since their family owns this entire house. And as they rode up the elevator, Jeremy wondered what his friend's brother was doing that could afford this. But then the elevator car doors opened, and the arriving people saw a young man in glasses greeting them, who introduced himself as Adrian McEnroe. Showing respect, Jeremy greeted the owner of the apartment, also saying his name. But suddenly the young man realized that the name the person greeting him with belonged to one of the few SS-class players. At that same moment, Jeremy began to scold Hank for not telling him everything earlier, to which his friend explained that this was the will of his brother, who decided that if everyone knew, they would feel uncomfortable around him. And Adrian, looking more closely at Jeremy, suddenly said that he had a feeling that they had already met before. Quickly trying to figure out where he would meet the SS-level player, the young man doubted the possibility of such a meeting. And Hank's brother had already approached Jeremy, where, looking at him more closely, he suddenly said that he could not believe his eyes. After all, in front of him stood a professional player of one of the multiplayer computer games of the past, under the nickname Firefly. The young man asked in surprise how Adrian knew his gaming nickname, to which he immediately replied that he was his big fan. Hank didn't understand what was happening at all, and Samantha noted his brother's worthy qualities. And the cheerful Adrian was already calling on the guests not to be shy, to come in and feel at home. And after a small feast, Adrian was fascinated by how Jeremy pulled out a game back in 2020, left alone against 7 opponents, where Samantha also remembered that incident. The very subject of today's discussion sat and only had time to blush while listening to the long-gone part of his past life. Not understanding what they were talking about, Hank asked what kind of battles his friend had previously participated in, to which Jeremy immediately explained that it was a computer game, and he was a little-known player. But suddenly Adrian, who had risen to his feet, was greatly indignant at the term little-known used by his guest, where the owner of the house immediately said that, unlike all the other boring players, Jeremy always knew how to win brightly and epically, winning the hearts of the audience. And when it came to the fan club, which, as it turned out, was created by Samantha, and Adrian was an active member of it, their idol literally grabbed his head, asking him to stop this discussion of his past. But looking at the wrong time, Samantha decided to take her leave, saying that it was already quite late, and it was time for her to go home. and when Jeremy was alone with Adrian, he thanked him for saving his brother's life during the exam. But the modest young man said that gratitude was not required since he was simply lucky. Then, the owner of the house promised to personally oversee Hank's training so that he would not be a burden on their subsequent trips. Then Jeremy became interested in what characteristics and skills a SS-class player might have, where he immediately applied the research skill. And as soon as the list opened, the young man could not believe his eyes, since the third-level gaming skill was in first place among all the skills. At that same second, Jeremy was informed that his game skill had entered into communication with a similar skill of a nearby player. At that very moment, a portal opened above the young man's head, from which Leia immediately appeared. Having greeted Jeremy, the girl said that she was glad to see him again, where she explained that she briefly stopped the flow of time in order to be able to talk with the young man. And she is very glad that she was able to appear at the right moment, since in a second the young man would have been torn to pieces. Hearing such a statement, Jeremy was literally speechless, not understanding why he should have been torn apart. And the representative of the universe explained that thanks to the communication skill, Jeremy's game skill level began to forcibly increase when a player with a higher level of a similar skill was nearby. Then the young man said that increasing the level should not be a bad indicator and cause harm. Then Leia explained that talents of a certain level are given to everyone from birth and will accompany them at this level until death. However, a forced change in the level of talent also means that the entire future fate of a person will change. And since the human body cannot withstand such stress, the girl decided to provide her pet with one artifact. Wear this necklace will take all possible stress on the body if Jeremy meets someone who has the talent that he has, but only at a higher level. And while the young man was putting on the gift, Leia added that this necklace gives a small plus to good luck. And the girl, when asked by Jeremy, explained that he only needs to wear this artifact, which also has several simple spells cast on it, which will prevent its theft. Saying goodbye to the young man, the representative of the universe said that for now she herself would look for a safe way to increase the level of talent. And then Adrian, suddenly revived, continued speaking, where he said that as a fan of Jeremy, he could not even dream of such a meeting. And the young man who had the information noted that, in his opinion, his interlocutor also has a talent for video games, where he thinks Adrian should try to play in a professional league. To which the owner of the house sheepishly replied that he had already tried to play, but he liked watching others play more than playing himself. And Jeremy said that with such talent the game, of course, would not be interesting to play at all. Adrian, concluding this topic, said that playing games and loving them are completely different things, with which his interlocutor agreed. While in a deserted place at night, Jeremy once again played the unifying lottery, where he received a gold card for the second time in a row, where the young man thanked the gift of the universe for this, and the enraged Wang Lung claimed that all this was his merit. Agreeing that the character he had summoned also helped, Jeremy offered to kiss him too, which of course did not really please the ruler of the past. But then a female voice asked for forgiveness for interfering in their relationship, where he immediately left Wang Lung. The young man went to the new character, saying that he was very glad to see the girl. And having gotten to know each other better, Jeremy noticed that Sister Anna's healing skills could be very useful to him in critical situations. After Anna left, the young man discovered a lack of mana to spin the lottery, and then he decided to use the purchase of tickets. Saying that he believed in Wang Lun's power, Jeremy once again launched the unification lottery. The result of which was that the character he had called for good luck once again increased the level. The young man was almost upset when Wang Lung reminded him that as his level increased, the master's characteristics also increased. Deciding that a unifying lottery was enough for today, the young man used the information lottery, where a terrible capsule was immediately given out. Having familiarized himself with the contents of the message that appeared, Jeremy shouted that this was impossible. After which he quickly rushed to run somewhere, without answering the questions of the character he had summoned about what happened. Then Wang Lung himself looked at the still glowing message, where he saw that his master had been given the task of saving Amanda from the terrible danger in which she would find herself in 3 hours. Amanda could not believe what she had just been told about, asking again whether she understood everything correctly. And the man confirmed, once again saying that someone sneaked into the interrogation room and killed the suspect. Then he added that, of course, they did not have any evidence. But given that all the recordings from the surveillance cameras were erased, it was one of their own who did it. Amanda came to the conclusion that only a very large organization could afford such a spy, and while she was trying to figure out how to identify the spy, they connected with her via intercom, saying that it was her turn to patrol not far from the portal to the world of Category A. Dressing as she walked, the girl said that they would talk when she returned back to headquarters. Amanda was taken straight to the starting point of the patrol route, where she decided that she needed to conduct a survey of the area as quickly as possible. Moving through the forest, the girl suddenly felt very dense mana literally condensing around her, where, before she could blink an eye, a portal appeared right in front of her, the structure of which had been changed for a breakthrough. She immediately realized that this was nothing more than a trap, where the attackers probably knew that she would go on patrol and set up this breakthrough. Acting strictly according to instructions, Amanda used the walkie-talkie to report her coordinates and call for reinforcements. She herself headed closer to the portal, thinking that she was quite capable of coping with this trap. After all, if she does nothing, the monsters that have already begun to penetrate their world will scatter throughout the area. Seeing who would become her opponents today, the girl squeezed the axe tighter, realizing that the battle would be very difficult, and the monsters who noticed the man immediately rushed to attack, emitting a loud, ominous roar along the way. Amanda met the first approaching wolf with a heavy blow to the head with her axe. The girl very deftly dodged the swift and deadly attack of the second, where, having assessed the tactics of the monsters, she realized that they understood their advantage, surrounding her from all sides. And having taken the necessary positions for a collective attack, 3 monsters immediately rushed at their victim. But the girl was not going to just give up, and using a circular blow, divided the bodies of all 3 attackers in half. After which, seeing another enemy in front of her, Amanda immediately rushed towards him, preparing her axe to strike. Where he didn't even have time to understand, the girl's huge axe was already in his head, and his head was pressed to the ground. At that very moment, a huge predatory muzzle appeared from the portal, grinning and making ominous growling sounds. He was quite tall, but at the same time thin, the owner of the world from which the uninvited guests arrived. Looking at her new opponent, Amanda grinned, calling the main wolf a goner who ate little porridge in childhood, and whom you couldn't even look at without tears. As if having understood everything that the girl had just voiced, the main monster tried to strike her, which the girl dodged by jumping back. And when she landed, crouching down a little, she said that apparently no one had ever trained such a huge dog. And immediately rushing at the huge wolf, she added that in this case she would now take care of the training. And so the main monster lay defeated, the portal was closing, and the girl, exhaling, noted that this time it had passed. But then she heard applause, after which some masked persons said that they had fully enjoyed the spectacle. Looking around, Amanda realized that she was surrounded by unknown persons on all sides. Taking up her weapon, the girl noted that she could not even imagine how low an organization like Blackwood could fall. To which the people around her only laughed because she mistook them for members of this guild. After which one of them said that they were not from Blackwood, but only those who had united in order to destroy the one they all hated. The girl noted to herself that things were very bad, but reinforcements had already been called, so she just needed to hold out a little. But then, as if reading her thoughts, one of the opponents surrounding the girl said that she might not hope for reinforcements. Showing the walkie-talkie, the man said that there were also people in the office who disliked her very much. Then, to the laughter of all the other villains, he added that sooner or later a girl with an inflated sense of justice had to suffer such a fate, and in her next life she should be more careful. And just as she began to say that no one would come to Amanda's aid, suddenly his speech was interrupted, and his lifeless body fell to the ground through the efforts of Jeremy. Gang members nearby tried to attack the young man from behind, but then the young man began to flutter between the opponents, quite gracefully fighting one at a time with his smooth movements of a straight sword. And finally he managed to get to Amanda, who immediately asked how the young man ended up here, to which he explained that he had come to save her, and therefore offered to first deal with the threat, and then discuss all the details, with which his today's partner agreed. While they were preparing for battle, Jeremy looked around and immediately realized what had happened, and since the breakthrough was prevented, he immediately suggested focusing on escaping from danger. After all, their opponents were no lower than Class C, and some of them were most likely Class A. And Xiao Ming, fluttering next to the young man in the air whom he managed to summon, scolded the gentleman for bringing them to such a dangerous place. Assessing the real situation, Jeremy realized that their affairs were really very bad. His partner, apparently, was very exhausted from the previous battle with monsters. And in an urgent matter and with a small amount of mana as an assistant, he could only afford to summon Xiaomin, who was unlikely to help him deal with these killers. Here Amanda apologized to the young man, saying that she would have warned him in advance if she had known that everything would turn out this way. To which Jeremy replied that if his partner was going to continue wasting time on empty chatter, then he would prefer to hear words of gratitude rather than an apology. Then he added that he had a plan on how to get them out, and therefore the conversation would have to be postponed a little. Meanwhile, the attackers were discussing where this guy had come from as they cut off any chance of her calling for reinforcements. concluding that there was a spy among them. However, a man with red hair appeared in the foreground and told them all to shut up, where he said that this guy could also be an S-class player, and therefore this must be taken into account when putting their plan into action. Suddenly, everyone who surrounded the young people began to quickly move in a circle, thereby trying to psychologically crush their opponents. Where, immediately understanding what was going on, Jeremy said to be ready, since an attack would begin at any moment. And then one of the killers actually rushed forward, drawing his knife and intending to stab the young man with it. But before the young man had time to do anything, he suddenly saw many arrows flying from the sky in their direction, where he immediately covered the girl with himself, telling her to be as careful as possible. When all the arrows were on the ground, the first person to be seen dead was the one who started the attack with the knife. Jeremy and Amanda were not affected, but the young man shouted to his opponents that they were completely sick in the head, since they had killed their own comrade. But it seemed that these people did not understand at all what friendship and camaraderie were. But suddenly someone like the leader of this disguised gang of bandits came forward. Throwing his hands up, he said that it was an honor for each of them to give up their worthless lives for the sake of realizing his plans. After listening to everything his opponent had just said, the young man found such ideology extremely disgusting. And immediately starting to wield the sword, he noticed that for this reason, it was completely pointless to try to talk to such people. The energetic blow inflicted by Jeremy was very strong and amazed everyone who had gathered here today for the murder. And the player himself shouted to Amanda that he would now clear a path where she would need to follow directly behind him. And so he rushed forward, only managing to scatter opponents in different directions with his straight sword. He explained to the girl following him that if they continued to move constantly in the same direction, they would be able to escape. Then he saw one of the attackers rush to the girl, warning her of the danger. But before she could do anything, the young man, making a sharp attack, neutralized the threat himself. But at that moment, Amanda delivered a powerful blow with her axe to another opponent, who tried to get close to Jeremy from behind. Xiaomin also did not stand aside and warned her master about the new danger that had arisen. Where, without even turning around, Jeremy jumped high into the air, which forced the rushing opponents to stop. And upon landing, the young man dealt a crushing blow to the attackers. His current partner could not help but note the high skills of her companion, to which Jeremy, smiling, explained that he had recently begun to get involved in martial arts, in particular Chinese wushu. But the young man happily announced that in order to get out there, were only a few meters left to walk. However, at that very moment the leader of the gang appeared in front of him with several henchmen, noting that with such skills the guy would never get out of here. And so Jeremy and Amanda again took a defensive position, and Xiaoming noticed that the man who spoke was most likely the leader of their opponents. Telling the girl to be careful, the young man said that he would try to destroy their leader. And so, with the help of the summoned character, he deftly bypassed one enemy after another, rapidly rushing towards his goal. He fell out very quickly, but the gang leader managed to block this attack. Feeling that the enemy was superior to him, at least in speed, the man called his henchmen for help. And while Jeremy was distracted by the confrontation with the leader of the gang, several more of its members tried to get the guest who ruined all their plans for today. However, the character accompanying the young man was not so simple and immediately used his abilities to the fullest, where, with some incredible light and fast movements, Jeremy was able to evade every attempt to reach him. After which, having waited for an opportune moment, the young man struck a powerful circular blow with his sword, and at once threw away all the attackers. But without stopping for a second, Jeremy immediately rushed towards their main one, launching another powerful attack. But suddenly his opponent felt that the young man's strength seemed to have diminished, which he immediately noticed with a laugh, having also added that now the guy is unlikely to be able to kill him and save the girl. At the same time, Amanda, attacked from several sides at once, did not have time to reflect all the blows that rained down on her. Seeing that the girl could not cope, Jeremy, throwing his opponent aside, rushed to her aid. Amanda, the field of missed blows, found herself on the ground, where one of the attackers was already hovering over her, who was preparing to finish her off with his weapon. However, his plan was not destined to come true, since Jeremy, who arrived in time, literally demolished the man with his sword. Helping his partner get up, the young man apologized for not having time to defeat the leader, to which Amanda replied that it was her fault, since she could not buy enough time for this. Then the disappearing Xiaoming turned to her master, who said that her time was over, where she hoped that the young man had some kind of plan. Turning his head and looking at the approaching opponents, the young man said that his whole plan was not to die. Meanwhile, their opponents, realizing that they had plenty of time, took their time and began to discuss how they could most effectively deal with the victims. Jeremy, surrounded by attackers, suddenly smiled and said to himself that he had only one way out. And now he has already called upon his faithful companion and bearer of good luck, Wang Lung. Looking at the situation, the summoned character noticed that his master had a real talent for regularly getting into some kind of trouble, to which the young man laughed and replied that apparently it was Wang Lung who had sinned somewhere in a past life. However, now there was no time for idle talk, and the young man asked Wang Lung to think of the strongest character that could come to his mind, where he immediately called the lottery machine to conduct a random lottery. This time, to combine in the lottery, Jeremy chose cards with an already summoned character, and with General Chin He, who helped him in the battle on the bridge. The young man needed luck, and needed a great warrior in order to break through and survive in this confrontation. By launching a lottery, the young man enlisted the support of all his artifacts, which brought him good luck, where, as Jeremy watched the cards swirl around him, he prayed that his luck would not desert him this time. And it really accompanied him, since he was lucky to draw a diamond card from the entire set. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits, sensing something was wrong, ordered his soldiers not to come close to their victims, but to attack from a distance, which they immediately did, where some used their bows to attack, while others used mana. Amanda could only watch as dozens of arrows and energy projectiles landed on her head. The girl understood that she definitely wouldn't be able to dodge everything, and therefore she had to try to avoid getting hit at least in vital organs. But before she had time to finish building her plan, her partner suddenly appeared in front of her and began to deftly deflect arrows and shells, where, watching his actions, the attackers could not believe that their victim was able to defend himself from everything. Of course, they could not know that the mythical dragon Hubei, whose weapon was now in the hands of the player, helped the young man to repel the arrows. Turning to the girl, Jeremy told her to completely rely on him, after which he was announced to improve his characteristics in connection with taking on the protection of others. Then one of the gang members noticed that they had a numerical superiority, proposing to attack the enemy and crush them with a numerical advantage, where, seeing the extremely unreasonable actions of the gang members, their leader tried to somehow stop this impulse. Meanwhile, Jeremy, watching as the attackers began to move in his direction, decided that sometimes the best defense would actually be an attack. Therefore, he did not wait for the opponents to approach him, and quickly headed towards them. And so, with powerful and precise movements, he destroyed one enemy after another, leaving them not the slightest chance. At some point he stopped and found himself surrounded by opponents from all sides, where the attackers considered this a victory, noting that now the guy could not escape them. And as soon as they rushed at their victim, believing that they could easily finish off the guy, Jeremy suddenly used one of the techniques of his mythical character. Spinning his spear very quickly, he began to scatter his opponents in different directions, where none of them was able to dodge the attack due to the thrust created by the rotation of the weapon. And the young man completed his already incredible attack with a powerful energy blow. Overturned by the wave and sitting on the ground, the gang leader could not believe what had just happened right before his eyes, where the bodies of his henchmen were scattered everywhere, and what was supposed to be their victim was not visible at all. But then the man's attention was attracted by some sounds coming from behind him, like quick steps. As it turned out, it was Jeremy, who was not slowing down, who continued to deal with the surviving bandits. And so the self-confidence of the attackers was greatly shaken, where they told the leader that they had no chance against this guy. But at that same moment, the fighter who voiced his doubts received a strong blow to the face from the leader, who ordered everyone to shut up and listen to him. Throwing the doubting warrior to the ground, the leader shouted that their mission was much more important than their miserable lives, where he immediately used certain abilities, saying in a zombie tone that his minions should continue the attack. But now they must focus on destroying Amanda, since she is their main goal. And as soon as the leader finished speaking, all his minions, intoxicated by his witchcraft, rushed at Amanda. But before they had time to take even a couple of steps, Jeremy suddenly appeared in front of the girl and apologized for his tactless appearance. After which, the young man grabbed his partner and quickly began to move away from the crowd of attackers. Along the way, he decided that, given that one of his hands was busy, it would be much more convenient for him to use the sword. And so, holding Amanda in one hand and a new short weapon in the other, Jeremy skillfully continued to deal with the gang members, where, having plunged his weapon into the body of one of the opponents, the young man noticed that, apparently, the attackers were now not entirely human. Here the character accompanying the young man in the battle said that according to his observations, all the attacks of the opponents were directed not at the master, but not at the girl. After which he proposed a brilliant idea, which was that Amanda needed to be thrown into the air in order to make sure that his assumptions were correct. No matter how strange it may be, Jeremy liked the idea, where he took the girl with both hands and apologized in advance for what was about to happen. Where at the same second the young man threw his partner high, shouting at the end to her not to worry, as he would definitely catch her. Hubei's dragon's guesses turned out to be correct, because as soon as the girl flew up, all the attackers froze with their heads raised. And Jeremy, watching the immobilized opponents, prepared to finish them off. Realizing that he did not have much time, the young man quickly moved from one bandit to another, striking them with his sword. And so when the deed was done, the character accompanying him noted that it was simply incredible. All that remained was to catch Amanda, where, looking at the sky, the Hubei dragon directed the young man's actions, telling him in which direction and by how many centimeters he needed to move. The landing point was chosen perfectly, where Jeremy easily caught his partner. Immediately after which the Hubei dragon said that his time had come to an end, and the young man would thank him for his excellent work and help. Turning his attention to his companion, Jeremy asked if everything was okay with her, to which the reeling Amanda replied that, in general, she understood the need for such a non-trivial act in this situation. The young man understood that the girl did not really like this flight, but this action helped to deal with the opponents. Watching the crowd of defeated bandits, Amanda could not believe that Jeremy could do it, where the guy himself thought to himself that he could do it, but not him. After which the young man drew the girl's attention to the leader of the group, whom he did not destroy, but simply knocked out. The young man then asked if the service had managed to find out any information from the captive Bill, to which Amanda sadly noted that he was killed, where the killer was probably someone from the service, where today she is absolutely convinced that there is a spy among them. And while Jeremy listened to the girl, he opened an information window, where the task to save Amanda was still relevant, which made the young man tense, since the mission for which he had come was not yet over. Deciding that he should take part in further events, Jeremy smiled and said that he had an excellent way to identify the spy, which he had already used to expose Bill. And so, after some time, the young man, accompanied by Amanda, was already in the meeting room of the service management. The head of the service, Don Williams, noted that they had not had an emergency meeting for quite some time, where he was very interested in knowing what was the reason for this. Amanda answered his question, saying that during her patrol she was assassinated by a group of 200 killers. Amanda's teacher, Alex Smith, who was present at the meeting, literally jumped on the spot, saying that only complete fools could come up with such an idea. And the girl continued, talking about how an artificial breakthrough was created, as well as how easily the signal from her radio was blocked, making it impossible to call for help. She was able to survive under such circumstances, only thanks to the fact that the player now standing next to her came to her aid. In this connection, she insists on his presence during this meeting at least as a witness. Here, one of those present asked if this was the reason for the emergency gathering of the entire leadership. To which the girl replied that from the part where there is something else that they all need to discuss today. Another member of the meeting, sitting nearby, asked how important it could be that the girl wanted to discuss. That for this it was necessary to urgently gather everyone. And no longer tormenting her colleagues, Amanda explained that the main reason for the meeting was to identify a spy among them. Where, after what had been said, the meeting participants, one after another, began to ask if Amanda was ready to take responsibility for what was said. To which the girl replied in all seriousness that she had a method that would allow her to identify the spy. Where to use this method you will only need to do a couple of things, but if the participants think that they cannot do it, they can refuse. Here the head of the service intervened, saying that he now understood the purpose of the meeting, and asked what they should do. Then the girl explained that first they all must take an oath that they will never talk about what will happen here. Where Alex, who continues to remain on his feet, said that his student can have no doubt about this. And turning to the gypsy Vita he had called, Jeremy asked to use a skill, an oath of silence. And when everyone in the hall took an oath in turn, the skill was activated, where none of those who swore would ever be able to talk about what they would see or learn here today. Amanda moved on to the next point, where she said that they needed permission to use their skills on everyone present, where, of course, they would not do any harm. To which one of those present asked if the girl could at least indicate what skills would be used. But instead of Amanda, it was her teacher who answered, who furiously hit the table with his fist and said that everyone gathered here was just cowards, since she said that the skills were not dangerous. After which he added that if Amanda caused any harm to anyone here, he would personally take responsibility for it. And so the first person to agree was the leader himself, who was already wondering what would happen next. Well, as was to be expected, all the other participants in the meeting gave their consent, where Jeremy, breathing out a sigh of relief, noted that all the conditions for using the skill had been met, where at that very second the character he summoned spread his energy to the room, where it now turned into a room of truth. Amanda thanked everyone present for their trust, adding that her last request would be very simple, where every person present in this room just needs to utter one single phrase, saying that he is not a spy. One of the men sitting at the table could not believe that everything was so simple, where in response to his question, Amanda said that everything really could not be simpler. The head of the service and Alex were the first to speak out, easily saying that they were not spies. And after them, all the other participants in the meeting also said the required words without any problems, where in the end there was only one man with glasses who had not yet uttered this phrase, where his colleagues asked Mark to quickly say these words so that they could end the meeting. But Amanda, who approached the man, cheerfully said that he did not say these words because he was simply unable to say them, where the girl explained that this is the effect of using the skill room of truth, where no one can tell a lie, and another participant in the meeting who tried to call himself a woman really couldn't do it. And the identified spy suddenly said that he could not believe that the girl had such a skill. Then Alex approached him, who still could not believe that one of his colleagues turned out to be a spy. But a second later, Mark suddenly shouted that he was acting in his name, and immediately rushed at Amanda, clutching a piercing object in his hand. However, the attacker failed to reach his goal, as his dash was stopped by Alex's powerful blow, who hissed through his teeth that no one dared attack his students. At that same second, Jeremy was informed that the task of rescuing Amanda had been completed, where he, falling into a chair, could not believe that he had managed to figure it all out. He immediately remembered the events preceding this, where, after offering help in finding a spy, he was annoyed to discover that he did not have enough mana to summon Vita, where in order for mana to be restored, he will need to wait until midnight. Looking at his hand, the young man noted that if it weren't for the ring that Amanda provided him with, nothing would have happened. Thanks to this ring, the mana value was raised by several points, which made it possible to summon the desired character. Although the girl, supplying him with this artifact, warned him to treat the property of the service with due attention, and while the young man was replaying all these events in his head, Vita asked if she could help him, to which he responded positively, thanking the girl. And when Jeremy noticed that with such a skill Vita should have a diamond card rather than a gold one, the gypsy laughed and noted that the guy was just lucky. Not quite understanding what the girl meant, the young man asked to clarify what this meant, and the gypsy immediately said that after the skill is activated, she no longer controls it. The effect of the skill does not terminate prematurely, and if someone at that moment decided to use it, then nothing would have saved the young man. This is approximately how she herself died in the past, where, after activating the skill, one of those whom she considered a friend called her a witch, where Vita could not justify herself, and therefore they treated her as they did then with everyone who was considered witches or heretics. They burned her at the stake. This story immediately gave birth to the idea in the young man's head that in future he needed to be more careful when using the skill, and the head of the organization looked at the thinking young man from the side. At the next meeting, the hooded man announced that Amanda Stone managed to survive, where, after a short pause, he added that she not only survived, but also destroyed their entire assassination squad, after which the masked people began to loudly discuss that this was simply impossible, since after stopping the breakthrough she should not have any strength left. The man in the tiger mask said that all their calculations were correct, and the plan would definitely succeed. And the girl in the butterfly mask said that the service was not capable of such a thing, and their goal was deprived of the opportunity to call for help. And the leader of the meeting said that according to available information, only one person came to Amanda's aid. His identity could not be established precisely, but he was fluent in using a spear and a sword, and at some point he also significantly increased his characteristics and mana level. After which the masked persons began to discuss again that only an SS-class player could do this. And in this case, only one person of this level comes to mind, which is Adrian McEnroe. But this argument immediately met with criticism, where it was said that Adrian is not a member of the service or guilds, but always works alone. But this argument was refuted by the suggestion that he may simply have been walking nearby when he saw the fight. But then all conversations were interrupted by the leader of the meeting, who loudly shouted that they had every chance of success, where his words were accompanied by a strong release of energy. Addressing all those gathered, the leader of the organization firmly said that no one dares to doubt him, where words of apology immediately rained down from everyone present for their tactlessness and loss of faith. And the girl in the butterfly mask noted that the past is in the past. Now we need to think about what Amanda can do next after catching one of the killers. To which the leader explained that the magic used had long ago deprived everyone of their sanity who had been exposed to it, and therefore there was no need to worry about the prisoner telling something. Then one of those present said that he had received information that Amanda had called an emergency meeting of the service management, where he hoped that their person would soon tell how it ended. And the hooded man summed up that due to the appearance of an SS-class player, they lost an entire squad and failed the mission to destroy Amanda. Where, after everything that has happened, the entire service will be on alert and ready for unforeseen situations. Then the man in the tiger mask noticed that there was no person in the monkey mask at the meeting, where the leader of the meeting explained that the previous failure motivated him to create something new, which was the reason for its absence. And indeed, while preparing his revenge, a face in a monkey mask tore up the images of Jeremy, whispering that very soon he would pay in blood for his shame. Sitting opposite the head of the service, the young man could not believe what he had just heard. Where Don continued, saying that he personally was completely confident that the room of truth was used not by Amanda, but by his interlocutor. Looking at the insightful man, the young man noted that in general it was not difficult to guess, since such a skill does not fit with the specifics of Amanda's personality. And the head of the service added that thanks to Jeremy, the life and health of their valuable employee is now safe. Moreover, the young man helped them identify and apprehend a spy in their ranks. Therefore, he would like to personally express his gratitude to Jeremy, both on his own behalf and on behalf of the entire service. And when the man asked what the young man would like to receive as gratitude, the latter replied that a simple word of thank you would be enough. At that moment, Don drew attention to the young man's hand, which he was gesturing with when communicating with the man, where Jeremy himself immediately drew attention to his palm, where he noted that he had completely forgotten to return this ring, immediately starting to remove it from his finger. But his actions were interrupted by the head of the service, who said that this ring would be a gratitude for his actions. Such a gesture of goodwill was extremely unexpected not only for the young man, but also for Amanda, who had been nearby all this time. But Don said that this issue had been resolved, where he was convinced that this would not be enough to express gratitude. After which he extended his hand to the young man, expressing hope for further cooperation, where Jeremy immediately accepted the sign of respect by shaking the man's hand. Where after this he, looking at the artifact on his finger, will not believe that he was just given such a valuable thing. In addition, the young man was to be awarded for the completed task by a representative of the universe. Taking a sip of freshly brewed coffee, Erle greeted Jeremy as he returned home, and the young man noticed that this time their new meeting took place quite soon, to which the girl suddenly said that she was not at all happy that she and the young man met so often, which shocked Jeremy, who immediately excitedly asked what he had done wrong to upset the representative of the universe, to which Erle quickly explained that the point is not in her interlocutor, but in the fact that visits to this world take a lot of energy from her every time. But recalling her last visit, the girl noted that in Adrian's house she simply had no choice. After all, the universe mainly acts as an observer, and only as a last resort can it allow itself to appear to a person. Thinking, the young man noted that they really meet often, to which his guest noted that it was all to blame for the special situations that Jeremy constantly finds himself in. And then the young man realized that all urgent messages are what the universe itself considers really important. And so he asked the girl a question about why he gets all these tasks, for which the universe then rewards him. But Erlia said that now she cannot answer this question, but if the young man gets more influence points, then over time she will tell. Immediately after which the representative of the universe assured Jeremy that under no circumstances did she intend to harm him. Having understood everything that the girl said, the young man said that he had no idea how to increase his influence. Answering that there are many ways, Erlia recommended just increasing your level for now. And then the young man realized that achieving new levels over time would in itself increase his influence. But coming to the main question, Jeremy asked if, like last time, he could try to choose some kind of reward himself, where, if it were possible, he would like to have at least something that would not require him to spend something for its use. The ticket system, of course, has a lot of benefits, but what bothers him is that its use affects the characteristics. Of course, the young man likes the fact that every 10th card is guaranteed to be at least gold, which already helped him when he was able to get Xiao Ming to help. But nevertheless, he really wants to gain some skill that does not have serious limitations. After listening to the young man, Erlea replied that she would take his wishes into account when she gave out the reward. But before that, the girl would like to invite Jeremy to get acquainted with the award that she originally planned to give him, where she was ready to bet that the young man would definitely like her proposal. Of course, Jeremy was eager to learn about the award, which the representative of the universe herself praised so much. And so, mysteriously clenching her hands, from which a strong glow immediately appeared, the girl prepared to show the hero the reward. And when she spread her arms, and the light that appeared projected the images of two warriors. Erleia announced that she was offering the young man the skill of double summoning characters. Confused Jeremy did not even immediately understand what was meant by the so-called double summons. But the representative of the universe confirmed his cautious guesses, saying that now he will be able to summon two characters at the same time, where the young man immediately imagined how he could fight while clutching a heavenly halberd in one hand and a spear in the other. However, the question arose, if he calls on two personalities, then whose characteristics will he then receive, because he has one body? Where the young man noted to himself that it would be nice if the characteristics of the characters were added up, but this would exceed any expectations. However, Erleia explained that the young man will receive the highest score of each individual characteristic from each character. But after this, the girl added that during the summoning, the young man will receive all the talents that the summoned characters possess. And for understanding, the girl began to explain that one of the characters can wield a sword at the second level, and a spear at the first, while the skills of the second character consist of mastering bows at the second level, and a spear at the first, where in this case the player gains skills in using a second-level bow, a second-level sword, and a first-level spear. The same applies to all other characteristics that both the characters and the player himself have. And so the young man, trying to figure out what prospects were opening up for him, simply could not believe that this was even real. He immediately imagined a situation where he received the talents of the jack-of-all-trades Wang and the luck of Wang Lung, where, with a similar set of qualities, he will be able to create a weapon that will have truly incredible characteristics. Not believing his luck, Jeremy asked Erleia if she was really going to give him such a skill, to which she answered positively. But she immediately warned him that using it too often is not very recommended, which already alerted the young man. And the representative of the universe explained that using this skill requires a considerable amount of mana. And when both personalities are summoned, the duration of the skill will be halved, and therefore you need to use it wisely. The young man noted to himself that such a powerful skill obviously had to have some limitations, where the question also arose about whether he would be able to use it at all given his amount of mana. In his hearts, he asked why the girl could not give him something without restrictions, to which she calmly replied that all restrictions are inextricably linked with the balance of energy in the universe. And then a luminous ball appeared in her hands, and Erleia, saying that at the moment this was the best she could offer, asked if Jeremy agreed to accept such a reward. Realizing that in any case, such a skill would give him a good advantage, the young man agreed to accept the reward, to which the representative of the universe said that she had no doubt about it. After which she hit the young man standing in front of her with a luminous sphere with all her might. After which he, writhing on the floor in pain and talking about Erleia being more gentle next time, the young man was informed about receiving a new skill, double summoning, and the girl, reminding Jeremy that the universe was watching him, slowly disappeared into thin air. Jeremy and Adrian were actively working with their fingers on the buttons of the joysticks in their hands, and once again Adrian defeated his idol, which the latter, of course, was not particularly happy about. He immediately turned to his companion in the game, noting that he, contrary to his own words about the bad game, was doing quite well, to which Adrian replied that it was his opponent in the game who most likely succumbed. Having said that he always gives his all in games, Jeremy suddenly drew attention to a certain device that stood nearby. He asked the owner of the house what it was, to which Adrian explained that it was his girlfriend who persuaded him to put this thing here. At that same moment, energy suddenly began to concentrate in the device, which greatly frightened the guest of this house. Assuming that an explosion would follow, Jeremy quickly covered his ears and pressed himself into the sofa. Meanwhile, Adrian suddenly said the name Anderson in a not very happy voice, where, immediately after his words, a girl came out of the device and told Adrian to rejoice at the arrival of the great warrior. And just as she began to talk about how the owner of the house should hurry up and bring her something to eat, when suddenly her speech stopped, where, seeing Jeremy rise from the sofa, the girl asked about who he was. But instead of answering the question, she was forced to listen to a lecture from her friend, who repeated for the 100th time that she should warn him about the visits. And when he finished, he with great pleasure introduced the girl to his idol and the one who saved his brother from death during the exam. After which Adrian said that Jeremy had most likely already heard about Mila Anderson, where of course the whole world knew about this girl, because it was she who developed the Awakener, created a virtual reality system, and introduced a system of player classes. It was Mila Anderson who was both the richest person in the world, and also the first to awaken her mana. Approaching the girl, Jeremy noted that he did not think that she was so young, to which Adrian tried to tell her true age, but did not have time to finish, as he received a poke in the side with his elbow. After which Mila, taking off her glove, extended her hand to the young man, saying that she had already heard about him and was very pleased to meet him. But as soon as her new acquaintance began to extend his hand for return politeness, Mila suddenly paid close attention to his bracelet, where she immediately asked whether the young man was really able to get this bracelet from the treasure world. Hearing this, Adrian was also very amazed at where this artifact could come from, and Jeremy had already launched his research skill, which immediately informed him that the girl had been found with a privacy bracelet, the effect of which had been dispelled. After which the study discovered another level of protection in the form of the effect of fake information, which was also dispelled. After which the young man noted to himself that this girl apparently had a lot of protective artifacts. But the research was completed, and Jeremy was finally able to see all of Mila's hidden abilities, even considering that she is a genius. 17 talents was a very large number, and besides, questions arose regarding how she knew about the bracelet. But then the young man's thoughts were interrupted by Adrian's impulse, who asked his guest not to be angry with the girl, where she simply has the ability to analyze any objects in their world, learning what and how they were made from. However, there are a couple of objects, the origin of which even she is not able to understand, where this is one legendary halberd and the sword Excalibur. But she just came across another object that she couldn't recognize, where Jeremy's bracelet became it. After listening to all the explanations, the young man said that now everything became clear to him, and the owner of the house suddenly said that he would like to ask his guest for one small favor, to which Jeremy replied that if it was in his power, he would of course help his friends. Then Adrian said that since his guest had visited the world of treasures, he probably already knew that there were other creatures from distant worlds, where they had a theory that these creatures might know something about why portals began to appear on Earth, where they, traveling through the worlds, collect information about this phenomenon, communicating with creatures and questioning them. And when asked if they managed to find out anything, Adrian explained that everyone they tried to talk to was banned. But based on what we managed to find out, someone went to another world and made some kind of deal, paying the bills with their world. Jeremy immediately asked if they suspected the head of the Blackwood Guild, to which his interlocutor replied that this was their main suspect. All this information was not exactly shocking for the young man, but it created many new questions. It turned out that all the monsters that broke through from the worlds were just reconnaissance troops, where players have talked many times about encountering monsters whose intelligence surprised them. Consequently, quite soon the Earth may encounter much stronger and smarter creatures, where a collision with intelligent inhabitants of other worlds is now just a matter of time. Testing his guesses, Jeremy said that the new monsters could be very different from the previous ones, and his interlocutor explained that representatives of other worlds are also divided into those who wish them harm, and those who, on the contrary, want to help. And after the young man thought about what had been said, Adrian added that the latter could definitely be considered allies. But Jeremy asked a question where he became interested in why they decided to reveal such important information to him, to which Mila responded by loudly shouting that they just needed Jeremy's help. After all, if a young man possesses such an artifact, it means he has some kind of talent that is highly valued by beings from other worlds, where the girl said that her new acquaintance could very well become one of the SS-class players, or even surpass them all. Completely not understanding how he could help, Jeremy asked his interlocutor about this, to which Adrian responded, saying that now they would like the young man to actively continue to improve his skills. Indeed, in the future they may begin to be attacked by much stronger types of monsters and creatures from other worlds. It is then that they will need the help of Jeremy, who by that time must be ready to withstand a threat of this level. And Mila immediately added that her new friend should not hesitate to turn to her for help, where she will always provide it. And while she was talking, Adrian whispered to his guest that despite her absolutely tactless behavior, Mila was generally a very good person. Smiling, Jeremy extended his hand to the girl, saying that he was honored to have such a friend as Miss Anderson. Shaking the outstretched hand, the girl said that from now on Jeremy could simply call her Mila. Through an open portal, the state of affairs of the Earth was observed by certain creatures that formed a circle, where, grinning evilly, one of these creatures said that the time of the pitiful race of people had come to an end. From the other side of the portal, a representative of the universe was closely watching what was happening, where Erlea, looking straight into the blackness of the open portal, said that time was almost over. The blow of the monster's tentacle hit the shield, which Hank, as always, had with him, where he immediately noted that this time his equipment had definitely come to an end, since the shield began to fall apart from the impact. Meanwhile, Samantha, attacking the monster, shouted that they had almost finished him off, where they needed to tense up just a little bit. Suddenly Jeremy saw one of the monster's tentacles attacking his girlfriend from behind, where he managed to cover the girl with himself. Seeing how the person dear to her received a blow, Samantha became very angry, taking a swing and gathering all the energy in her hands, after which she struck her opponent with a blow of unprecedented force, right on his head. Noting that the girl had made an excellent attack, Jeremy instantly jumped up, swinging his weapon. And so the monster with the heavenly halberd in its head was defeated, and the young man received a message about an increase in his characteristics. Hank noted that everything went well today, also asking if anyone was caught. After which, Jeremy looked at his shoulder, on which there was no longer protection, which was destroyed by the blow of the tentacle. He immediately said that this could not continue like this, and they needed to find new good equipment for the team. In one of the departments of the shopping center, a seller loudly shouted that only he was running a promotion for beginner players today. In another, the girl conveyed to the interested buyer the information that when purchasing this potion, the second one would be given as a gift. And just around the corner there was a forge, where the blacksmith and salesman in one person demonstrated the completed work to the customer. Walking through the players' mall for the first time, Jeremy noted that this place looked much more impressive than he could have imagined from the stories about it. Suddenly, Samantha, who was accompanying the young people, said that she wanted to go through all the departments, and therefore suggested that they see each other later. After which Hank suggested that his companion go straight to the gun shop, to which Jeremy agreed. But at that moment, his attention was attracted by some active swearing, where one of the buyers loudly declared that he had come across one piece of rubbish, and the man standing next to him declared that he had heard about cases of acquiring valuable things. And then Hank noticed that lottery shops are still a pleasure, where it is almost never possible to get something worthwhile. And when Jeremy asked what kind of lottery shop it was, Hank, happy to be mentoring his mentor, said that everything is sold here at very low prices, where valuable things are sometimes found among the mountains of trash. That's why it's called a lottery. The young man immediately invited his companion to try his luck, to which Jeremy responded with a categorical refusal, saying that luck was not his strong point. However, after a second, he came up with the brilliant idea of using his research skill to find worthwhile items. And so he changed his mind, saying that he would still go and see what kind of goods there were. And Hank, sticking to the plan, went to the gun shop, saying that they would meet later. And so Jeremy found himself inside the desired store, where he was told that he could pick up various items himself, and then go to the checkout with them. Standing at the shelves with goods, the young man noticed that it would be incredibly difficult to find something worthwhile among all this rubbish. Seeing a good-looking armlet, the young man used his research skills, where he immediately received information that it was just garbage. Things weren't going well since he couldn't afford to research every item because he would simply run out of mana before he even researched even 1% of the items. Suddenly his ears caught a very weak female voice, which tirelessly begged him to come to her aid. Looking into the passage, Jeremy was convinced that there was no one there, and the voice continued to talk, only it was no longer calling for help, but was telling the diary that no one had saved her today. Moving towards the voice, the young man slowly moved from one rack to another. And when he was at the next one, the girl screamed with all her might for the passerby to stop since she was here, right in the ring. When he sat down, the voice asked if the Great One could hear her, to which Jeremy replied that it was more than clear where he heard the pleas for help, so he came. And after a joyful cry, a very tiny girl suddenly appeared from the ring, who was incredibly happy to see her savior, where she immediately introduced herself, calling herself Ligeia, and saying that she was one of the 13 pieces of the legendary golden dragon armor. And Jeremy noted to himself that this was one of those animate objects that he had once read about in science fiction books. He never thought that he would be able to find such an item, where the young man became interested in whether he was able to hear her because of his communication skill. Turning to his new friend, the young man asked why she called him great, to which the girl explained that Jeremy personifies the gift of the universe to this world, like a golden dragon. Such a statement by the little fairy was completely incomprehensible to the young man, where he asked if she had mixed up anything. But Ligeia did not answer his question, but began to cry, saying that she no longer hoped to get out of here, and did not even dream of today's meeting. But then Jeremy said that he was just an ordinary person, and not a dragon, and did not know that dragons could even exist, which greatly upset the little girl, who began to cry even more, saying that in this case, she would apparently be abandoned here. And the young man asked if he could use the ring if he was not what Ligeia thought he was, to which the girl explained that you can use the ring simply by communicating with her. But in order to reveal its full potential, you need to remove the applied seals. But then the girl noted that for an ordinary person, it is almost impossible to do this. Then the young man said that he would simply keep in mind that the seals could be destroyed in the future, and so he invited the little ring keeper to join him, where he would try to find a way to destroy the seals as quickly as possible. The girl, very happy about this event, literally clung to her savior's face, asking him how she could repay him for his kindness. And suddenly she realized where they were, asking if her master had come here to buy equipment. And when she received a positive response, she immediately invited the young man to become his consultant, since she knows where the good equipment is. And so, after some time, the young man approached the cash register, where he said that he was ready to purchase everything that was loaded in his cart. He asked Ligeia if she had any skill for evaluating objects, to which she said that she simply has very well developed instincts, where the young man just needs to trust her. Very soon, Jeremy's companions were already marveling at the new equipment, trying it on and noticing its good quality. Samantha said that she would take special care of the donated items, and Hank noted that his friend was probably the only one who cared so much about his team. Jeremy, thinking that his eyes were about to fall out of their sockets from excessive use of the research skill, replied that he had not done anything supernatural, but simply bought equipment. Soon, the walk through the shopping center was completed, and the friends said goodbye to each other for a while. Left alone, the young man summoned his new fantasy character, where he asked her a question about what to pay attention to when removing seals from a ring. But then a map suddenly appeared before his eyes, where he was informed that a new portal had appeared. Jeremy noted that the portal opened very close, and almost in the very center of the city, where he immediately rushed in the direction indicated on the map, saying that the issue of removing the seals would have to be postponed for now. As it turned out, the portal appeared on the construction site right in one of the unfinished buildings. Applying his research skill to the passage to another world, the young man learned that on the other side, there was a Category B world, where, after thinking a little, Jeremy noted that he had enough strength to cope here alone. But then Ligeia said that her master had spent a lot of mana, and he should think carefully about whether it was worth going alone. Opening the status window, Jeremy noted that he had become significantly stronger, where, taking into account all his artifacts, he could easily pass for Class A. And so, turning to the girl, he said that he was ready to try to figure out the seals before setting off to conquer the next world. And when he asked again about the difficulties, Ligeia said that some great sorcerer would be suitable to remove the seals. After listening to the girl, Jeremy decided to take action, channeling his research skill into the ring. And then he was informed that the process of removing the first seal had begun, which meant that there were several levels of protection. And then, a bright flash before the young man's eyes accompanied the arrival of a message that the first seal had been successfully removed. And at the same moment, the discovery of the second seal was announced, where the process of its removal began. The little ringkeeper was shocked when suddenly the second seal was also removed. And now the process of removing the third seal had already begun, where Jeremy felt great hope that now everything would work out. But then he received a message that the third seal could not be removed, since this required the fulfillment of a special condition. And while he was thinking that his research skill was also not omnipotent, Ligeia was suddenly surrounded by a bright light, where immediately the little girl was greatly transformed and noted that breaking two seals at once was impressive. Immediately Jeremy was able to see a window with the characteristics of his new character, which greatly impressed him. It turned out that his new acquaintance is as good as if you add up the characteristics of his gloves and the ring donated by the service, where she is also developing. Jeremy also noticed that the talent of intuition had appeared, where he suggested that he too could use it. But Ligeia upset him by saying that this was her own talent, which only she could use. Then the young man asked what her talent was, where the girl explained that it was something like a sixth sense. It was this talent that she used to choose the right equipment in the store. Remembering that he had not yet checked the equipment, the young man immediately retrieved it from his item storage. Noting that everything looked quite good from the outside, Jeremy hoped that the quality was just as good, to which Ligeia said that she was rarely wrong. And so he began to apply the research skill to each of the acquired items one by one, where some items added strength, others agility, others helped increase endurance, and in any other store would cost a fortune. The only unusable item was the ring, which even the study identified as ordinary garbage. The girl apologized for this, saying that she rarely made mistakes, but Jeremy said that it was nothing. The young man noted to himself that her talent was similar to Van Lung's luck, and as the character develops, the probability of mistakes will approach zero. And so, having tried on all his new armor and materialized the heavenly halberd, the young man was ready to set off to conquer the next world, where his personal detector immediately warned that the gentleman needed to be ready to repel the attack immediately after he was on the other side. Having thanked the girl, Jeremy entered the portal, and as soon as he was on the other side, the monster actually immediately rushed at him, which he, however, dealt with without any problems with one simple movement of his weapon, where, after first impaling it on the tip of his halberd, the youth threw the monster into the wall, once again thanking Legia for the warning, and the girl had already noticed a new danger, informing the owner that new opponents were already visible right ahead. Jeremy also had a clear view of the monsters, which were still slowly approaching the distance required for the throw. And when they began to move faster, the young man, gathering energy, decided to try out one of his new skills, where, sharply straightening his weapon, he used a powerful energy blow aimed directly at where his opponents were fleeing from. Looking at what was left of the monsters that tried to attack, Jeremy himself was surprised at how strong he had, and the girl accompanying him, looking sadly at the torn bodies, quietly said that she was sorry for the lost goods. Hearing what was said, Jeremy did not understand what his companion meant by missing goods, and Legia did not keep her waiting long for an explanation, asking her master for permission to eat the monster's body. At that same second, some kind of energy spread from the ring onto the monster's body, under the influence of which the lifeless body suddenly began to disintegrate almost into molecules, after which, wishing herself a bon appetit, the little girl absorbed the mass into which the body had turned, where, through her tears, she immediately noted that it was true bliss to have a snack for the first time in so many years. Soon there wasn't a single body part of any monster left in the cave, but Legia said that even so, she still wasn't full. Opening the window for the status of the character traveling with him, Jeremy noticed that after absorbing the bodies, the development progress scale had increased. Then the young man's companion explained that when the scale is completely filled, the master will be able to remove the third seal, which will significantly improve her abilities. To which Jeremy said that in this case, he was ready to feed the little fairy to his fullest. Destroying another enemy, the young man noted that these monsters exude a disgusting smell. And then another monster with its mouth wide open tried to attack the uninvited guest who had come into their world. But the young man immediately blew off his head with his halberd, telling him not to open his mouth, which smelled so bad. Meanwhile, another enemy began his attack from another corner. Not allowing him to get closer, Jeremy struck the monster with a powerful blow with his weapon. But surprisingly, for some reason this blow did not even cause any significant damage to the enemy. The young man could not understand what was going on, since his strength was quite enough to not only injure, but generally cut this monster in half. And the enemy was already trying to attack the uninvited guest by jumping high and making a swing. Jeremy then decided to switch weapons, where his halberd quickly transformed into a sword, which he used to strike several times. And his companion, looking at the body cut into pieces, suggested that the gentleman was chopping them up so that it would be easier for her to eat them. But there was no time to talk, because the number of opponents was not decreasing, and the next game was already very close. Taking a deep breath, the young man used the roar of the tiger, which weakened the attack power of his opponents by 10%. And while the attackers were confused, Jeremy quickly rushed towards them. Finding himself very close, the young man used another of his skills, where the energy he created resembled an explosion. When the attack was completed, the young man noted that the correct combination of skills makes him much stronger. Meanwhile, the girl accompanying him was already preparing to absorb new bodies, and when she finished, Jeremy said that they had finally reached the room of the owner of this world. While Legia was wondering if there would be anything tasty for her there, the young man began selecting characters. And of course, the first person he called today was Wang Lung, who warmly greeted his master. Seeing the man appear, Legia shouted that she saw a ghost hiding behind her master's head. Then the character who appeared asked for forgiveness, and introduced himself as one of the ancient emperors named Wang Lung. And while the girl admired the emperor, Jeremy noted to himself that it was not enough for him to destroy the empire. Now he also boasts that he ruled. But when Legia asked a question regarding the state of his empire today, even the master himself became interested in what he would answer. Then Wang Lung quickly changed the subject, saying that he had been called to use the lottery, which meant that it was definitely not worth the wait. Hearing the word lottery, the ringkeeper happily said that she could help with that too, where the gentleman will have to press the scroll button when he gives a signal to do so. After freezing for a while, Legia suddenly perked up and shouted loudly for Jeremy to press the button now. And so, on the very first try, the young man got a golden card, which couldn't help but rejoice. The girl said that her intuition never fails, and Wang Lung dissatisfiedly noted that it was not intuition, but his luck. Meanwhile, Jeremy was already studying the characteristics of the new character he had summoned, who was a master of small arms. Having appeared, the character immediately declared that he would give his life for the master, where these words greatly touched the sentimental Legia. There was nothing more to wait, and the young man, accompanied by another warrior of the past, entered the room of the owner of the world, where the huge monster did not keep himself waiting and immediately rushed to attack. But But this time, Jeremy didn't even need to get close to him. He simply pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow at the monster, which pierced the monster's body and flew out from the back and pierced the wall. And while the weapon disappeared from his hand and an increase in level and characteristics was announced, Jeremy noticed that for such a modest world, he had summoned an overly strong character. And now he has already left the portal, returning to his world, where the girl accompanying him said that she was full. Literally immediately he received a call from Samantha, where the young man was very happy to hear from her. But when she said her father wanted to talk to him, Jeremy's mood changed dramatically. Straightening his tie, the young man answered Ligeia's question, explaining that he wanted to meet with someone who had helped him a lot to get on his feet, including getting him into the guild. But suddenly his speech was interrupted, as the young man suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. Jeremy stopped and looked around, where the girl, who did not understand what was happening, asked what happened. And the young man, without answering the question, asked a counter-question, asking if Ligeia felt the same as he did. But she didn't understand what the gentleman was talking about. And then the young man said that it was probably because they had recently left another world. A man with glasses, sitting in a defensive position, said greetings to Jeremy in a not very friendly manner. Presenting the man with a bottle of wine as a gift, the young man apologized for not stopping by earlier. Then the man said that if Samantha became part of his team, then he was simply obliged to meet him, once again asking for forgiveness. Jeremy said that he wanted to meet earlier, but he and the team had a lot to do. Having already taken out the bottle he had brought, he invited his old friend to stop chatting and have a drink. And now, the young man was already telling the man about how talented his daughter is, and how much she helps him out. The first bottle had long since run out, and now the owner was pouring a drink for the guest from his stock, accompanying this with the words that he would not give his daughter to any guild, although they often called. And suddenly he asked Jeremy in all seriousness if he and his daughter had started dating, to which the young man replied that he had known her since she was 10 years old, and she was like his own sister. But then the heavily drunk man jumped up, asking the guest if he didn't think Samantha was worthy of him. Then the girl herself appeared, accompanied by her mother, who, noting that her husband had gotten drunk again, said that she would calm him down and sent the young couple out for a walk. Outside, Samantha apologized for Dad, but Jeremy said it was his fault because he should have come earlier. But suddenly he attracted the girl's attention by showing her a beautiful necklace and asking her to accept this gift. And when she took it, the young man added that not only did he find it cute, but it also increased his perception by 2 points. The girl said that she was very pleased to receive such a gift, where she would wear it with great pleasure. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice asked for forgiveness for interrupting their conversation, but explaining that she did not have time, asked if this was the girl who had the holy gift. After which both Samantha and Jeremy, abruptly breaking the distance, prepared for the fight. Very surprised that he completely did not notice how this girl sneaked up on them. The young man used the research skill, believing that she was a high-level player, and while he was studying the characteristics of the future enemy, the girl said that the saint did not know them, but they had heard about her, and therefore she would go with them. Samantha had already tried to contact the service, but having failed, she informed her friend that there was no connection. Suddenly Jeremy said that he needed the girl's hand, where, without waiting for any answer, he instantly grabbed her wrist. Having received a message that the saint had blessed him, the young man launched a unifying lottery, where he immediately got a golden card. At the same time, the Liuli accompanying the girl noted that the energy of the young man who was with the saint suddenly increased. But before they even had time to draw their weapons, Jeremy had already rushed to the attack, knocking down the first 2 opponents in one movement. After all, this time he was accompanied by another skilled warrior from the past, whom he managed to summon using the lottery. Turning to those who disturbed their peace and prevented their romantic walk, Jeremy asked if the warriors were mercenaries of the Blackwood Guild, to which the girl, who was obviously the leader of this detachment, asked not to compare them with these fanatics. But the young man said that it was strange for him to hear such a ridiculous excuse, since now the persons standing in front of him were doing the same thing as other servants of this guild. And the leader of the warriors explained that they needed the help of the saint, where the young man should retreat if he did not want bloodshed. Hearing these words, Jeremy noticed that, apparently, they would not come to a peaceful solution, and so the warriors rushed forward, where the young man did not wait for them to approach, and also began to attack. The commander of this attack was able to dodge the spear strike with great difficulty, and immediately after defending herself, she shouted to one of her warriors that the enemy was still open and should be attacked. Immediately following the order, the warrior jumped high, pointing the tip of his sword down. But even without paying attention to this ridiculous attack, Jeremy, with a deft upward movement of his spear, disarmed his enemy. But the rest of the warriors also did not sleep and tried to surround the young man with concerted actions. Realizing that the distance to continue the battle with a long weapon was too short, the young man transformed his spear into a sword. Where, defending herself from his attack with a sword, the girl could only think to herself about what kind of monster stood in their way. Where this incredible player uses a long weapon from a long distance. But as soon as the distance is reduced, in the blink of an eye it turns into a short one. It was impossible to find any weak points in this enemy, who was also helped by the saint. In a short moment between the attacks or their reflection, Jeremy noticed that the alley was completely empty. Therefore, this is a prearranged ambush where there must be a person who supports the limiting dome with his energy. And now the young man has already discovered the one who is doing this, quickly rushing at him. Noticing where the enemy was aiming, the girl shouted that her partner had been discovered, and he should be careful. But Jeremy, shouting that it was too late, threw his spear at his enemy with all his might, and when it reached its target, it resembled a real, albeit small, but still explosion. After which the leader of the warriors noted with horror that the barrier they had created was crumbling. Also noticing that the isolation was disappearing, Jeremy hurried his girlfriend, saying that they needed to break through this window. And the leader of the attackers gave instructions to someone to stay and restore the barrier, while everyone else began to pursue the target. Samantha and her protector ran through the park for quite a long time and finally stopped to catch their breath. Looking around, the young man did not understand what was happening. After all, they ran for more than half an hour, but never left the park, which suggested another barrier installed on top of the first. After which he asked the girl if she had any guesses as to what kind of guild it was that was spending so many resources on her capture, where the girl, of course, did not know this information. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a man in a monkey mask on a lamppost, who joyfully said that he had finally found them. While he was descending, performing a somersault, Jeremy, covering the girl with himself, said that if they needed Samantha so much, then they should invite her officially. Looking at the young man, a certain new participant in today's events said that he had no idea who Samantha was. Collecting energy in his hand, the masked man explained that he came here today for Jeremy's head. At that same second, controlled by the killer, energy appeared under the young man's feet, forming a circle. However, his companion quickly managed to react, using the skill of an impenetrable shield with which she surrounded the young man. Immediately after that, a huge hand burst out from the circle under the young man's feet, breaking the defense. Jeremy was thrown back, where the girl prevented him from falling on his back, and the attacker was surprised to note that the girl almost managed to block his attack. Noting to himself that the enemy's dark aura definitely originated from the Blackwood Guild, the young man used his research skill. However, he was immediately informed about the effect of a magical artifact on the attacker's neck, which would hide some of the information. At that very second, the medallion hanging on the neck of the masked man began to work, which surprised its owner himself, not to mention Jeremy. Having looked closely at his victim, the attacker noticed that his enemy, apparently, had some kind of reconnaissance skill. Meanwhile, the young man noted that the effect of his skill was ending, where he perfectly felt what strong and terrible energy his opponent possessed. But his opponent also felt the changes, noting out loud that he felt the young man's energy had decreased. Shouting that this needed to be checked, the masked man again used his powerful weapon. Calling on the lottery machine to spin the selective lotteries, Jeremy, listening to Van Loon rushing him, realized that he would not have time to choose a character. But once again he was saved and given precious time by Samantha, who again blocked the attack. Trying her best to hold back the onslaught of the enemy, the girl shouted for Jeremy to run away from here. While the young man was informed that he had been exposed to the saint's favor, which increased his luck, he shouted for his girlfriend to retreat, since this confrontation was very dangerous. But the enemy's magic had already broken through the protective field, breaking it into small fragments, and the blow threw back the brave defender. All this gave the young man precious time, during which he managed to play through the lottery, where he successfully got a gold card. And while the next character was being summoned, the masked man immediately noticed that the energy level of his opponent was significantly increasing, and so the union of Jeremy with the summoned character was completed, where he had already pulled the bowstring. And so the shot was fired, where the arrow with the effect of an explosion was aimed exactly at the target. However, the masked man, who easily defended himself from this attack, noticed that his opponent was an S-class archer. This explained to him how he was able to stop the breach on the bridge, but at the same time the killer noted that he could not overcome his defenses. Where, observing what was happening, a summoned archer from the Chinese Qing dynasty found it curious that their enemy had survived being hit by his arrow. But pulling the bowstring again, the young man fired another arrow, where the killer watching his actions said that it was absolutely useless. However, it was no longer a fire arrow, but an ice arrow, which upon reaching the barrier, produced a strong freezing effect. But the masked man, laughing loudly, shouted that his opponent would not be able to freeze him inside either. But Jeremy did not pursue such a goal, where he once again pulled the bowstring, preparing to release the third arrow, where this shot turned out to be charged not only with the energy of the shooter, but also received the blessing of the saint. And when the young man received the corresponding message, he thanked the girl for her help. And so, shouting that now his enemy would taste the divine arrow, the young man let go of the bowstring, where upon reaching the protective dome of a masked man, the fired arrow produced a huge explosion. Observing the effect he was able to create, Jeremy said that this was definitely how he should have wounded his opponent. But when the dust settled a little and the smoke cleared, the man in the mask continued to be on his feet in his original place. Gathering energy into his hand, the killer hissed that for forcing him to use his artifact again, he would now grind his opponent into powder. Here, the time of the character he had summoned ended very inopportunely, where Jeremy did not have time to do anything, when he suddenly saw that his girlfriend was slowly sinking onto the asphalt. However, the harmful effects of the dark forces were suddenly interrupted by the appearance of the leader of the warriors, who attacked Jeremy and Samantha earlier, who dealt a powerful blow to the masked man. This blow threw the killer far away, and the girl asked Jeremy who this scoundrel using the dark arts was. Quickly realizing what was happening, the young man said loudly that this was a killer sent for the saint. Meanwhile, the masked man had already risen to his feet, asking the new participants in the battle who they were. But without bothering with explanations, the leader of the warriors rushed to the attack, saying that they were the first to come for the saint. But the masked man did not want to listen to what he was being told, where he used his powers at the highest level. Jeremy asked the leader of the warriors to hold out a little longer, where he was already preparing to provide assistance. Realizing that he could never defeat the killer on his own alone, Jeremy launched a unifying lottery. But its unexpected result was the appearance of Van Lung's card, where his level immediately increased by 1 more point. Lamenting that such a card had fallen right now, the young man annoyedly noted his complete lack of mana. Meanwhile, the masked man continued to fight with the leader of the warriors, using his dark skills, where the girl loudly asked how much more time the young man needed, since she could no longer cope. Jeremy was already clutching his head, since the next used ticket, purchased with his characteristics points, did not bring the desired result. He noted that he had already spent all his tickets, which he had saved for a rainy day, but was too short of the guaranteed 10th gold card. And the enemy continued to advance, where the opposing warriors and their leader were already coming to the conclusion that today, they would all die here. Rising to his feet, the young man suddenly realized that he had no way out of this situation, except one. He remembered the words of Airly, who said that the human body would not be able to withstand the increase in level. But realizing that there was no other way out, the young man tore off the protective stone. Immediately, an unimaginable and previously unprecedented flow of energy began to gather above his head, where, having gained the required concentration, this stream literally hit a person on the ground. Looking into the very center of the stream rushing through his body, the young man literally felt the energy of the universe. Watching her friend's face distort, Samantha standing nearby asked what was happening to him. But at some point, the flow of energy stopped flowing into the young man's body. Feeling his body, Jeremy noticed that he was ready to risk his life, but did not think that everything would end so easily. But then he received a message that the leveling process was starting to start, after which he experienced terrible pain that bent the young man in half. He was already on his knees and screaming heart-rendingly from the pain tearing through his body, frightening his friend, who did not understand what was happening and did not know what to do to help the guy. Having already fallen to the ground and experiencing unbearable pain, Jeremy mentally managed to notice that he had no idea how much the artifact given to him by Airly made his life easier. Meanwhile, the masked man conducted a little introspection, where the conclusion was that he experienced a feeling of rage and deviated from the goal, began to fight with some warriors that were completely uninteresting to him. But turning his attention to his victim, the killer noticed that something unimaginable was happening to the guy, where his energy was completely out of control, where the masked man came to the conclusion that his opponent tried to use some kind of dark art, but failed, which was only to his advantage. Deciding to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate his target, the killer aimed his blow at Jeremy lying on the ground. But now, for the umpteenth time, Samantha came to the young man's defense, protecting him with herself from the killer's attack. Seeing how this girl was literally sacrificing her life, the leader of the warriors shouted at her to use her shield. However, at the very last moment, Jeremy suddenly appeared in front of the girl, who neutralized the attack without straining. The masked man was simply dismayed by what had just happened before his eyes, and the young man told the girl that he was now completely fine, and she could rest in peace. At this point, Jeremy was informed that his achievement was recognized as the greatest of all time, where, as a reward, he receives a trial ticket for summoning characters from black cards, where the personalities summoned from such cards have an incomparably higher level than the characters summoned from diamond cards. Without even thinking, the young man immediately used the gift ticket, where he was instantly surrounded by many black cards, and the masked man, noticing that the guy's energy had changed a lot, was not stable, but very strong, decided that this should be reported to the guild. But his thoughts were interrupted by another attack by the leader of the warriors, who was quite tired of the killer. Deciding to deal with her once and for all, the masked man began to use his dark arts. But then his attention was drawn to the way his opponent was drawing the string of his new weapon. Having looked at it, the man in the mask laughed, asking where the guy could find this ancient and miraculously not rotten onion. Without answering anything, Jeremy simply let go of the bowstring and fired a shot, and his opponent sarcastically declared that the young man needed to fire 1,000 of these arrows just to scratch his defense. But then, unexpectedly for the arrogant killer, the arrow entered his protective field, like a knife entering butter. Where, watching what was happening, neither Samantha nor the warriors now acting at the same time with them could believe what they were seeing. Meanwhile, a masked man already lying on the asphalt asked Jeremy how he managed it, where, accompanied by a new and very strong character, the young man replied that he had not done anything special, but had only shot one arrow, and the character he summoned, possessing enormous strength and energy, also noticed that he could easily shoot any monkey. Taking aim at the already defeated enemy, Jeremy asked who he was and what he needed from him. But without answering the questions posed, the killer suddenly asked why the young man was not interested in why he was hiding his face under a mask, where he would not have put it on if they had not known each other. This information almost shocked the young man, who automatically relaxed his pull on the bowstring, trying to understand who this person could be, where these fractions of a second were quite enough for the masked person to use a spatial leap, which differs from teleportation in a short distance of movement. However, the character Jeremy summoned immediately pointed to the place where their opponent had moved. Finding himself, as he thought, out of danger, the masked man decided that now he had time to use teleportation and move directly to the guild. But suddenly another arrow literally knocked the ground out from under the feet of the unlucky killer. And while he was trying to get to his feet, simultaneously thinking that his victim had phenomenal abilities, Jeremy was already approaching his opponent. He looked at the aiming guy who told him not to move, thinking that this young man would definitely become an obstacle in his way. And so he decided that if he were to die, he would definitely not die alone, he should try to take his victim with him. Shouting that if he was interested in who was under the mask, then he should try to take it off. The man rushed at Jeremy, but the young man did not wait until he approached to any life-threatening distance, firing an arrow at his opponent. Approaching the destroyed enemy, whose mask had broken, Jeremy noticed that he did not know this man, where he simply fell for a cheap trick. Then Ligeia appeared from her house in the ring, and said that the amulet hanging on the neck of the master's defeated enemy had a terrible aura. Taking this item in his hands, the young man noticed that it was a magical artifact that should definitely be taken with him. But suddenly the young man, looking at the girl, asked when she managed to clone herself, where after that, Jeremy collapsed onto the stone tiles, unconscious. His fading consciousness was able to catch a woman's voice, saying that she had found him and asking him to help him. The young man received a message that, due to the improvement in his talent for the game, he can now choose for himself what time he wants to receive information about in the information lottery. In addition, when using the unifying lottery, black cards will now be available for drawing. The arrival of these messages woke up the young man, where his faithful companion Ligeia was incredibly happy about it. Having looked around, Jeremy asked where they were, to which the keeper of the ring explained that the masked girl and Samantha had brought it here. Feeling hellish pain all over his body, the young man was nevertheless glad that his girlfriend was all right. Recalling his last team-up, Jeremy noted that the power of black cards was simply incredible, where his SS-class opponent was unable to counter him, where the characters from the black cards are really much stronger than the characters from the diamond ones. Also, after some analysis of his summoning experience, Jeremy came to the conclusion that over time he would be able to summon the same characters from black cards as from gold or diamond ones, only with significantly more powerful skills and characteristics.
His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Samantha and the girl from the park, who was already without a mask.
Where, apologizing for not having the opportunity to introduce herself, the girl identified herself as Elizabeth Green, where she was a member of the martial arts clan, where, upon hearing this, the young man immediately noticed that she was one of the so-called enlightened ones, where he always thought that people, monks, lived far away from worldly life, and therefore it became unclear why they needed Samantha. But then Elizabeth turned to Jeremy's friend, saying that she had cured the latter, as she promised, and now she was asking the saint to save their mistress. The young man could not have expected such a turn of events, and so they, accompanied by their new friend, were already heading to another building of the monastery. Opening the doors to one of the rooms, Elizabeth invited the guests to go inside. There, lying unconscious on the bed, was a beautiful girl who, according to her faithful servant, was the heiress of their clan of warriors. While Jeremy and Samantha looked at this girl, Elizabeth took an object and asked the saint to accept it. And to Samantha's questions, the girl explained that before she ended up in a coma, their mistress gave instructions to hand over this item to the saint. Interested in the subject, Jeremy applied his research skills to it, where he was immediately shown information that this artifact gives the skill of complete restoration, giving its owner the ability to heal any ailment. Quite surprised by the presence of such an artifact here, the young man at the same time understood why they needed Samantha. Then Jeremy saw a message about the discovery of a player with the holiness skill, where the skill transfer process was immediately activated. Here the young man asked if their mistress was always sick, to which Elizabeth explained that she was healthy, and just one day she was found unconscious. At the same time, the girl could see the future and knew that someday she would fall into a coma. After which the young man asked a reasonable question about why, knowing her fate, she did not change it, to which his interlocutor explained that her mistress did not know exactly when this or that event would happen. Before falling into a coma, she said that she saw a full-scale invasion of monsters begin on the Earth. She immediately called a meeting where she spoke of the need to unite with other players on Earth to counter the threat. However, the elders opposed this proposal, saying that they would fight on their own, since players from outside would only be a burden. During the meeting, someone used force to harm the lady, which is why she fell into a coma. And now Elizabeth asked to save their mistress, where, having woken up, she would be able to unite the players to save the Earth. The young man asked if their mistress had mentioned when the invasion would begin, to which his interlocutor explained that only she herself knew about it. Suddenly, Samantha intervened in the conversation, saying that she had figured out how to use the skill and would do everything to save their mistress. And now the girl has already directed her power to awaken the sleeping woman, where it immediately became clear that her condition had stabilized. However, the mistress has not yet woken up, but the force used by Samantha has already begun to rapidly fade away. Deciding to lend a helping hand, Jeremy immediately called on Sister Anna, and so he directed the action of the character he had summoned onto his friend so that she could use the recovery skill with renewed vigor. Where the girl, suddenly feeling a strong surge of strength, was amazed by this phenomenon, and now she was able to significantly enhance the effect of her full recovery skill. And when the bright light that blinded everyone around finally went out, Elizabeth saw her mistress already sitting on her bed. Immediately rushing to her, the girl could not find words to express all her joy. Betty, who woke up, already thanked her savior for her help, to which she replied that she needed to thank the girl for her new skill. But then she turned her attention to Jeremy, thanking him for his help. Surprised that a complete stranger to them simply called him and Samantha by name, the young man came to the conclusion that she really could see the future. Apologizing for getting down to business so quickly, Jeremy asked the girl to tell her more about the monster invasion of the Earth. Having agreed to share the information, Betty, at the same time, looking at the screen of her mobile phone, noted that a lot of time had already been lost, with very little left before the invasion began. Tormented by guesses about how many days were left, 50 or maybe 500, Jeremy thought that in any case preparations should begin immediately, no matter what the number was. However, instead of naming the number, the girl suddenly began counting down, where, having counted from 4 to 1, she suddenly said in confusion that that was all now. Where at that very second the young man was literally attacked by messages that new portals began to appear everywhere. The news anchor delivered the latest news with an urgent note, saying that many new portals had appeared around the world. Jeremy, who watched the episode, noted that there was definitely no time for that now, when the presenter announced that some professor had been invited to study the phenomenon. The one Samantha awakened insisted that he stay with them for a while to heal his wounds, and therefore all he could do now was somehow try to gather information. And so he decided to use the only method available to him, calling on the infernal lottery machine. After which he called his lucky friend, where with his help the young man decided to test the updated lottery. And so, having set the parameter to receive information about the future, the young man launched a lottery. He felt that he was experiencing the same thing as if he had launched the lottery for the very first time when he suddenly saw a terrible capsule fall out, which, as a rule, promised further problems. Where, in the highlighted window, the young man read the task, according to which he had to destroy a certain dead Captain Amorous. Noting that he had never heard of such a character, Jeremy settled on the hunch that it had something to do with the new portals. The advantage was that he was not limited in time, but after receiving this message, the young man began to experience a very strong feeling of anxiety. Meanwhile, in the USA, a couple of players, very happy that so many portals had appeared, noted that in front of them, there was a portal, behind which there was only a Class B world, which they could easily clear, and they got easy prey. Deciding to start immediately in order to be in time for other unoccupied portals, the partners moved, and while one of them was trying to make out someone, an arrow whistling past to his left struck down his comrade on the spot. Turning sharply and looking at his dead partner, the man did not understand what was happening. However, when he heard some footsteps, he turned around, where he saw a well-organized formation of armed monsters. All he could do was let out a short scream as several arrows flew towards him. In parallel to these events taking place in the USA, players who decided to visit one of the new worlds through a portal in France were already begging the monsters not to kill them. Just like in Japan, a whole group of players suddenly found themselves trapped after well-organized actions by their opponent. The call center was bursting with calls reporting sentient monsters, missing groups of players, and the return of only a few. After listening to the urgent report, the service leader said that they must urgently warn all guilds about the danger, where he ordered a strict ban on entering the portals that appeared today after 9 o'clock in the evening. When one of his assistants went to carry out an assignment, Don turned to Amanda, who was nearby, where he entrusted her with a task of particular importance, according to which it was necessary to find a way to study a new type of monsters in order to provide everyone with instructions for countering. And the first priority was to find and assemble teams of high-level players to explore new worlds. Thinking about how to organize the execution of the assignment, the girl understood that every high-level player has his own mind and she needs someone very reliable. Taking out his cell phone, Jeremy saw that Amanda was calling him. As soon as he answered the call, the girl immediately said that she was inviting him to explore new worlds, where they were ready to pay him about 10 million. Hearing such a proposal, the young man was speechless, where, interpreting his silence in her own way, Amanda told him that she understood perfectly well that he deserved much more. But this was the maximum that they could offer him. However, 10 million was more than enough for the young man, where he immediately asked where he needed to go. And now he was already standing in front of the entrance to the new portal, where in front of him were 4 more players and Amanda. The girl began by introducing Jeremy to the players Janine and Jake, who were in the same guild and had Class A, after which 2 more partners of Jeremy, Rob and Adam, were introduced, who were also in the same guild and had Class S, where Adam immediately showed his essence, disgustedly noting that no one told him that there would be a burden on the team in the form of rank B, meaning Jeremy. But Amanda stood up for the young man, saying that rank is not an indicator of skill, where she personally vouches for this guy. After which she asked the group if there were any other questions, where none came from anyone, and tightly gripping her favorite axe, Amanda ordered everyone to get ready and begin the operation. And now the team has already disappeared into the portal from the side of one world, and appeared from the side of the other, where, looking straight ahead, Jeremy, not without surprise, discovered 3 doors. At the same time, Jake noted that they were lucky, since in such worlds it can be difficult to guess the essence of the mission. But here it is definitely clear that they need to go through all the doors. Then Amanda said that since there were 3 doors in front of them, the smartest thing to do would be to split up 2 people per door. She suggested that members of the same guild should not be separated for maximum efficiency. But Adam suddenly said that he had a great desire to keep the beautiful Amanda company. However, his impulse was pacified by his partner, where Rob said that he hoped that the man would behave much more seriously in battle. And the group leader continued, saying that in this case she teams up with Jeremy and wishes everyone good luck. And now each of the 3 teams was already standing in front of the door through which they had to enter. When the door was open, Amanda and Jeremy were surprised to note that they were in some kind of forest, where, in response to the young man's questions, the girl explained that these worlds are very different from those that were on Earth before, where this world is something like a task. Before this, monsters in most worlds only sought to destroy all those who appeared before them. But in worlds with the monsters' tasks, they seem to be trying to prepare people for confrontation, where after these words the young man immediately remembered everything that Adrian told him, And the girl said that here you need to be prepared for anything and make informed decisions. And as soon as she finished speaking, a huge monkey suddenly appeared in front of them, where immediately after it another one appeared, no smaller in size than the first. While the young man was using his research skill, Amanda told him to prepare for battle in any case, since even in such worlds the monsters were not any friendlier. Meanwhile, research revealed that in front of them are warriors of a local tribe who love to fight and revere the gods of the sun and moon. And then they began to shout that the battle would be life and death, that they would get everything they wanted. Noticing that these monsters were definitely trying to tell them something, the girl also expressed her regret that she did not understand their language. And the monster standing in front of everyone said that it was time to start a duel to the death. But then Jeremy asked his opponents what they mean when they say that they will get everything they want. Surprised, Amanda immediately asked whether the young man really understood their language, to which he replied that apparently yes, which was possible because of his talent for communication. And so the huge monkey said that since man understands their language, now they will tell you what needs to be done to gain power. Meanwhile, Jeremy received notice that he needed to defeat the tribe, collect the souls of the sun and moon, and destroy the shackles of the souls. After which he told his companion that this battle was part of their task, which pleased the girl, who preferred to swing her axe more than think. Without hesitating for more than a second, Jeremy rushed to the attack, where he delivered a quick and accurate blow to the first enemy he came across. The force of the blow was enough to throw the monkey several meters back, but moving incredibly quickly across the battlefield, the young man was already launching a new attack, bypassing the enemy from behind. He delivered an incredible number of blows, from which his opponent skillfully covered himself with his huge shield, where he noted that the young man had good and fast blows, which, however, were clearly not enough to knock him down. Deciding to exchange his celestial halberd for a sword, Jeremy said that he would now see what his opponent had to say about it. And then the young man began to deliver new powerful blows to his opponent. But still covering himself with a shield, the monkey called his opponent a fool, saying that he could easily repel any of his attacks. But before he could finish his speech, suddenly Jeremy's sword pierced his shield first, and then stuck into the monster's body. After which the young man noted that the monkey, of course, had a wonderful shield, but his weapon was also capable of something. Saying that he relied too much on his shield, the defeated opponent collapsed to the ground. And Jeremy, pleased with his victory, raised his shield, deciding to take it with him, shouting at Amanda that he was already coming to the rescue. However, seeing how skillfully she dealt with the monkeys, the young man noticed that she apparently did not need help. Then he decided to chat a little with his ring-bearer, calling for her to appear. Pointing at the monster, the young man said that she could devour this body, to which Ligeia replied that she was not particularly hungry yet. Where, upon hearing this, Jeremy found such a statement very suspicious. Having decided to look at the characteristics of his character, the young man was quite surprised that her development progress had become more than 51%, while the last time it barely reached 1%. He immediately called on his faithful companion to tell him what had happened, that she was not hungry, and immediately increased her progress to half. To which the girl admitted that she could not resist, and ate the guy in the monkey mask. Hearing this, Jeremy accused Ligeia of cannibalism, to which she explained that she simply wanted to try that strange aura, and did not notice how carried away she was. Listening to the girl, Jeremy remembered the demonic energy that he felt from the masked man. And since Ligeia was able to absorb him, then he really was not entirely human. Having thought everything over carefully, the young man told his companion not to worry about this, where it was even good that the Blackwood Guild would not find his body. And Ligeia said that she was ready to absorb the body, which the girl immediately did, where only some stone remained lying on the ground. Having picked up the object, the young man received a message that this was the concentration of the souls of the sun and the moon, which made the task easier, since collecting stones directly depended on the destruction of monsters. Cheerfully noting that things would go much faster this way, Jeremy said that he would leave all the bodies of defeated monsters at the disposal of Ligeia. Having dealt with all the monkeys quite quickly, Amanda and Jeremy moved through the forest, where at some point the young man said that they had arrived at the place. Approaching the very edge of the cliff, the young man said that this was the village of the very tribe with which they had recently fought, where his partner today noticed that he was very quickly able to find this village, where he could definitely become a specialist in worlds of this kind. Then, having examined the village, the young man said that, apparently, the obelisk from which the energy emanates is the shackles of souls that must be destroyed. And while Amanda was trying to figure out how it would be most convenient for them to get into the village, Jeremy said that he suggested not going down there at all. After which, materializing a spear in his hand, he told the girl to leave the solution to this issue to him, and when he finished speaking, the young man swung and threw his weapon as hard as he could, where it, having reached its target, immediately smashed the obelisk into small pieces. While the spear was returning to its owner, Jeremy received a message about the successful completion of the task, where he was quite surprised that everything happened with one blow. It was immediately announced to him that, in connection with the successful completion of the task, the players would be moved to the next location. After which, a certain teleport moved Amanda and Jeremy to a new room, where the girl immediately drew the attention of her companion to 3 huge balls hanging in the air, in 2 of which something was happening. As they got closer, the players noted that now that they had completed their mission, they could watch other teams complete it. And the young man was already applying his research skill to the altars that were located under each of the balls. Not quite understanding what they were needed for, Jeremy decided to call on his old friend, who would be able to figure out exactly what to do with them. And so, Wong appeared and noted that apparently, something very interesting was waiting for him. First, he said to try to direct the young man's energy into the altar, and then do the same with the balls. And so, completely satisfied with the result, Wong noticed that now the guy would be able to influence what was happening there. However, according to the scientist, something is clearly missing here in order to be able to make changes, to which the young man cheerfully said that he had something in mind, where he removed and placed on the altar one of the stones that he and Amanda collected from the bodies of defeated monsters. And at that same second, an information window appeared before the young man's eyes, indicating how many stones are needed in order, for example, to reduce the strength and energy of opponents, or even to move another player. Calling Amanda, the young man said that he already understood how this altar could be used, where by throwing stones on the altar, he explained that this way you can influence their allies or opponents, as well as move to them. Where he had now placed the stones on the altar, he decided to try to help one of the teams in the battle. And then Jake, who was barely holding back the onslaught of one of the monkeys, suddenly felt a sudden surge of strength, where, without any significant difficulty, he was able to push away the monster that had fallen on him. And Amanda and Jeremy, watching what was happening, joyfully concluded that everything worked out. However, despite this short effect, the team still found themselves in a difficult situation, where they were surrounded by monsters that suddenly appeared. And then the girl shouted that a simple one-time increase in energy would not help them win, and asked the young man to send her to them. And now the girl was already lying on the altar, surrounded by stones, asking if it was safe, to which Jeremy said that she should just trust him. And when everything was ready, Amanda was moved to the team, where Jake and Janine were extremely surprised by her unexpected appearance. Concluding that now that team would definitely cope with its task, the young man decided to see how the other team was doing, where it immediately became clear that they were also having a very hard time, since one of their opponents had an impenetrable shield. Coordinating the actions, Rob said that he would try to block the monster's attack and make a hole in the defense, where Adam's task was to inflict as much damage as possible, and when the monster rushed at him, the man gave his partner the command to attack. After which, Adam immediately struck the monkey on one of the exposed parts of the body. But when he completed the attack and decided to look at the result of his work, he was surprised to find that there was not a single scratch on the monster. Then, the young man launched a series of successive attacks on his opponent. Meanwhile, Jeremy, who was observing the progress of this battle, said that improving the characteristics of the allies or deteriorating the characteristics of the enemy is unlikely to help here. Thinking that it would be nice to move to them, the young man laid out the remaining stones on the altar, thinking about where he could get 10 more pieces. And then, paying attention to the shield in the hands of the monster, the young man literally had an epiphany, where at the same second he took out from his inventory storage the shield of the previously defeated monkey that he had taken with him. And since exactly the same stones were inlaid into it, when placed on the altar, the movement function became available. Meanwhile, the monster pushed the annoying young man away with a kick, and Rob, barely holding back the pressure of the monkey, only had time to scold his partner for his helplessness. But then Adam jumped to his feet, saying that he was the rising star of the guild, and the monster would never defeat him. But the monster made an effort and pushed away the man holding back his movement, after which, swinging his huge shield, the monkey prepared to lower it on Adam's head, where, having prepared for death, the young man did not even have time to understand that someone had just rushed past him, telling him not to stand like a pillar. It was Jeremy, who had already raised his celestial halberd over the head of a huge monkey, and then it was announced to him that in his attack he had successfully combined 2 of his skills at once. One such attack was enough for the monster to be defeated, and the treasured stone immediately fell out of it. Shocked by what he saw, Adam couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how this guy could do this to his B class. And Rob, who had already managed to approach, sincerely admired the young man's attack, asking if he was a member of some guild. And when the man, having learned that Jeremy was not a member anywhere, tried to invite him to their guild, the young man politely refused, saying that he planned to found his own. And Adam, standing next to him, didn't understand why everyone rated this guy, who only had a B rank, so highly. Getting seriously angry, the young man said that very soon he would show everyone what he could be capable of. Soon the second team, with the help of Jeremy, completed the mission and was safely transported to the crypt with altars, where, immediately looking into the ball showing the situation of the last team, Jeremy said that they seemed to be coping, but immediately, pouring a bunch of stones onto the altar, the young man said that it would be much faster if he intervened. And so he climbed onto the altar where the stones were, and at that very second disappeared in front of the surprised men's eyes, where Rob noticed that this guy never ceases to amaze him with his abilities, and they simply had to recruit him. No more than 5 minutes had passed from the moment Jeremy left the room, and suddenly bright blue flashes illuminated his space, where Amanda, who appeared with the others, said that all the tasks were successfully completed. She then turned to Jeremy, asking him what they should do next. Noticing the way the other participants were looking at him, the young man noted to himself that he really didn't know what to do next. And just as he wanted to try again to explore the altar using his skill, suddenly the room was illuminated by a very bright flash. Taking a fighting stance, Amanda ordered everyone to immediately prepare for the fight. Meanwhile, Jeremy was trying to see through the bright light what was happening behind him. However, at some point the bright light disappeared, where a new huge door appeared in front of them, where behind it, the owner of this world should have been. While Amanda was talking about how everyone had worked hard today and were pretty tired, suggesting that the fight with the owner be postponed until tomorrow, Jeremy noted the new altar that had appeared along with the door. After reading the instructions, the young man realized that for every 10 stones, you can optionally increase or decrease the difficulty level of the battle with the owner, which will determine the size of the reward in case of victory. He immediately informed Amanda that with the help of the sun and moon stones, they would have the opportunity to change the difficulty level of the battle, which greatly pleased the girl. Addressing those present, the girl said that she understands everyone's desire to take risks for the sake of a big reward. But since their mission is primarily educational in nature, she suggests not taking risks with the level of difficulty. And when everyone agreed with her words, Amanda said that in this case they would leave the battle for tomorrow, and now all that remained was to determine the order of the guard at night. And so, a few hours later, the whole group was already resting near a fire built not far from the altar, and only Jeremy lay unable to close his eyes, where he explained this to himself by the fact that he was not used to spending the night in other worlds. Having risen, the young man was thinking about how he could pass the time, where he even considered the option of doing a little training. And then he noticed that there was no person in one of the sleeping places, and the guard was also not visible. Looking around, Jeremy suddenly noticed Adam performing some manipulations with the altar. At that same second, quickly rising to his feet, he shouted to the young man to move away from the altar, to which Adam sarcastically replied that he can do everything the same as Jeremy, and therefore the latter should not consider himself the coolest. And so the action of the stones was launched, where the young man explained that he had lowered the difficulty level, and would now show everyone how he could defeat the owner alone. But before he even had time to prepare for battle, suddenly, from the darkness outside the door, spiked cannonballs connected by chains flew straight into his face, where, from the blow he received, Adam quickly flew past the other team members, slamming into the wall with enormous force. And the monster that appeared from behind the door said that fools who are unable to distinguish between recklessness and courage are not worthy of possessing its power. The first to attack the monster that appeared was Rob, who used a shield attack technique. But his attempt was not crowned with success, since he could not even get a couple of steps closer to the monster, which counterattacked him with its formidable weapon. Shouting that they had no choice but to defeat the monster right now, Amanda was the next to rush into the attack. However, the chains that connected the cores quickly and deftly entangled her weapon, after which the monster stopped the girl's actions with a simple movement, hitting her on the floor. Janine, seeing what had just happened to her colleagues, was amazed that this monster stopped the attacks of the S-class players so easily, began to doubt the chances of success. Meanwhile, Jeremy checked Adam's use of the altar, saying that instead of lowering the level, he increased it to the maximum. And so, calling on the Keeper of the Ring and the Bearer of Good Luck Wang Lung, the young man said that they all could only hope for good luck. He also prepared a privatized medallion, which drives away negative energy, which means it can also promote good luck. And so, having secured several options for support at once, the young man launched a unifying lottery, Watching as the young man's mana level began to increase, the monster said that this made him very happy, since he would finally be able to fight with a real warrior. And then the Chinese general Chang Pu, who appeared next to Jeremy, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which the young man was announced to increase his character level for his repeated challenge, where the next message was that the ability to summon a horse was added as a reward. And when Jeremy found himself on horseback, he was also informed that his characteristics improve when he fights on horseback. The monster really liked this incredible aura that Jeremy created, and he told the warrior to attack him. But the young man did not need any invitations or persuasion, where he was already rushing towards the monster on his horse. With his heavenly halberd, he dealt a powerful blow to the monster, throwing his opponent far back. Where he stopped, Jeremy watched as the monster's flight was interrupted by the door to his room. Meanwhile, Rob watched in amazement as Jeremy fought on horseback, not believing that this guy had a summoning skill. Amanda noticed for herself that 10 million would obviously not be enough. The monster, once again on his feet on the floor, said that the man's blow was really good. Well, Jeremy was already approaching the enemy on his horse, raising his weapon to deliver a new blow. However, the monster was somehow able to evade this attack, failing the young man's blow. After which, already swinging his flexible weapon, the owner of the world shouted that first he would get rid of this annoying horse. But completely unexpectedly for him, the horse suddenly stopped the movement of his weapon, pinning him to the floor. After which he sharply moved his head forward. The animal struck the monster with enormous force, from which he once again flew in the opposite direction from the location of his opponent on horseback. But the young man did not slow down the onslaught, where his faithful steed in one jump brought him to the enemy, on whom he immediately dealt a crushing blow. Grabbing the place where he had just had his hand, the owner of the world shouted that nothing was over yet, where, at that very second, a new limb instantly grew from the stump at his shoulder, and then he jumped high, intending to fall with his entire mass on the enemy and his horse. But the young man was ready to both block the attack and counterattack the monster, readying his weapon, where, within a second, he used the skill of cursing with spirits, where it was immediately announced to him that the spirits had cursed the enemy, lowering his defense and endurance. And immediately after this technique, Jeremy delivered the final blow right to the heart of his bulky opponent, where he did not allow it to fly off the tip of his halberd, directing his steed in the direction of the monster's body. And just like that, without letting his enemy fly free, Jeremy will escort him all the way to the door. And so the monster, grabbing the weapon that struck him with one hand, said that it was something incredible. Raising his other hand and pointing it at Jeremy, thereby transmitting some kind of energy, he added that his opponent deserved this power. And the young man was already listening to the announcement that he had received a skill in the form of the fighting spirit of the tribe, as well as increased stamina by 20 points. Then the young man turned to the defeated master of the world, asking permission to ask a question, to which the monster said that any wish of the winner would be fulfilled. And then he asked his question about whether the monster by chance knew a certain dead Captain Amaris. Not believing that he was hearing this name, Jeremy's opponent asked him about the reasons for the search, to which the young man said that he had to destroy him. Then the owner of the world explained that this would be an incredible feat, where the tasks of his world are simply ridiculous in comparison. But he believes that the great warrior will cope. He also added that it is this character named by the guy who commands the dead, where he is called not only the dead captain, but also the king of the undead Amaris. Soon, the group returned to their world, where Amanda immediately announced the completion of the task. Rob approached Jeremy and thanked him for saving their lives, and also apologized on behalf of the guild. In response, the man said in fashion that he sincerely hopes that Adam will recover very soon. Then Amanda turned to the young man, who asked him to come to their headquarters after rest. And when he asked a question about the purpose of the visit, the girl surprised him by saying that, firstly, he should receive new mana hours, and secondly, his reward would be revised upward. After which she added that Jeremy fully deserved the promotion to Class A, which he was also incredibly happy about. Concluding the conversation, Amanda said that before that she recommends that the young man get a good rest and sleep. Then, turning her attention to Adam, who was being carried away by his colleague, the girl angrily said that they were all waiting for a letter of apology after he recovered. And so, the next day, Jeremy was already accepting congratulations and updated mana clocks corresponding to his new Class A, where he, looking back at all the recruiters who were being held back by security, hoped that next time the situation would be calmer. Meanwhile, the recruiters, trying to outshout each other, called Jeremy to join their guild. Listening to their screams, the young man, leaving, noted that they were much noisier than those who were chasing Samantha. And so Jeremy came home, where his faithful Ligeia congratulated him on all his successes. She was already comfortably placed on his head when he remembered that he had not checked his characteristics for a long time. And so he looked at his level and characteristics, where he remembered the events in another world when the Chinese general left him. He really wants his reward to be this horse, which he was able to summon once, but he was given an attack ability, and one that he already had. Of course, this had its advantages, since using this attack would now spend less mana and do more damage. But the sadness was still present. Also, as a trophy, he took with him both the monster's weapon and his lifeless body, where all this was in his storage. However, the most pleasant acquisition was the tribe's morale skill, where when fighting with an enemy whose level is higher than the player's level, the latter receives an increase of 5 points to his characteristics, where with this skill a young man will be able to raise his levels even faster than he did before. Holding the blood orb in his hands, guild leader Blackwood said that he had made a decision regarding what he would be responsible for using it. And the girl in the butterfly mask said that they still need to establish the whereabouts of the monkey, to which the hooded man said that the bear was already doing this. Here a man in a tiger mask intervened in the conversation, asking where the sabotage was planned to be carried out this time. But instead of answering the question, the man with the sphere in his hand said that this time they would face monsters about which nothing was known. And only after that he said that this time their path lies on the islands that belong to the Japanese. Having already had time to rest well and regain his strength, Jeremy arrived at the place where the new portal was supposed to appear. And when he explored the passage to another world, he learned that the owner of that world is none other than the imitator, who is able to copy the skills of his opponents. Turning to Ligeia, the young man asked if the simulator could copy equipment, to which the girl explained that in her world, such entities only copied skills, which Jeremy found excellent since it would then be a battle between S and A players. Deciding that there was nothing more to wait, the young man, holding out his hand, headed into the next world. When he was on the other side, he looked around, finding no one at all. But the ringkeeper who was with him warned him of the danger, telling him to pay attention to his feet. Jeremy barely managed to dodge the blow of his own celestial halberd, which his opponent held in his hand. And then he, not wanting to remain in debt, struck back with his own similar weapon. After which his opponent finally appeared right in front of him, congratulating his guest on arriving at his lair. And now Jeremy's copy said that he had already looked at all the information about him, where now they were equal. However, the young man did not come here to just chat with his copy, where he had already jumped up and began his attack. However, the copycat blocked this attack from his original opponent with a deft move. Then Jeremy said that he would finish off the copycat in no time, to which the angry Jeremy said that he could try as much as he wanted. And then the real fight began, where a copy of the young man exactly copied his every attack. But then the original Jeremy pulled himself together and delivered a blow that his copy could not repeat. Where, moreover, the blow was so powerful that it threw the imitator many meters back. Wildly angry, evil Jeremy shouted displeasedly, asking someone invisible why he could not strike such a blow. But then the original player used Tiger Roar on his less fortunate opponent. And so he looked at himself, lying on the floor of the cave, saying that the imitator still did not understand anything. After which he advised him to use the skill of research in order to understand the issues that were tormenting him. And when the evil Jeremy asked what kind of communication was present among his opponent's talents, the young man noticed that he guessed that it was impossible to copy all the skills. The imitator was extremely unhappy that he could not copy all the talents of the intruder, which had never happened to him before. And when Jeremy asked his companion why his opponent was so furious, the girl suggested that it was because of pride, since she would be furious if she could not absorb some monster's body. Meanwhile, wanting revenge and retribution for the ridicule, the Jeremy imitation began to attack. However, with a quick and precise movement, the young man disarmed his opponent. Then, feeling the cold steel at his throat, the imitator said that it was simply too weak for the young man to fight without objects, to which Jeremy replied that pride was inappropriate here, since the battle was not for life or death. After which, the young man said that his opponent was too talkative and it was time to finish with him, where he began to move the blade. But the imitator asked him not to rush, saying that he was not here by choice and did not want to fight at all. And when Jeremy asked about the reason why he was forcibly placed in this world, his copy said that the guy should just not kill him, then he would tell everything. Deciding this was his chance to find out a little more about the invasion of Earth, Jeremy moved his weapon away from the evil Jeremy's throat. But at the same moment Ligeia was activated, who loudly shouted to her master that the simulator was lying. But evil Jeremy, who had already summoned the evil Wang Lung, said that now it was too late to decide anything. And so, having prepared himself, the imitator launched a unifying lottery, where the original Jeremy could only lament the fact that he fell for this bait, and his copy loudly shouted that they would never, under any circumstances, bow to people. But the lottery finally gave a result, where both evil and ordinary Jeremy directed their gazes at the regular card that fell out, where the young man even felt sorry for this monster, who had to experience his bad luck. And the card that fell out turned out to be another Van Loon, where the evil Jeremy immediately received a message that the level of the summoned character had been raised. And the real Jeremy, who had already approached his double, pierced the imitator with a simple movement of his halberd, saying goodbye to himself. And then messages about increasing the level began to arrive one after another, where in one fight, the young man immediately increased his level by 10 points. In addition, a transparent sphere rolled out from the body of the defeated simulator to the feet of the winner, where the young man was happy that he was able to get the skill stone that was promised to him after he conquered this world. Near the newly opened portal stood 2 people in special forces clothing, with dead soldiers lying behind them. And so, one of them, having received confirmation that there was a creature of a class equal to SS on the other side, took out a bloody sphere, saying that it was time to start the performance. And so he threw this sphere straight into the portal with all his might, starting the process of changing its structure. After which, after consulting, the men decided that they did not know what kind of monsters would appear from there, and therefore, it was better to run away. But then the creature that appeared from the portal shouted for the men to stop, stopping their movement with its power. He accused them of disturbing him when he was about to get some rest, before invading the human world. After which, he literally crushed those who gave him the way here, saying that they destroyed all his plans. Deciding that nothing could be done about it, the creature approached the cliff, noting that he really liked this place. Deciding that he should just have a little fun here, the dead man who appeared in the human world began to use his power, where at the same moment 2 ancient wooden ships appeared in the air and took to the water. And after some time, their number was increased to 4, where he only had to recruit commands for them. And again, using his abilities, the dead man called upon all those who were once swallowed up by the sea to rise, where just a few seconds later, the heads of skeletons appeared on the surface of the water, which he ordered to board the ships. At the same time, the monster felt that he had spent a lot of energy, where if he had known what was ahead of him, he would have asked for the blessing of the ruler. And while he indulged in his thoughts that this weakness was connected with this sudden movement, 2 more skeletons appeared behind him. And so he gave one of the skeletons a good slap in his heart, saying that he was very sorry that he could not kill them twice. But suddenly his attention was attracted by a certain luminous object, where he felt someone's gaze on him. It was a satellite observation point, whose employees were already reporting a breakthrough and the appearance of new monsters. Since it was a border area with Japan, their naval forces were already deployed to resolve the issue. Watching through his binoculars, the captain of the ship said that they must not allow the monsters to reach the shore and the cities. After which the captain added that they just want to help their neighbors defeat these monsters, and, as gratitude, perhaps take one of the islands for themselves. And the dead man, who had summoned ships and other dead men, was already able to notice the approach of the enemy. Using his power again, he began to spread a thick fog across the future battlefield, where the crews of the ships were very surprised at where such an impenetrable fog could come from so suddenly. And suddenly the person looking ahead loudly announced that something had appeared right ahead of the ship. Watching his ships prepare for attack, the dead man only chuckled. He could not curb his excitement from facing something new, where the monster loudly declared that he would take all their money from them, as well as their lives. Watching how all 3 enemy ships slowly disappeared under the water, the alien demanded that everyone see his greatness. Following Amanda, Jeremy asked what happened that he counted 40 missed calls, to which the girl replied that they had a new emergency. And so, entering the office, where Adrian, the head of the service, Don, and some other man were already present, the girl said that she had brought the player Jeremy Randalls. Adrian, of course, was the first to greet his old friend, noting that he would be glad to work together. Meanwhile, the young man, looking at the man in uniform, noted that he had already seen him somewhere. In response, the man introduced himself as Defense Minister Patrick O'Doyle, after which he said that rumors about the young man's exploits had already reached the highest ranks. Not expecting to meet the Minister of Defense himself, the young man said in confusion that he would like to meet him once, mentally noting that in this case, something very serious had definitely happened. And now he was already sitting on the sofa, where Dawn, having launched the projector, asked everyone to carefully look at the screen, where the first frame showed ancient wooden ships, and after the picture changed and a certain dead man was looking at the audience from the screen, Dawn said that after the breakthrough, new monsters appeared. Just by looking at this monster, Jeremy immediately realized that this was the dead Captain Amorous, And so, the task was set to destroy this monster before it could reach the big cities, where, after the Japanese fleet failed, it was decided to attract players, where both Adrian and Jeremy immediately agreed to help deal with the problem, saying that they could not ignore the threat to the world. And Jeremy noticed to himself that some help from the armed forces would be very useful for the destruction of Amaris. But then Dawn interrupted his thoughts, saying that Jeremy had been chosen to lead the entire operation. And after these words, Ligeia said that her master was appreciated, and he would definitely cope. And the Minister of Defense said that all people from nearby settlements had already been evacuated, and the operation needed to start as quickly as possible. But then Jeremy said that he needed to prepare for this battle, where he would arrive at the scene a little later. After which he turned to Adrian, asking if there were any good forges nearby. And now he was already standing on the threshold of the workshop, stretching his hands and preparing for work for which he had very little time. Where, having examined the premises, he could not even imagine that in Adrian's basement there could be a whole forge. Wong, who was summoned by him, asked what this wonderful room was, to which Jeremy explained that it was something like a workshop. And so, saying that it was time for them to get to work, the young man took out and placed in front of him images of ancient swords, where, after seeing what kind of weapons were in the photographs, Wong was amazed to recognize the twin blades of one of the great commanders. And the young man asked who might come to mind first when thinking about the battles on the water that they would face. And then he answered it himself, saying that he would create the twin blades that the great Admiral Zheng Ma once wielded in order to call him into battle. And now he was already melting his trophy in the form of a flexible club, where Wong only had time to admire this beautiful metal, which was all permeated with energy. Meanwhile, Jeremy said that in order for everything to work out, they need not only deft hands and knowledge, but also luck. After which the player, who today retrained as a blacksmith, used a double summon for the first time, where the second character was none other than Van Lung with his luck. Wong, seeing the character appear, noted that he looked very majestic, and just as Wang Lung was about to introduce himself, Jeremy interrupted him, saying that there was no time for that now. And so he already began to work, where Ligeia was next to him for good luck. And Wong said that there was only one chance, so he couldn't make mistakes. After another blow to the metal, the girl suddenly said that this would be enough. After which the learned character immediately hurried to lower the blade into a container of water. Jeremy did this immediately, where the red-hot metal met the water and instantly filled the room with steam. And so, after some time, both blades were ready. Where, squeezing their handles, the young man asked if that was all. To which Wong said no, since the blades must have engraving. And so he used his power, after which an engraving in the language of an ancient Chinese admiral appeared on the blades, where he seemed to be talking to his descendants now about how he once took upon himself to defend the lands and seas of his homeland, where he carried it through the centuries. And as soon as the engraving was completed, the young man received a message about the successful creation of the legendary weapon, for which he was entitled to a reward. All those who accompanied the creation of swords did not remain emotionally indifferent. 2 supersonic fighters were quickly approaching the conflict site. The pilot with the call sign Alpha said that due to very dense fog, he was unable to detect the target where he decided to descend, where his partner on the other plane was not happy about this, saying that it was too dangerous. And the captain of the dead had already noticed new opponents, saying that he would get them in the air. And using his energy, Amaris said that no one was allowed to fly over his territory, where a second later both planes exploded, and the pilots had no chance of saving their lives. After which the captain said in an ominous voice that now it was time to test what was stronger, their iron troughs, or his wooden ships. Then the captain of one of the ships said that they could no longer remain idle and decided to attack, where players could join in as the battle progressed. Having listened to the captain's arguments, Adrian had no choice but to agree with him, and so the ships headed for the very island where the enemy ships still remained. Finding themselves in the fog, the team members took turns reporting that the radar had stopped working, as had their communications. Then the commander ordered to slow down and look around more carefully, shooting at everything that moved. And then he was informed of the appearance of an unidentified ship on the horizon. Deciding not to tempt fate, the captain ordered to open fire on the enemy, which was immediately carried out. Looking at the result of the attack through his binoculars, the man said that they had hit and the enemy ship was going to the bottom. But suddenly his eyes opened wider as the fog cleared a little, and he saw that it was not the enemy, but the Japanese ship that was sinking. And one of the crew members had already reported that the enemy ship was approaching them from the starboard side, where Amaris, laughing loudly, noted that stupid people so easily fell for this old trick. And so the enemy ship not only came close, but literally rammed the ship. The players on board told the crew to retreat while they detained the enemy. Noting the nobility of those who went out to battle, Amaris ordered his warriors to prepare for the attack, and as soon as they were told that they did not need prisoners, the dead immediately rushed forward. Adrian watched anxiously from the deck as events unfolded on the neighboring ship. Shouting loudly that the crew of that ship was in mortal danger, he ordered to move to the rescue. And so their ship instantly began to gain momentum, simultaneously firing at the enemy. But the enemy ship started firing back, where a member of the ship's crew said that they needed to get out of the fog as they couldn't aim. Meanwhile, on the deck of the attacked ship, a deadly battle was in full swing, where the score was clearly not in favor of the people. The captain of the dead, who was in charge of all the actions of his team, ordered to sink this vessel first, and then divide the rest and sink them one by one. But then the person looking ahead reported that he had spotted some kind of boat on the water. Snatching a telescope from a crew member, Amaris actually saw a boat approaching them, which in his opinion could not cause problems. And in that boat, Jeremy finally arrived on the battlefield, who asked to be taken to one of the ships, hoping that he was not too late. And so, having completed a rather high jump, the young man landed directly on the deck of the desired ship. Having introduced himself to the team and saying that business had delayed him a little, the young man announced that he was taking command, where his energy immediately spread around, where every member of the team felt it. And the naval commander Zheng Ma, who was next to him, said that he really missed the sea. And so, holding out his hand, clutching one of his swords, he said that he would not allow the barbarians to set foot on his native lands. Jeremy was immediately informed of numerous improvements during the battle on the water, where, among other things, the armor and maneuverability of the ship were increased, and the damage received was reduced. The leadership skill was also activated, which increased all the team's skills and increased their trust in the captain. Dual weapons were also combined with the leadership talent, from which all characteristics were also doubled. Pointing to the proximity of the enemy, the admiral said that it was necessary to attack immediately, to which Ligeia said that this should not be done, since she felt there was a trap here. And the young man was glad that after increasing the level, the girl learned to guess the enemy's intentions. But suddenly the admiral said that the presence of a trap in this case did not matter. Where, looking at the amazed young man and girl, Zheng Ma said that in a battle on the water, the one with the stronger ship wins. And he immediately began to use his power. The man added that if the guy wants to win, he must believe in his ship. The one looking ahead reported to Amaris that an enemy ship was rapidly approaching them, where indeed some unknown devilish ship was rushing towards them with spikes on the deck. Noting that people do have taste, the captain of the dead ordered the capture of this ship, and so his ship headed straight towards the approaching devilish ship. But the ship, which came out to confront the monsters, did not even think of letting the enemy near it, where his bow cannon, having collected enough energy, fired a barrage of fire at the approaching ship. The burning dead began to fall overboard, and the victorious ship rammed the blazing ship. Rising from the deck of the sinking ship, the captain of the dead Amaris could only lament regarding the loss of the ship. And Jeremy had already reported on the sinking of one enemy ship, asking for the coordinates of the others, where his skills had dispelled communication restrictions. The third detachment reported that there were no ships in their field of vision, after which Adrian, on behalf of another detachment, reported that after the attack on them, the ship disappeared into the fog. And then the captain of one of the ships suddenly said that the enemy was right in front of him, asking for instructions for further actions. But when asked to provide the coordinates, he explained that this was impossible, since the radar did not work. And then the admiral told Jeremy to calm his mind and try to concentrate on the energy of his allies. And then his leadership skill activated the search for the location of his allies, where he immediately said that he had found them. Having told the captain to break distance with the enemy, the young man also gave instructions to the helmsman about where to move. And then both an allied ship and two enemy ships appeared in their field of vision, where Jeremy gave the order to go straight between two enemy ships, where the crew needs to prepare for a collision. And so, when their ship found itself between enemy ships, the order came to turn. The ram was a success, and Captain Jeremy's next order was to open fire on the enemy, which was immediately carried out by the crew of his ship. Finally, the confrontation reached hand-to-hand combat, where all the players on Jeremy's ship rushed into battle, boarding the enemy ship. Having ordered not to spare anyone, the captain himself said that for now, he would take care of the second ship. And so he, being on the deck of the enemy ship, was already crushing the dead with all his might, sending them back into the depths of the sea. Watching how his fleet was being actively destroyed, the captain of the dead became truly furious, saying that he was the true ruler of the seas. Amaris prepared to unleash all his power, unleashing it on his opponent, where, from the portal he opened in the sky, a huge ship appeared, which was rapidly falling down. And when this colossus sank onto the water, then for Jeremy's ship, which was tiny in comparison with it, the wave he created was tantamount to a tsunami for him. And the captain of the dead, Amaris, was already standing on board, saying that he would never lose a battle at sea. Observing the enemy ship directly ahead, Amaris came to the conclusion that victory would be his if he sank it. Meanwhile, Legia noticed that it was strange, but the sea seemed to kindle excitement in her, where Jeremy confirmed what was said. But in his thoughts, the young man was next to a new ship, which definitely could not be sunk just like that. He immediately gave the order after the hit to change course and constantly monitor their movements. After which, drawing his sword, Jeremy said that he would do the rest himself. Trying to catch up with the small but quite agile ship, Amaris shouted loudly that his enemies would not be able to escape or hide, where he would follow them to the ends of the earth. And now he was almost able to catch up with this small ship, returning to the thought of capturing it. Suddenly, with the grinding sound of breaking wood, its huge body collided with stones sticking out of the water. Looking overboard, the captain of the dead gave the order to stop, not understanding when they managed to find themselves in such a disadvantageous place. And Jeremy's small ship, deftly maneuvering between the rocks, continued to move forward. Well, the captain of the dead could only admit that they could lure him into this trap, taking advantage of his own fog. Where, as if guessing his thoughts, Jeremy looked at his personal navigator, noting that he didn't even have to look where to go. However, Amaris shouted that some stones would never be able to stop his ship, which would simply break them and move on. To which the young man explained that there was a special reason why he brought the captain of the dead to this particular reef. Only now Amaris noticed that there was some particularly strong current in this place, and began to understand that his enemy was clearly up to something. He shouted loudly that he would kill the impudent guy, even if he had to use all his strength, and Legia drew the master's attention to the fact that the captain would now escape from the trap. However, after preparing his twin swords, Jeremy told no one to worry, as he had everything taken into account. And so he used the magic of his blades, where immediately his enemy's ship began to rock from side to side with an intensifying current. But then Admiral Jungma told the young man that his time had come to an end, where the young man noted that he was very happy to fight together. And when he disappeared, the concerned girl asked what they should do now, where Jeremy cheerfully said that he definitely couldn't handle him alone. But calling for a selective lottery, the young man said that perhaps another hero of the past would help him cope with this task. And so he chose to use a special ticket to draw the black card. Not understanding what was happening, Legia asked what it was, and her master explained that it was a reward for the first artifact created. In order for the summoning to be successful, the young man used the cards of two characters he had previously summoned. The most famous heroes were the Knights of the Round Table, and he hoped that Marlowe, participating in the lottery, would help summon one of them. And so the process was launched, where the young man was surrounded by many black cards. Meanwhile, the captain of the dead, who was on his ship, suddenly felt what a strong flow of energy began to emanate from the enemy ship, where Jeremy was just receiving a message that the legendary sword Excalibur had been reproduced, where only one hero of the past could supply him with this weapon, King Arthur himself, whom he had just been lucky enough to call upon to help him. Amaris began to feel that this battle might be lost for him, since the enemy was too strong, and decided to try to retreat from the battlefield. Calling his ship the most affectionate names, Amaris asked him to move at least a meter. And now he began to talk about abandoning the ship, where, on the one hand, he wanted to save himself, on the other, he could not leave the pride of the seas and oceans. In a fit of despair, the captain of the dead began to use his full power, shouting that he would fight to the last. But Jeremy did not wait and used his new abilities using the legendary sword. The captain's hat had already been blown off by the shockwave as he helplessly watched as unprecedented power was approaching him, where Jeremy's blow from Excalibur literally split the ship into two halves. And along with the ship, it was dismantled to pieces and, as it turned out, its captain was not at all immortal. Standing on the deck of his ship, the young man breathed out a sigh of relief, realizing that the battle was over. And then he was announced about a multiple increase in his level, where he was very surprised that the level was increasing by several points at once. While he was thinking about how his level was increasing, the deck began to disappear from under his feet, where Legia noticed that the ship's summoning time was ending. Emerging from the water, the young man lamented that his companion had not warned him earlier. Clinging to the remains of one of the ships, Jeremy watched the crews of the ships rejoice, reflecting on the fact that no one even noticed that he was overboard. And while he was climbing onto the floating planks, which could easily pass for a small raft, the young man noticed a falling object. When the hat of the captain of the dead was in his hands, he, using research, discovered that it added mana and perception, but at the same time, the young man understood that walking around the city in this cocked hat would be absurd. And as soon as he thought about it, the hat suddenly turned into a piece of fabric, where the young man was informed that it was capable of taking any shape. Joyfully thinking about what this item could be turned into, Jeremy did not notice how Erlea appeared behind him. She greatly frightened him when she said that even she became interested in what form the young man would choose. After swimming some distance, which was very difficult to do in metal armor, the young man finally found himself on board the ship, after which he asked his patroness how long she had been here, to which she explained that due to the special occasion, she had been observing the entire course of the battle. After which the girl showed Jeremy the pendant, saying that she was surprised that he did not notice it was missing during the battle with such a formidable opponent, to which he replied that he dropped it during the battle. And Erlea noticed that the battle was very difficult, but the young man showed himself well. Then Jeremy asked the representative of the universe if he should return the pendant to her, despite the fact that his level of play had already risen to the third, to which she answered in the negative. Saying that this item would still be useful to the young man, the girl insisted that he keep it with him, after which she moved on to the next question about the reward for calling a black card. Then the girl said that the reward for calling a black card is no different from the reward for calling a diamond, but in view of completing a very important task, she will give a special reward. And then the representative of the universe began to materialize a certain new object right before the young man's eyes. And when it fully manifested itself, the young man noticed without any enthusiasm that it was just a gaming wheel. However, Erlea explained that with the help of this wheel, a young person can even gain new level 3 skills if he is lucky. After examining the wheel and listening to his patron, Jeremy said that in general he understood everything, but he doesn't understand why the area where the third level skill is located is so disproportionately small. To which the girl replied that the young man himself should understand what a huge difference there is between the talents of the first and third levels. She immediately added that if the young man did not want to, then she could give out a standard reward, which he immediately refused. Since everything now depended solely on luck, Jeremy immediately called for Van Loon and ordered Legia not to leave his side. Speaking to them as a general before an army on the eve of battle, the young man said that they must gather all their luck in order to win. And so, when the ringkeeper gave the command, Jeremy started the process of spinning the wheel as fast as he could. Watching the areas with prizes rush past the treasured arrow, the young man prayed that he would get the third level skill. The characters accompanying the young man watched the wheel no less carefully. And this time, luck really was on Jeremy's side, where he received the third level leadership talent and a bonus for hitting a very small part of the wheel of fortune. Smiling from ear to ear, Wang Lung, of course, could not help but praise himself in such a situation. After telling the character that he didn't doubt him one bit, Jeremy decided to test his stats. But upon opening the status window, the young man was horrified, since for some reason the new skill of the third level was recorded in Wang Lung's ability. Attacking the character, Jeremy demanded that he give him back his new skill, where Van Loon did not understand how this could happen. Remembering that there was a representative of the universe next to him, the young man asked her why the win went not to him, but to his character. To which Erlea calmly replied that the young man should cancel his conscription and check his characteristics again. Deciding that this is indeed a smart decision, Jeremy decides to do so. And so, when Wang Lung disappeared, the young man, opening the status window, noted with surprise that his new talent was in place. Only now he realized that assigning the same skill to his character is an additional reward, where now he can use it in group battles. In the meantime, the girl said that she would give Jeremy's new artifact another level of protection, where now no one would be able to see more than 3 skills in the young man. The representative of the universe had already disappeared when the ship announced its safe return to port. A huge angry boar rushed straight towards Hank, making sounds characteristic of pigs. And the young man, who was preparing to meet the enemy, told Jeremy that he would now show him the result of his training, after which he stopped the movement of this huge pork carcass with incredible ease. Of course, this technique of blocking the movement of such an impressive monster could not leave his friends indifferent. But then the first pig was suddenly joined by 2 more, which were no smaller, but even larger in size. Hank was no longer able to contain such pressure, and began to call his friends for help. Laughing at his friend's rush to show off his strength, Jeremy carried out Van Lung's summons. And when this Emperor of the Past appeared, he immediately used his new leadership talent, where Jeremy received a message about strengthening the bond between all allies, which also increased their characteristics, where Hank suddenly noted that he felt a sharp surge of strength. Meanwhile, rushing to help the young man, Samantha attacked one of the monsters. And after this attack, the girl also noticed that her body became much lighter than it was before. Observing the changes taking place, the group leader noticed that the result of using the new skill was obvious, and the inspired Wang Lung shouted that now no one could stop him, where he was ready to fight the next opponent. And so the battle continued in a new world, where the team faced completely different monsters. Hank and Samantha easily destroyed one enemy after another, where the talent of leadership extended its effect to them. Watching his friends gain experience, Jeremy noticed that it's not for nothing that Samantha is called a saint, because all evil spirits literally die from one of her touches. However, in many ways, his allies were helped by the fact that the leadership skill is included in communication with legendary weapons, which additionally increased all the players' characteristics at close range. Remembering that he had not checked the characteristics of his friends for a long time, Jeremy used his research skill, and when the window with the characteristics of his girlfriend opened, the young man was amazed at what level the girl had already achieved. Next was Hank, where Jeremy was no less surprised, noticing that his level had risen by 7 points in just one day. Having opened the status window, the young man discovered that his tribal morale skill had an additional positive effect on the group. Then his friends noticed his strange expression on his face and asked with concern what had happened. In response, Jeremy asked how long ago they checked their characteristics. And when they said that lately there had been something less time for this, the young man told them not to be too surprised when they saw them. They tried to clarify the information received, but the young man said that they would find out everything themselves later, pushing them towards the room of the owner of the world and urging them to quickly finish the cleanup. The owner of the world turned out to be an incredibly huge monster who was extremely unhappy with the visit of uninvited guests. Hank acted from the bottom, delivering a powerful blow to the enemy's legs with his brand new shield. And Samantha complimented his actions, attacking the owner of the world from above and from the other side, which led to the fall of this monster. After which the girl did not stop, but immediately began to deliver powerful finishing blows to the enemy, and so the monster was defeated, where the message received informed the young man that his level had also been increased. However, the next message was not so joyful, as it informed Jeremy that he had currently reached the maximum limit of his characteristics. He understood that sooner or later such a situation could occur, and to solve the problem he decided to try using the information lottery. The next day, Jeremy, using his personal navigator, arrived at the indicated location, where he discovered a portal. Having explored the portal with his research skills, the young man discovered that there was a special world hidden behind it. After which he came to the conclusion that, apparently, this is a passage into the world to improve his class, which he received information about yesterday in the lottery. He didn't know how long this journey would take, so he left his monowatch at home, wearing an ordinary mechanical wristwatch. And now he found himself on the other side of the portal, where he was surprised to find himself falling somewhere down. However, the flight was not long, where the young man, without even having time to get scared, successfully landed on a cloud. Seeing a creature in front of him that resembled a huge bird, Jeremy prepared his heavenly halberd, asking who was standing in front of him, to which the bird suddenly said that pointing a weapon at the first person he meets is, of course, a very reasonable decision. But there is no danger, so the guy just needs to listen to what he has to say. The ringkeeper accompanying the young man said that this creature was not lying, and so the bird introduced itself, calling itself Ulrich, where he explained that he was instructed to brief the applicant. After looking around, Jeremy asked what kind of place he was in to undergo tests, to which Ulrich explained that they were currently heading to the Sacred Ridge, where the test would take place. Only those who have reached the limit of their capabilities can take part in this test, where such applicants are collected on this ridge and tests are arranged. Having finished his explanation, Ulrich handed Jeremy a large red crystal, saying that he would need it. And while the young man was trying to find out what exactly the test was, his companion noted that they had already arrived at the place, where the Sacred Ridge appeared before them in all its glory, floating in the air just like their cloud. And while Jeremy was fascinated by this unprecedented spectacle, Ulrich suddenly pushed him down, wishing him good luck. And so the young man again found himself in free fall, where this time he had enough time to be truly scared. And so he, having broken several branches from the tree, was already sitting on the ground and watching how the protection formed by the crystal around him slowly disappeared. And while he was looking at the resulting crystal, it was as if fireworks had exploded in the sky, after which the young man was informed that the test had begun. He was also told that the player who completed the task would be awarded a special title, which would affect further development. Only now Jeremy realized that he had to fight for this privilege with many other players, where it resembled a game mode, one against all. And since it was a game, he immediately received a message about the activation of a game skill, where all his characteristics were tripled, since he also had this talent not of the second, but of the third level. Having figured out what was what, Jeremy began to move towards the mountain, where his skill allowed him to create a map. Thanks to his skills, he could see his position on the ground and the entire area, but others did not have such a skill, and therefore, it was expected that they would go to the nearest hill to look around. And in this case, the wisest decision was to meet them one at a time at the foot of the mountain. Then the young man's attention was attracted by his faithful companion, who said that someone was approaching him from behind. He began to look around. The young man was surprised that the danger did not appear from the direction from which he expected. He wanted to say that he didn't feel anyone, but suddenly he saw a huge wolf among the thickets. Smiling, Jeremy said that he managed to get very excited, while in front of him was just an ordinary wolf. He had already turned away and wanted to continue his journey, when he suddenly heard the heart-rending cry of Ligeia, who warned him of the danger. With difficulty, Jeremy managed to dodge the terrible bite of the enemy who attacked him. Using his research skill, the young man saw a window with the enemy's characteristics, where the wolf had a considerable level of mana and a lot of skills, after which the young man reproached himself for his naivety, where for some reason he did not think that a variety of creatures could participate in the test. The wolf noted that the guy had good intuition, where others would simply give up if they saw an ordinary wolf. After which the beast added that if the guy had simply allowed himself to be bitten, then everything would have been fine. But now he could not count on mercy, and Jeremy already had a dagger in his hands, which was most convenient for fighting with opponents, where he accompanied this action with a question about whether his opponent had heard about countries where they eat dogs. After which the wolf angrily and with considerable speed rushed at the young man. But then Jeremy used one of his skills, sending an energy blast at his opponent. After which, accelerating and going around the enemy from the side, he inflicted a cut wound on the wolf on the left side. However, the wolf immediately used his instant healing skill, saying that his opponent was not bad at all. But Jeremy did not listen to what the animal was saying, where the dagger in his hand had already transformed into a spear, which he swung to deliver another blow. It seemed that the blow reached its target and struck it. However, looking closely, the young man saw that the wolf had caught his weapon with its teeth, where such an unusual technique, which the young man had not encountered before, was very surprising. Noting the incredible strength of a common man, the animal said that it would simply break this weapon, which, however, ended up breaking its teeth. After which Jeremy, controlling his energy, made the weapon disappear altogether, where he decided to concentrate the energy in his hands, telling the enemy that having many weapons is also a skill. And the animal, which was not very pleased with the fact that it broke its teeth, despite their rapid recovery, already rushed to the attack again. But Jeremy dodged it with a deft and quick movement to the side, after which he struck the wolf with his hand, which had such force that the animal was thrown far to the side. Before the wolf had time to rise to his feet and prepare for a new attack, the young man was already behind him, grabbing him by the neck and materializing a dagger. And so he joyfully announced that victory was his, where the wolf, stretching out his paws, asked to kill him. But suddenly the young man let go of his opponent's neck, saying that he did not plan to kill him at the very beginning. After which, Jeremy told the animal, who listened to him very carefully, that he does not kill living creatures unless it concerns the issue of food, since every life is sacred. After which he told the wolf to give him the crystal and blue stones that each player has, where, after the animal vomited these objects from itself, it asked whether its opponent was really a simple thief. To which Jeremy said that compared to the opportunity to live, losing stones is not a problem, where he could not understand what these blue stones are needed for. To which the wolf explained that if he understood the information correctly, then this is a stone of property. In other words, the local game currency, for which you can buy various items and weapons in randomly appearing shops. The information received pleased the young man, and he cordially thanked his recent opponent. After which he said that the wolf could use the red crystal to leave this world. But suddenly the wolf asked the young man to take his time, where he suggested that the animal wanted to offer to fight one more time. But the wolf, approaching, said that he was proposing to unite, where, if successful, the person, of course, would take first place. Where immediately after this, Jeremy was surprised by a message that appeared that the creature recognized him as strong and wanted to follow him, where he had to choose to agree or not. Having turned to a personal lie detector, the young man learned that the animal was not lying, and so he chose a positive answer, where a combination of players was immediately made, where the wolf would follow the dominant player. After which the wolf, who turned out to be a she-wolf, said that his name was Tina, and she was ready to carry out any order. Where, taking the opportunity, Jeremy said that he had just one request that Tina could fulfill, and now she was already lying on her back, where the young man scratched her tummy with great pleasure. And while he was having fun with his new companion, where she asked to stop, and the young man asked to be patient a little longer, another player was already watching his partners. Jeremy felt a strong vibration in the ground under his feet, which he assumed was an earthquake, to which the mud, which was finishing neutralizing the player watching them, explained that some parts of the island were falling off at the edges, to which the young man said that in this case, they need to move to the center, like that poor knight climbing the mountain. Tina offered to attack him, but the young man stopped her impulse, saying that by doing so they would give away their location. Suddenly, from somewhere in the forest, an arrow flew out with a whistle and hit the knight directly in the helmet. Looking around, the not very experienced player could not figure out where he was being attacked from, and Jeremy happily noted that their new goals gave themselves away, where his furry companion said that the man was right. After which the young man said that for this reason, there was no point in attacking the stupid knight, where it would be easier to use him as bait. And so the partners, at the leader's command, rushed to the place from where they shot at the knight. Meanwhile, the elf standing on the branch noted that the knight's armor turned out to be much stronger than she had expected. After which, taking aim, the girl fired another arrow at the enemy, saying that with his armor he was only delaying the inevitable. At that very moment, the she-wolf Tina fell on top of the archer with her entire mass, where with her weight and the blow of her paw, she easily broke the branch on which the elf was located. Falling down, the girl turned around and began to take aim, calling the attacking wolf a rather impudent dog. However, the attempt to counterattack was immediately stopped by the appearance of Jeremy, which surprised the girl, where the young man, without any ceremony, struck the archer with a blow of enormous force, accelerating her fall. And now, standing in front of her on the ground, Jeremy pointed the tip of his halberd at the defeated enemy, inviting her to exchange her life for the stones she had. But then the elf showed all her charm, crying and asking the master for mercy and the opportunity to leave. But Jeremy and Tina, not at all moved by these tears, loudly shouted for her to immediately give them everything she has. But then, having taken out a red crystal, the girl immediately used it, throwing a very offensive word at the young man in parting, which defined him as some kind of horned animal. This insult greatly hurt the young man, who said that no elf would be spared again, where Tina found it strange that the word goat had such a strong effect on him. Meanwhile, the unlucky knight, who continued to climb the mountain, was already attacked by someone else. Watching him being pummeled from one side to the other by various flying objects, Tina noted that she even felt sorry for this poor fellow. But Jeremy said this is their chance to deal with all the shooters who are now trying to attack him. Very soon the young man already had a whole bag of property stones in his hands. Then, Tina suggested finding a place to stay for the night, after which Jeremy asked if it would be easier to set up ambushes in the dark, to which the she-wolf provided him with her wisdom, saying that he, of course, is strong. But even the strongest hunter dies if he tries to pursue his prey without stopping, which was really the point. And when the young man agreed to rest, Tina told him to follow her, as she had her eye on one good place. Seeing the cave to which his partner led him, Jeremy noticed that this was a good shelter for the night. But when he started to climb inside, he noted that the passage was very small, where his companion would definitely not be able to get through, to which Tina said that everything in this part had been thought out. Suddenly, some unknown forces lifted the she-wolf into the air, where she all began to glow, which could not but surprise the young man. And then gradually, her wolf limbs, right before Jeremy's eyes, began to turn into human arms and legs. And so, after a few seconds, in the bright rays of light, one could clearly see a slender female figure. Seeing how a huge wolf turned into a miniature girl, the young man could not believe his eyes. He covered himself with his hands so as not to look at the naked female body. And Tina, pleased with herself, said that in this guise she would definitely crawl into the cave. Then, paying attention to the young man's behavior, the she-wolf noticed that she had always been naked in front of him before, because in his world wolves too, most likely do not wear clothes. After telling his companion that now was not the time to discuss all these issues, Jeremy tossed her one of his shirts that he had in the inventory storage. Turning away and waiting for the girl to cover her body parts, the young man said to himself that he had completely forgotten about her transformation skill. The night passed quickly, and Tina, having emerged from the cave and taken on her usual appearance, stretched contentedly in the rays of the morning sun. Following her, Jeremy came out of the cave and, answering his companion's question, said that he somehow didn't get much sleep, and suddenly he drew attention to the paint that was on the ground, thereby provoking his companion to ask what it was, to which he replied that he wanted to find out where the other applicants were going, and therefore placed paint everywhere in advance in order to identify them by their tracks. and so he managed to understand that they all headed straight to the river, after which Tina said that they would finish them off there. Very soon, the partners arrived at the very place where the other participants were supposed to be. Jeremy said that now they need to be very quiet in order to identify the enemies and attack first, but Tina interrupted his reasoning, drawing attention to something. Where, turning his head, the young man, not without surprise, discovered a store nearby, which explained the gathering of applicants here. After all, there one could find objects that could turn the entire course of the test around. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in the bushes nearby, which attracted the team's attention. Tina immediately came into full combat readiness, and Jeremy, having listened and heard nothing else, said that he probably imagined it. Also, no longer hearing a single sound, the she-wolf said that most likely it was another shock from the destruction of the island. And as soon as she finished speaking, applicants jumped out from different parts of the thicket and quickly rushed to the store. Others, who were smarter, remained in the bushes and began to attack those who could not stand the tension. While watching the battle, Tina asked Jeremy if they should join this battle too, to which the young man said that it was too dangerous. But then the she-wolf noted that in this case, someone else would take over. Having said that in any case he would not retreat without a fight, the young man suggested that they first deal with the shooters in the bushes, where he told his partner to trust him as he has a great plan to handle the situation. And now Tina was already rushing towards one of the opponents, who was trying to use his magical skills against her. Clutching his staff in his hands, the challenger marveled that some wolf had such incredible speed. But then he was struck by Jeremy, who had sneaked up on the other side, and said that the diversionary maneuver had worked. At that same second, many arrows flew at him, which the young man, however, dodged without any problems. Looking at his masked opponent, Jeremy noticed that they had already destroyed many, but it felt like there weren't fewer contenders. And his new enemy, preparing his crossbows for a new attack, said that the guy would not be able to dodge arrows forever. But Jeremy didn't even think about dodging, where he simply walked towards the enemy, deflecting all his arrows with his weapon, where the masked man could not believe that all his arrows were reflected by the movements of the halberd. And then, at the most unexpected moment for the shooter, Tina pounced on him from behind Jeremy. Distracted by the wolf's attack, the shooter stopped firing arrows at the young man, pointing his weapon at a new, more dangerous target, which Jeremy took advantage of, sharply throwing his weapon at the enemy, where the heavenly halberd, rapidly closing the distance, pinned the shooter to a tree, after which the young man noted that this was the last contender in the bushes, and Tina asked what they would do next, where she suggested waiting until the runners deal with each other and attack the winner, to which the young man replied that it was too risky, since he was sure that they were not the only ones waiting in ambush. And when Tina again asked what they should do then, Jeremy had already prepared his spear, saying that now she would see everything for herself. Where, having swung well, the young man threw his weapon with all his might in the direction where everyone was trying to get to the store. And before the eyes of the challenger, after throwing the spear, only chips remained from the magazine. After which, Jeremy said that if he didn't get the store, then no one would get it. After which he called on his partner to quickly hide from here, since they could definitely be seen. But the contenders, instead of catching up with those who left them without a store, swearing loudly, began a battle with each other. Stopping at some point, Jeremy couldn't believe his eyes, saying that he was definitely imagining it. And indeed there was something to be surprised here, because another store appeared in front of them. Leaving Tina to guard the entrance, the young man himself headed inside to look around. And when he found himself in the sales area, he noted that it was somehow very empty for a store. Approaching the altar, he decided to act in the same way as in the world, where he and other players completed the task, placing the collected stones on it. And then a list of what could be purchased appeared before his eyes, where he began to look for something truly useful. Tina, standing guard at the entrance, suddenly felt the island begin to shake once again, where she immediately noted that until this moment, the time intervals between earthquakes were equal. But this happened much earlier. And when Jeremy left the store, the she-wolf immediately told him that something was wrong. Saying that it was his doing, he suggested returning to the river, where along the way he would tell her everything. Where he explained that due to their location closer to the center, they do not risk losing by falling along with the next piece of the island that fell off. And Tina found it reasonable to speed up the process of destruction of the island, where many of their rivals, who did not have time to reach the center, would die. And Jeremy, summing up his strategy, said that now they need to occupy space near the reservoir, where they can easily destroy, one by one, everyone who remains. At this moment, after another flash, the number 8 appeared in the sky, which showed the remaining number of applicants. Where his partners noticed that events were developing too quickly, since a couple of hours ago he saw at least 7 people by the river, not counting them, which means he should hurry up. When Jeremy and Tina arrived at their destination, the first thing they saw was a pile of bodies of applicants, after which a huge troll appeared before their eyes, sitting on the defeated opponents and devouring their bodies. After assessing its skills and characteristics using the research skill, the young man realized that this creature was much stronger than him, and the troll had already noticed new opponents, throwing away the half-eaten hand of one of the contenders. Having stated that fighting with a person is mortally boring, the troll nevertheless came to the conclusion that he still had no choice. Jeremy did not wait for the troll to attack, and decided to rush into the attack first, where Tina did not even have time to shout for him to stop. Having combined two types of attack, the young man was rapidly approaching the target, resolutely preparing to destroy the enemy. But suddenly the troll used a defensive skill, something his opponent never expected to encounter. Jeremy was confused and tried to understand how the troll was able to block such a powerful combined attack. Immediately he was informed about the blocking of the unifying and selective lotteries, as well as two attacking skills, whereby that very second, the troll had already swung his hand in order to destroy the enemy. Watching the huge mace come down on his head, all Jeremy could do was think about how unlucky he was after all. But at the very peak moment, Tina, who appeared in front of the young man, took the blow of the monster, where he was so powerful that he threw the huge she-wolf more than 10 meters to the side. Enraged, Jeremy immediately began to strike his opponent with multiple blows, which only amused him, where, smiling, the troll stated that the person was very pathetic and incapable of anything. After which, Jeremy's opponent suddenly dealt him a crushing blow with his huge leg, but the young man did not fall, maintaining his balance, where the troll tried to finish him off, striking him from above, which the young man managed to dodge. Seeing the enemy rushing straight at him, Jeremy suddenly thrust his celestial halberd in front of him. However, although bulky, the troll was very dexterous and intercepted his opponent's weapon. Pulling him forcefully, the monster literally tore the young man off the surface of the earth, sending him into free flight. And so, when the young man received a strong blow to the ground, he, observing the approach of the enemy, had already opened the vault. And when Jeremy pulled out a red crystal that could transport him to his world, the troll immediately called him a coward. However, the young man did not even think of giving up, where he destroyed the crystal, after which the functions of viewing the map and returning home were added to him, where his communication skills suddenly connected with Ulrich, and when the process was completed, Jeremy received a message about acquiring the skill of supersonic movement.
Well, the troll, saying that the guy would regret his decision to stay, rushed into a new attack.
Having caught up with the enemy, the huge monster immediately lowered its massive weapon onto his head. However, the young man was no longer in the place where this terrible snowcock landed. Turning to the enemy who was behind him, the troll noted that he had not thought about the young man's teleportation skill. Saying that he was beginning to enjoy their confrontation, the monster attempted a new attack. But with supersonic speed, Jeremy saw the troll's every move in advance, where it had already begun to gather energy for the attack. And so, with incredible speed and the use of a new attacking skill, he threw his weapon, which, having pierced the troll's body, instantly materialized in the hands of its owner. It was immediately announced to him that the young man had developed a speed that could not be achieved with his current characteristics, and as a reward, he received a speed skill of even better quality. And now he approached his partner, where she said that everything would be fine with her, since she had a recovery skill that would gradually return her to normal. Then Jeremy asked the she-wolf why she did such an act, to which Tina explained that although a person is strong, even he cannot defeat the troll alone. But suddenly her speech was interrupted, where his furry partner, stuttering, told him to run. But it was already too late, as the troll's huge mace smashed into the young man's body with all its might. With this blow, carrying terrible force and death, the body of the young man flew to the side and hit hard against a stone. And Tina, declaring that no amount of regeneration would heal such a wound, asked the troll what kind of power he used, to which the monster, noticing the beast's insight, explained that if it weren't for his partner's ability to manipulate time, he would definitely have come to an end. Where, after listening to the explanations, the she-wolf noticed that this was a completely abnormal skill that gave an unlimited advantage. Having finished the conversation with the beast, the troll went to Jeremy, saying that he took back his words and recognized the man as a real warrior. But at the same time, he still emerges victorious from this fight, and therefore will now finish off the enemy and eat him. Tina could do nothing to help the young man, over whose head the mace was once again raised, since she had not yet had time to recover. But at that moment, when the weapon had almost reached the victim's body, the young man suddenly stopped its movement with his hand, asking the monster what he had just said. Laughing at his words that he would eat him, the young man received a message about an increase in all his characteristics due to overcoming the speed barrier. With an incredibly quick movement, he disarmed the resurrected troll. And so, stretching his hands and receiving a message about tripling his new characteristics with a gaming skill, he invited the monster to try to eat him. Observing the changes in the person, the troll whispered that this was simply impossible, to which Jeremy cheerfully replied that there was no trace left of the monster that wanted to devour his body. After which he quickly rushed past his opponent, striking him with his heavenly halberd, which knocked his legs and forced him to fall. But the young man did not even think about stopping, having already soared into the air to deliver the next blow, where he hit his opponent right on the back with all his might. But without stopping there, Jeremy began throwing one blow after another, not allowing him to counter anything to it, saying that it would make him regret the resurrection skill. Even Tina could not look without pain at what her partner was doing with this monster, and so the exhausted troll, who as soon as he was resurrected, immediately received a new fatal blow, was already begging Jeremy to kill him, where he would not resurrect again. And the young man complied with his request, plunging his weapon into the monster's chest. Returning to his new friend, Jeremy asked how she was feeling, to which the wolf said that she was much better, but was not sure that she could help in the battle. Taking out her red crystal, Tina said that she was ready to give up and leave this world. But with a deft movement, Jeremy took the stone from his partner, telling her not to even think about leaving, but to just sit here and wait. Where, turning around and heading towards the forest, the young man added that finishing off the remaining ones would not take him much time and effort. And so, using his new speed skill, Jeremy made a powerful jump that could be compared to flight. One of the contenders was very happy when he saw the number 6 in the sky, indicating that there was not much left until victory. He noted that it would be possible to start moving when there were about 4 people left, when the one who would interrupt his participation in the test appeared behind him. Sensing danger, the creature tried to turn around and attack, but Jeremy was very fast, where, having disarmed the enemy and put a halberd to his throat, he invited him to simply surrender, since resistance was useless. Taking out his crystal, the monster said that he would never forget either this shame or the guy's mercy. Watching his next opponent disappear, Jeremy wanted to tell himself how many more needed to be neutralized. But suddenly his speech was cut short, as he, feeling something, turned his head and looked at a tree growing nearby. And the warrior who was on that tree was very surprised that he was noticed, since he used the skill of hiding his presence. Deciding that the guy was too strong, the warrior decided to retreat, but Jeremy was already behind him, where he immediately dealt a powerful blow to his new opponent with his halberd, counting out that now only 3 remained to be eliminated. The next warrior wandering in the middle of the forest also did not have time to understand that this had happened, where Jeremy's lightning strike left him with no chance of winning the challenge. After the attack, the young man immediately felt that someone was aiming at him, and using his speed he easily avoided the attack, where the archer watching the incredible movements could not believe that the applicant had such incredible skills, where, quickly approaching, Jeremy dealt a crushing blow to the last challenger. Rising from the ground with difficulty, the elf, taking out a red crystal, said that she was giving up and retreating. However, after knocking the stone out of her hands, Jeremy said that no one allowed her to leave here. And so, standing opposite the defeated archer, he smugly noted that he had some scores to settle with their race, where he told the crying girl that she could thank one of her relatives for everything that was happening. And so, a few seconds later, the she-wolf saw the fireworks show the number 2 in the sky, and Jeremy was already approaching her, who said that he had finished eliminating his rivals. Tina thanked the guy for helping her be second, and the young man thanked the she-wolf for her help, saying that they would meet later. Saying that she would only be happy about this, his partner activated the crystal and disappeared, leaving the young man the winner. Where at that very second a fireworks display began in the sky, symbolizing the end of the test and the victory of one of the participants. After which, Jeremy received a message that he had successfully passed the test for promotion. Reading the next message that he would receive an additional reward, Jeremy could not believe that he was the first. Where he immediately remembered his distant past, where he was always only second, but now he could feel what all those who took first place felt. But then he moved from the island where the test was taking place to the hall to receive the reward, where he was met by the stunned Ulrich, who until the last could not believe that the one he instructed would win. Hugging the winner tightly, the bird said that this was the first time his challenger had won. And when the hug was over, Ulrich said that very soon Jeremy would receive his reward. The bird also noted that he too would have to be awarded as the winner's partner. And so, showing a door that was not visible nearby, Ulrich suggested proceeding to receive the reward. When they got closer, Jeremy was about to go inside, but his companion suddenly blocked his way. Having said that there is a strict time limit in that hall, the bird sternly said that the guy must return on time, where, in response to the corresponding question, Ulrich explained that according to his earthly time, it should be 10 o'clock in the evening. Looking at his watch, the young man noted that he had more than 3 hours at his disposal. And when his interlocutor reminded him of this again, Jeremy asked what would happen if he did not return on time. To which Ulrich replied that then a test with an incredible reward awaits him. But his young man will definitely not be able to pass. But all the instructions were given, and the young man went to receive his well-deserved reward. Inside, he found himself in a spacious, round-shaped room where there was absolutely nothing.
Noting that the place was completely empty, Jeremy wondered where the promised reward was.
But suddenly he was surrounded on all sides by some luminous small birds. They flew around him until one of them accidentally collided with the young man's back, where after this collision the bird disappeared, and Jeremy received a message that his characteristics were increased by 1 point. Only now did he understand what these birds were needed for, where one after another they collided with his body, adding indicators to the characteristics. Not leaving all this to chance, the young man began to catch birds himself, where he also realized why there was a time limit. Realizing that such a chance does not come often, the young man did not want to leave the hall at all, waiting for new birds to appear. And then another one appeared, where, after the addition of stat points, Jeremy noted that he still had 10 whole minutes left. Having decided that he would have time to wait for another one, the young man did not understand what was happening when suddenly the exit was blocked by a lowered grate. Greatly surprised, the young man shouted loudly that 10 o'clock in the evening had not yet come. But the message informed him that time was up. A challenge had begun that was more difficult than his current level, where if he won, he would receive an additional reward. Where, immediately after this message, a griffin armed with a hammer appeared from a new opened door. There were more and more griffins as Jeremy tried to figure out why the time was earlier than on his watch. He remembered that the last time he wore this watch was when he went to clean up the world with Samantha and Hank, where during the battle he definitely did not harm them. And after the battle, Hank invited them to visit him, where he met Erleia, who upon her appearance stopped time in order to talk. And now, the young man realized that his watch was simply late, due to the fact that the representative of the universe then stopped time. Jeremy didn't think that he would have to use the black card summon ticket he received as a reward for breaking the speed limit so soon, but he had no choice. And now he has already launched the lottery, where he was again surrounded by many black cards. The griffin waited no longer and began his attack, aiming a huge hammer straight at the test subject's head. But the young man easily stopped this blow, and noted that the bird had a heavy hammer. After which the young man noted to himself that it was the strongest blow that he had to stop, where no one could withstand this, except for one single character named Hercules, whom he was lucky enough to draw in the lottery. And so, after he stopped the enemy's attack, Jeremy easily threw the enemy aside with a sweeping movement of his hand, which, sliding along the floor, flew to the farthest wall, into which it crashed with a strong roar. Using his research skill, the young man determined that these were stone griffins, which could be defeated by removing their heart. The only problem was that this heart was constantly moving throughout the body of his opponents. Dodging another attack, Jeremy concluded that without using the research skill, he would not be able to understand where the heart was at a particular moment in time. And under such circumstances, he had only one choice left, where at that very second he created a new weapon, which was the most ordinary titanium club, where he immediately pounced on one of his opponents, starting to crush his stone body with this club. With each subsequent blow, he repeated that he would break into small pieces everyone present in the room. While he was dealing with one, another griffin approached him from behind, preparing to destroy the enemy with a hammer. But seeing his opponent perfectly, the young man quickly turned around and knocked him over with a sweeping blow of his club. Where with the next blow the young man said that he would grind all his opponents into dust. And so, watching the guy destroy his brothers one after another, the griffin found it impossible that he could so easily destroy their stone bodies. And Jeremy didn't even think about stopping, where with his club and using the strength of Hercules he destroyed the next enemy, where his fists were also used, which, with the support of the summoned character, were not much different from a club. And so he stood among the destroyed bodies of griffins, and received a message about passing the test, where his mana was completely restored, and an additional reward would be given. The exit was clear, where, watching the rise of the great, Jeremy noticed that if not Hercules, then he would have had a very hard time. And just as he wanted to leave the room, he was suddenly informed by a new message that he had gained access to the second test, where a new passage appeared immediately behind him, where it was announced to him that if he did not want to undergo the next test, he could leave the hall through the main door. But if he decides to follow further, then there will be no opportunity to turn around. And then Jeremy realized that it was just like several levels of a computer game, where he will have to go through one level after another, receiving small bonuses, and at the end, he will fight the boss. After which, the young man thought about whether he should take such a risk by getting involved in this adventure. After all, with such difficulty, even with the use of a black card, he was able to pass the first test, where the subsequent ones would definitely be more difficult. But he could not decide what to do, where the young man understood perfectly well that the reward would be directly proportional to the danger experienced. And so, after several minutes of torment and doubt, Jeremy decided that he would still take the risk. Preparing to move to the next level, the young man called on his luck bearers and soon drew a golden card. But this didn't particularly suit him, where he decided to sacrifice stat points and continue playing. Then the ringkeeper intervened, saying that her master had promised to stop when the mana ran out. But the young man said that she misunderstood him, where he was going to stop only when the minimum diamond card fell out. And so he began to play the lottery again, using tickets purchased with stat points, where in another of the scrolls it was announced that Wang Lun had raised his level again. After which the character said that in any case, this serves to benefit his master, since his characteristics increase. But then the lottery was scrolled again, where finally, Jeremy saw the diamond card that had fallen out, where the summoned character turned out to be some old Chinese archer who said that he would try to help in any way he could. However, having studied the characteristics and skills of this grandfather, the young man was in seventh heaven, since he could not even dream of such a thing. Realizing that time was not on his side, he decided not to hesitate any longer and quickly headed to the next room, where, having passed through the door, Jeremy suddenly found himself in a spacious green meadow. Looking around and looking up, the young man noticed a whole flock of dragons hovering right above him high in the sky, where the character accompanying him found this coincidence of circumstances to be very fortunate, since with his shooting skills, no one would escape them. However, Jeremy, having materialized his sword, said that with all due respect to the old man, he was not going to shoot at the dragons. After all, his weapon was closely related to his dragon blood skill, where he immediately sensed the approach of dragons, and after listening to the message that his characteristics had been increased tenfold, the young man began to attack his opponents, where he hit them without even touching them, as he directed the destructive effect of energy at them through his weapon. And the character he summoned noted the incredible abilities of the master, saying that with just one swing, he was able to destroy several dragons at once. And so the young man continued to swing his sword, literally cutting into pieces one dragon after another. His faithful companion also admired the young man's work, who noticed that her owner seemed to be not fighting dragons, but swatting away a flock of midges. And the old man, looking down, said that he was absolutely useless here. But Jeremy objected, saying that without his strength, he would definitely not have been able to cope. And so he dealt the final blow to the last dragon in the sky. Deciding that this test was over, Jeremy had already managed to put away the weapon, but Ligeia drew his attention to what had begun to happen to the side, where all the dragon body parts scattered across the lawn suddenly gathered in a huge pile, where, after some transformation, having thrown off all the excess flesh, one huge bone dragon appeared in front of the young man, immediately returning his weapon. Jeremy was glad that he got such an easy opponent, where with the help of a sword tied to dragon blood, he could easily cope. And so the young man performed a powerful jump, swinging his weapon to strike. Dropping sharply, he delivered an incredible blow to the head of the bone dragon, which for some reason had no effect. And while he was trying to understand what had happened, the dragon turned around and responded to the attacker with a powerful blow of its tail. Inspecting his weapon, the young man could not understand why his skill stopped working despite the fact that there was a dragon in front of him, where the old man who continues to accompany him suggested that this may be due to the lack of blood in this dragon, where a sword tied with dragon blood cannot recognize a dragon in an opponent if there is no dragon blood in him. Deciding that the character was completely right, Jeremy immediately exchanged his sword for a bow and arrow, and the ringkeeper, looking at the dragon, noted that this beast seemed very angry to her, where indeed the bone dragon suddenly and swiftly rushed at its opponent. Noting to himself that it was not for nothing that it seemed to him that everything was going too smoothly, the young man pulled the bowstring, shouting to the dragon that he was ready to fight. And so Jeremy stood among the bones of his opponent, noting that he had coped with great difficulty, where he also noted that if the tests continue in the same spirit, it will be very difficult to pass them. He initially had a plan to try and select Chinese General Chang Pu from among the guaranteed characters, but since it was unknown how many more levels awaited him, Jeremy thought about what strategy to use next. But then he received a message that he had reached a mana level equal to 100 points, and as a reward, he would receive a new skill. where he looked with interest at the new possibility of collective use of summoned characters, where he had to select and mark the cards of the selected characters into 5 cells in order to increase his abilities by a third and acquire a new skill. Now the young man decided to resort to a selective lottery, where Wang Lung was already nearby, and now he was already looking through the cards in order to select the characters he needed in order to summon a third, where this time he chose Qin He, who was already used by him and one of the famous warriors who was fluent in wielding a spear. And when the summoned character appeared, the first who paid attention to him was Wang Lung, who called him by name Zhe Gang. And when Jeremy asked how they knew each other, Van Loon explained that this character was his former military leader, after which the young man was informed that he had downloaded 2 linked characters, which would give him an additional bonus. However, Zhigong did not suit Jeremy, and he let him go, immediately starting a new lottery. And finally, the long-awaited diamond card dropped out, and Jeremy, delighted with it, began to unite with the downloaded character, where this character turned out to be another famous warrior of the past, Li Huo. Deciding that this character would be enough to challenge the next level, Jeremy decided to continue. But then he was informed that another great warrior had been loaded into a cell on the warrior board, where, in addition to the fact that he received an increase in his characteristics, the young man was also given an additional ticket. Facing his next challenge, the young man saw in front of him a battlefield where black birds fought with yellow ones, where the subject was very surprised that as a third test, he would have to participate in the war. Then one of the warriors ran up to him, telling his general that they were faced with a huge enemy force. Immediately realizing that in this case he needed to lead the army, Jeremy decided to use the ticket. Meanwhile, one of his troops shouted that their enemy was advancing, where Jeremy met the first to approach with his personal blows from the halberd, where the summoned Li Huo from the black card was replaced by another great warrior of the past, Shang Yuan, who was also greeted as his uncle by Wang Lung, who was nearby. And Jeremy received a message that familiar characters had been summoned again, which increased all their characteristics, where Shang Yuan also recognized his nephew, noting that they had not seen him for a very long time. Meanwhile, the army that Jeremy was supposed to command experienced a sharp rise in strength, where the command bonus from the kinship of the summoned characters began to apply to them. But their opponents sensed something was wrong, noting that incredibly strong energy began to spread from the enemy. However, the general of the Crow army appeared and said that one should not be afraid, but fight. Using his abilities, the general of the Black Army loudly commanded that his warriors begin to attack, where this scream immediately affected the morale and abilities of Jeremy's army. And Shang Yuan explained that this was the battle cry of the enemy general, and something needs to be done about its consequences. Having studied his opponent, the young man learned that he was a very cruel and strong opponent. His cry was a challenge, which Jeremy of course accepted, calling his horse to help him, where the summoned character was very happy to see this animal, patting it on the head. But then Jeremy directed his horse directly in the direction where the enemy commander was standing. Right as he walked, he attacked the large black bird with his halberd, where using this weapon in a one-on-one battle increased his stats. Seeing how the enemy commander was almost knocked down with a single blow, the morale of Jeremy's army immediately increased, and the leader of the army himself began to command, telling them to line up in a certain battle formation. And now his army, whose abilities had again increased significantly under skillful command, had already carried out the general's instructions, forming up. And the enemy army tried to attack, shouting that the formation would not help their opponents. But listening to General Jeremy's orders to hold formation and make short lunges, the army easily repulsed the attack. Here, the general of the Black Army shouted to his opponent that the winner should be determined in a duel of commanders. But the young man, smiling, replied that this was not so, because they were not in a duel, but in a war. And to win the war, as they say in their world, all means will be good. After which the enemy general tried to attack his opponent, but the young man calmly blocked the blow. Having shouted that the guy would not block all his blows, the huge bird resorted to a combined attack. But not a single one of the enemy's attacks was successful, as the young man skillfully blocked them all. And his army, seeing how he skillfully blocked attacks, again experienced a rise in morale, where the warriors rushed to the attack with renewed vigor and greater zeal for victory. The enemy commander noticed a strong increase in morale, thinking that at this rate his army would be defeated. And so, calling on his forces, he said that he would now destroy all his opponents with one blow. Shang Yuan, observing his actions, explained that their opponent was now collecting mana from all over the battlefield. Jeremy then encouraged his character to use the strongest technique he had, and so this technique was used, which was called Decapitating Ice Dragon, where, very symbolically, two opposing fighting techniques, symbolizing fire and water, collided at the moment. As with the collision of these two elements, the collision of the opponent's combat techniques created the effect of an exploding bomb. And now the general of the enemy army was already surrounded by soldiers from Jeremy's army, and noted that he had lost this battle. Where, examining his unusual opponent, the commander without troops noted that he could not even think about his defeat before. And so they were told publicly that he was admitting defeat, which led to a joyful victory cry from the winning side. Immediately after this, Jeremy received a message that he had passed all the tests, where he was returned to the first hall, feeling like literally every bone hurt him. Shang Yuan, who was still with him, praised the young man for his excellent battle, where he replied that he definitely could not have done it without the general. Disappearing, the great warrior of the past said that he would look forward to their next meeting. After which Wang Lung said goodbye to the young man, saying that they would certainly see each other soon. However, Jeremy did not allow his lucky friend to leave him so easily, saying that they still needed to receive the award together, where one of the additional rewards was the appearance of a Wheel of Fortune, on which you could win new third-level skills. Having started the wheel, the young man prayed that he would get the skill of the God of War, which was available among all the other possible winning options. And while the wheel was spinning, the young man's nerves were on edge. And now Wang Lung was lamenting that his power did not work, and the player was already trying to figure out how the horse summoning skill could now change when he had just received it again. Meanwhile, Shang Yuan became the fifth great warrior, who took his cell on the warrior board, where the young man was informed that 30% had been added to all characteristics, and he also had the skill of 5 great generals. If everything was extremely clear with the addition to the characteristics, then what kind of skill the 5 great generals were, Jeremy could not understand. And by pressing the button to obtain information, the young man learned that when using one of the warrior characters on the board, the skills will not consume mana. Instead, communication points will be spent, which can be obtained by developing your abilities when loading characters. And the higher the level of the downloaded character, the more connection points you can get. And so Jeremy read that information about a character's abilities was added to the player's profile, where this meant that these abilities became his abilities. Left to wait for his winner, Ulrich could no longer find a place for himself, not even knowing what could be done. But Jeremy finally came out from behind the door, where the bird immediately scolded him for making him so nervous. However, he quickly changed his anger to mercy, noting that if the door opened, this meant that the young man had successfully passed the first test, but that his interlocutor replied that he had managed to pass all the tests. After what was said, Ulrich was simply speechless for some time. But suddenly he shouted loudly that this was absurd, since the last test was a battle with the bird general, to which the young man said that he really was incredibly strong. Ulrich could not believe that the guy was able to pass all 3 tests and not receive any reward for it. Then Jeremy said that he had been promised a reward from a certain manager, where, having heard this, the bird said to immediately follow him. Soon they found themselves in some square, where a festive atmosphere clearly reigned and everyone was very happy to see the winner. The first person the young man saw was Tina, who congratulated him on his victory. But when he saw the following individuals, he experienced considerable surprise, since he thought that most of them had died. Among which was even that huge troll, which he killed with his own hands. And Ulrich, who was accompanying the young man, explained that the place where the test was being carried out tends to slow down time, and therefore all deaths were prevented, which none of the players should have known about, so that everyone could understand what they were capable of. After which the bird sent the winner to the pedestal in order to receive the blessing of the saint. And so Jeremy, on bended knee, listened silently as he was blessed by another bird in sacred clothing. After which it was announced that he had been assigned an upgrade skill, where his personal system immediately created the appropriate category, explaining that as the level increases, the chance of creating a skill corresponding to the title will increase. Familiarizing himself with the changes, the young man tried to figure out how it all worked. And then he realized that this was akin to a computer game, where after leveling up your sword skills, you can then level up various ways of using it. After which, turning to the holy bird, Jeremy asked if he could leave this world and return home, to which his interlocutor replied that that was not all. Immediately, the young man was hit by a beam of bright light, where he was immediately informed of the acquisition of a new skill in summoning personalities for completing the first 2 levels of tests. Where this skill lies is that the player can call into his world anyone with whom he exchanges promises, from any time and space. However, for passing the 3rd test, the summoning skill increases its level, where now the player can summon any person into his world, even those not bound by promises. And Jeremy, when he heard what he received, loudly declared that no matter how difficult it was, the reward was definitely worth it. After this, the Holy Bird announced the end of the award ceremony, and at the same second the singing of a choir of birds began, and the young man quickly went to his test partner, who was just about to leave. He asked if she would come to him if he called when he needed help, to which Tina, of course, agreed. After which, the young man was informed that the promise had been received, and he could call the she-wolf at any moment, which made him very happy, and he literally grabbed his girlfriend, starting to stroke her belly again. The tests for advancement had long since been completed, and Jeremy was honing his skills in the training room. Having destroyed the last target, the young man, finishing the movement of his hand with the halberd, exhaled. Watching her master train without sparing himself day after day, Ligeia said that he needed to rest a little, to which Jeremy, having already grabbed swords instead of a halberd, said that in order to master the force, you need to improve your skills. After listening to what the young man said, the ringkeeper noticed that her master was the best in the whole world. Then Hank knocked on the door of the training room and said that some guest was waiting for his friend, where the young man became very interested in what could have happened, that this guest came here to look for him. And now he was already entering the room where Adrian was sitting in the company of a certain girl unfamiliar to him. However, despite the fact that Jeremy did not know this girl at all, her facial features looked very familiar, and so Adrian introduced her as the vice president of a well-known non-governmental organization, and also the daughter of the Emperor of Japan, whose name is Kumiko. Sitting down opposite the girl, the young man asked for what purpose she was looking for him. Rising to her feet, Kumiko said that she knew about the offer of her country's government to participate in the expedition, which the young man refused, and she came to ask him to reconsider. Looking sideways at the girl, Jeremy recalled the death of Japanese players, where their government decided not to risk its people and was trying to hire players from other countries, which is why he refused. But then the girl got to the main point, saying that in one of the worlds there is a person dear to her, whom she really wants to save. And when the girl started crying, Jeremy tried to somehow calm her down, saying that tears definitely wouldn't help matters. Understanding what the girl wanted from him, the young man said that even if he agreed, it would be impossible to enter the portal where people were already located. But then he heard something he never expected to hear, where Kumiko said that she could go inside with her, where she alone has such an ability that allows her to open a portal that is closed to passage. But nowadays the monsters have become so smart that they are now taking players prisoner. It is very important for her to free someone who is currently being held captive by monsters in one of the worlds. After all, there is now a SS-class player from France and a talented saint, whom the whole world knows under the pseudonym Jeanne d'Arc, waiting for help there. This information shocked Jeremy, and Kumiko continued, saying that this girl is simply necessary for the Earth and therefore she asks to agree to help. After all, if an SS-class player like Jeanne d'Arc could not cope with the monsters in that world, this means that their characteristics correspond to the SSS class. Literally clutching his head, the young man thought that, apparently, there was no one to help except him, but the SSS level was serious. However, if there was a second wave of portals, then a third may appear, where the monsters will be even more sophisticated than now, for which one should be prepared. But one way or another, there is a limit for everything, including his abilities. However, if this continues, then their entire planet will very soon be threatened with complete destruction. And so he told the girl that he could not make a decision right now, and asked to be given a little time to think. Of course, Kumiko was not against the young man weighing the pros and cons of making such an important decision, where he puts his life on the line, and Jeremy left the office. And while he walked, he thought about everything that the girl told him and what he himself guessed about. Having decided to look at the cards with information about the future, which he periodically pulled out from the information lottery, the young man thought about how, given the destruction of the Earth, he could receive information about future events, which could be explained by the fact that after a certain event, life will remain only in a separate area, where it will be located. This guess, which turned everything upside down in the young man's life, could not leave him indifferent. When Jeremy got to the house and opened the door, he was almost scared when he saw a human silhouette there. But turning to the young man, Erlia greeted the guy, performing a small curtsy. This visit was very welcome, and Jeremy asked if he could ask a few questions, to which the girl replied with a sign of consent. But then she said that the young man had already learned a lot and had greatly improved his characteristics and class. Then she suddenly added that in the near future most of this world will perish. Where in the new world Jeremy experiences one battle after another and so on ad infinitum. And in the end he was reborn into some other creature, ceasing to be a simple person. And then the young man asked if there was any chance to prevent the destruction of the world and avoid a not very bright future. To which the representative of the universe replied that there is a way, but it will be a test that does not hold a candle to all those that the young man had passed before, where she would not recommend trying to pass it, where instead the girl prefers that the guy move forward in a different, simple, and safe way. After hearing this, Jeremy began to think that the destruction of the Earth cannot be called a simple and safe path to becoming a super being. And then he said that for a representative of the universe, which is Leia, who has lived for thousands of years, the death of some land may not be a problem. However, even he, the chosen one of the universe, is a person who lives on this very Earth, where there are people next to him who are not indifferent to him, and for whom he also means a lot. Where all this is very, very important to him, unlike the representative of the universe who has no friends and family. Therefore, he does not agree to a safe and simple path, but wants to prevent the destruction of their world. When the young man had finished, Leia said that if this was Jeremy's intention, she would support him with all she could. And then a message was announced to the young man that he had chosen the right path, on which a wish was expressed for him to come to a brighter future.
After which the young man exhaled with relief, saying that if the girl had not listened to him, he would not have known what to do.
Once again saying that he would support any of his intentions for the good, Leia called on the lottery machine, saying that he could find answers to current questions there, where at that very second the device gave him that same terrible capsule, which usually do not bring good news, where this time the task was to reveal the truth about one of the portals in Japan. Expressing the hope that the young man's intention would definitely come true, the representative of the universe left his company. At the next meeting of the Blackwood Guild, the hooded man said that he had received a revelation from him, where the process of divergence had already begun, to which other participants noted that similar processes have already taken place, and they do not understand how this one is different, where their leader explained that this time the discrepancy was significant, where the future they planned began to be lost. And to the questions of the guild members about what they should do, the leader explained that all this was even for the better. After which the hooded man conveyed his words that from today, the universe itself will help them, where they are only required to carry out their missions. And this time the bear and butterfly will go to Japan to test their new technology. Having said that this is the very portal that they need, Kumiko once again sincerely thanked the young man for agreeing to help. Where the young man thought to himself that he was now in a position where he himself needed to go to the world on the other side of this portal. Kumiko explained to the soldier guarding the passage that only the three whom he now sees in front of him will go inside. And while she was talking about the fact that, due to the power of the portal, she did not have enough strength for more people, Jeremy checked the information about the world that awaits them using the research skill. Where indeed that world had an SSS class, where no one had ever encountered such a level before, where the maximum task was to completely cleanse that world, and the minimum task was simply to save the saint. Here Adrian drew attention to the girl's words that she could only take 3 people inside, asking what to do when there were 4 of them. To which Kumiko explained that if they have to escape, then she will remain in that world, since Jeanne d'Arc is much more important for the Earth. When everyone was ready, Kumiko used her power, saying that now they could go through the portal, but then she felt that the energy of the portal had become even stronger, where it could turn out that no one would be able to enter it at all. To which Jeremy explained that you just need to expand this portal, and everything will be fine. Having said that the process has already started, and just a little physical strength is needed, he literally stretched out the entrance to another world with his hands. Watching what this madman was doing, Kumiko was quite shocked by his abilities. Meanwhile, the young man finished widening the passage, saying that now everything is definitely ready, and they can go inside to fetch the saint. And so the whole trio entered, where, however, only Jeremy and Kumiko appeared on the other side, to which the girl said that she had repeatedly used the skill to pass, but for the first time, someone separated from her. And Jeremy said that if he passed, then he was also somewhere here, and with his level he would independently reach the owner's room, after which he suggested that they also move forward. And while they were moving, the young man asked how often the girl could use the skill, where she replied that it depended on the class of the world, where she needed 1 day or more to recover. After listening to the explanations, the young man said that this was quite normal, and 2 horsemen suddenly appeared behind him. The monsters that appeared were amazed that someone could enter their world despite the fact that there was already a person in captivity here. And the monster that looked like a toad said that a strange energy was emanating from the girl, where she must be caught. But before the toad had time to finish his thought, Jeremy dealt her a powerful blow with all his might, where the second monster didn't even have time to understand what had just happened to his partner before his eyes. Well, the young man, having dealt with the first enemy, already swung his spear to attack the second, and so he threw his weapon with all his might, where the spear pierced the monster's body right through. The riderless horses galloped away, and the young man told his companion not to worry. However, there was actually cause for concern, as a whole organized group of monsters suddenly appeared and immediately rushed to attack. The young man looked at the approaching horde, while Kumiko, assessing the degree of danger, suggested leaving the battlefield. However, while transforming his spear into a halberd, Jeremy asked the princess to step aside a little, preparing for battle. Shouting that he would destroy them all, the young man struck his first blow, scattering a whole crowd of his opponents in different directions. The one who commanded the attack could not believe that just one person could so easily destroy all his soldiers. Holding a dagger in her hands, Kumiko noted that she could not even imagine how strong the one she called for help could be. And so the group of monsters was finished, where the travelers approached the whole castle, where, in their opinion, the owner of this world should have been. However, something confused the young man, where he could not believe that in the SSS class world it would be so easy to reach his master. But now, he was already standing in front of this same owner, who was not very happy about the appearance of the uninvited guest. Using his research skill, Jeremy determined that his opponent's level was somewhere between the diamond and black levels of the characters on his cards. And then he noticed that behind the back of this monster was the captive whom they had come here to save. Moreover, the young man noticed that inside this world there is a portal and another world. Apparently for this reason the world was classified as SSS, since it was not clear what was next. And so, for a duel with the owner, the young man called on his faithful horse, and also took advantage of Tina's challenge. But the monster did not wait for his opponents to organize, delivering his terrible blow first. Jeremy dodged his attack, and Tina, who said that there was no time for greetings yet, immediately rushed straight into the monster's face. Shouting for the pitiful dog to leave him behind, the monster tried to knock the she-wolf down with his hand, but she deftly jumped, dodging the blow, where she landed right behind the monster, biting him in the collarbone area. Having praised his assistant, Jeremy began to attack the owner of this complex world. Flying past him like lightning, the young man struck the enemy with a powerful blow with his halberd. He experienced acute pain and became very angry. The monster shouted that no one dared to disturb him, after which he struck the she-wolf with his horns. After which, without hesitating for a second, the owner of the world finished off Tina with a blow from his huge hand. And so Jeremy's disappearing assistant only had time to shout to him that they would see each other next time, when he was already informed that the call was cancelled. Then the monster noticed a horse rushing towards him from the darkness. Shouting that this maneuver had long been outdated, the master of the world, with one powerful movement of his weapon, cut the horse into two parts. But suddenly he noticed that the horse, imitating an attack on him, for some reason did not have a rider. Where at the same time, from behind his back, he heard a question about whether he was looking for him. Where immediately after this, Jeremy pierced his opponent with a halberd. Then the young man added that if this blow was not enough, he was ready to deliver another one straight to the heart. And so the body of the defeated monster, with a hole in its chest, tipped to the side and fell to the floor of the room. And Jeremy was already approaching the girl tied with chains to the cross, saying that now he would save her. Deciding that he needed to free her mouth first, the young man pulled back and lowered the blindfold, where she immediately shouted for the young man to dodge. After which Jeremy calmly turned around and with one simple movement, fought off several small knives thrown at him. Placing his halberd on his shoulder, he asked if the show was over, where his question was addressed to Kumiko herself, who was already holding a new batch of throwing weapons at the ready. The girl asked how he understood her intentions, to which Jeremy explained that he had a personal lie detector invisible to anyone. After these explanations, Kumiko suddenly took out her butterfly mask, placing it on her face. Then laughing, she said that half the job was done after Jeremy entered this world with her. Seeing how the girl put on the mask, the young man immediately remembered the monkey, suggesting that Kumiko was also a member of the Blackwood Guild. And his new opponent said that she recognizes that the young man's strength is beyond fantasy. But then, she pulled out a bloody sphere, saying that now he was exhausted and was unlikely to be able to defeat someone who was many times stronger than this monster. Saying that no one would stop this, Kumiko immediately threw the sphere into a nearby portal. After which, she laughed at the look on the young man's face when he realized that this would be a breakthrough. But Jeremy, looking at the black card, said that his expression was due to the fact that he simply did not believe in who he had called and what he could do now, where Kumiko did not understand at all what he was talking about now. Meanwhile, the portal had already managed to change its structure, where a whole crowd of demons immediately burst out of them. At the same time, a new weapon appeared in the young man's hand, on which a flag fluttered, and the character he summoned loudly declared that her body was in the hands of God. And as soon as the union was completed, Jeremy struck the floor with his weapon, where it was immediately announced that this room had been declared a holy place. After all, no one could have thought that he would be able to summon Jeanne d'Arc herself into the world of demons. The glow that emitted from the proclamation of the holy place blinded the escaped demons and had a generally detrimental effect on them. Watching everything that was happening, the butterfly, aka Kumiko, decided that it was time for her to run away from here. However, Jeremy, with his holy weapon, stopped the girl's attempts to leave the arena of events. Immediately drawing her throwing knives, Kumiko hissed, asking about what the almost dead man allows himself to do. Where, without waiting for an answer to a rhetorical question, she immediately threw her weapon at the enemy. But this time she was not destined to reach the young man, who again defended himself using a holy weapon. But this was only a diversionary maneuver, where, using the fact that the young man was distracted by defense, the cutting girl approached him, trying to attack him. But suddenly, with some incredible movement of the flag on the holy weapon, Jeremy stopped her actions, literally wrapping the attacker in fabric. After which, with all his might, he hit Kumiko on the floor, telling her to sit quietly until he finished dealing with the breakthrough. Then a saint approached her and said that she was very sorry that the girl had not found another way in her life. After which, she took a place next to Jeremy, preparing to fight the demons, who had already begun to come to their senses after being affected by the holy light. And the young man noticed that her weapon was very suitable for the pseudonym Jeanne d'Arc. The character he summoned was very pleased that she had imitators in this world. Meanwhile, the demons, who had finally come to their senses, rushed in their entire crowd to attack the young people. Watching a huge army approaching them, the girl prayed that God would give her courage. In contrast, Jeremy greeted his opponents with a smile on his face, telling them to move faster. Meanwhile, he suddenly received a message that all enemies would attack him first. But this did not really frighten the young man, who had already used his character's skill by using the Great Holy Cross, which immediately crushed several demons. But this was only the beginning of the attack, where after the first cross, crosses from the sky rained down on his opponents. Falling to the ground, sacred objects produced the effect of exploding bombs, destroying demons in droves. But before the surviving demons had time to come to their senses after the attack with crosses, the sacred sweat of light immediately fell upon them, where, using one skill after another, Jeremy was surprised that the amount of mana his character did not decrease at all, where he could only explain this by the fact that Jeanne d'Arc was chosen by God himself. The girl he summoned only had time to say one prayer after another, while the player dealt with the demons, where her words were not empty words and also acted on opponents as an attacking skill. And so, after some time, from the effects of the sounds emitted by Jeanne d'Arc's voice, the heads of the opponents literally exploded. After some time, the young man stood in the middle of the battlefield among dozens of bodies, and noted that it was a gorgeous and rather simple battle. And his new friend noticed that from her position everything was not so colorful, where she made a lot of effort to cope with at least one opponent. However, the conversation of the young people was interrupted by some activity that the portal began to show with its changed structure, where, looking at him anxiously, the character summoned by Jeremy noticed that somehow this all didn't look very good. Deciding to try to figure out what was happening, Jeremy used his research skill, where he was immediately given a message that the owner of that dungeon would now appear. But suddenly the girl he had saved suddenly fell to the floor, clutching her throat and making sounds like those usually made by a person who is suffocating. And when the young man asked what happened to her, Jeanne d'Arc explained that she could not breathe because of the demonic energy that began to emerge from the portal. It was some kind of incredible phenomenon, where the owner of the world had not yet appeared, but was already able to incapacitate the player. Looking up to where the source of holy light was fading, Jeremy noted that his character's abilities were beginning to fade, which meant she didn't have much time left here. However, he still had a second Joan of Arc, who had the talent of holiness and could help him in battle. Noting that the girl was not in the best condition right now, he applied his research skill to her, studying all her abilities. And then he saw that the girl had the third-level patient skill, where at the same moment he received a message that his communication skill was activated, which began the interaction of a similar skill in the player, only the first level, with the third skill. The next message was Jeremy's information that forced synchronization had begun, after which the young man and girl were literally pierced by rays of light. The girl also did not understand what was happening to her now, but the young man had already received a new message that forced synchronization of the next talent was beginning. Jeremy didn't even have time to read the incoming messages and figure out what was happening. Just as he tried to tell someone unknown to give him a little rest, suddenly the light again pierced his and the girl's bodies. And when the next synchronization was completed, the young man noted that without a restraining necklace, the body might not be able to withstand this. But then his thoughts were interrupted by a strong release of energy from the portal, where a figure immediately appeared in it. And now a new enemy appeared in the room, who was known to Jeremy after studying the portal with the research skill as the captain of the First Army of Demons. Meanwhile, having experienced the difficult effects of communication, Jeanne d'Arc, surrounding herself with a shield, used the skill of self-healing. And Jeremy noted that his body this time withstood communication and receiving the third-level skill more calmly. But considering his future opponent, the young man noted that he would still live to see the moments when he would be able to obtain new talents of this level. Meanwhile, a new character on the battlefield, examining the remains of the bloody sphere, called it unprecedented skill to be able to change the structure of the portal. While he was talking about how there weren't many creatures in the entire universe capable of doing this, and asking the young man why he had come here, the latter used research to understand who he had to deal with. And when the characteristics of the new personality were revealed to the young man's gaze, he was amazed at what he saw, since this demon was not inferior in strength to Hercules, who had once been summoned to him. Without waiting for an answer to the question posed, the captain of the First Army of Demons, suddenly standing behind the young man, asked if there was anyone else in their world capable of changing the structure of the portals. The young man, who turned back, noted with horror that he did not even notice how this monster ended up behind him. Suddenly, Jeremy was informed that his opponent had used a certain ability that revealed information about the player. However, the next message contained information according to which the young man's artifact blocked this ability, which greatly amused the demon, who noticed that it was becoming very interesting, since not many would be able to block it. Meanwhile, Jeremy was thinking about launching an attack on the enemy, taking advantage of the favorable moment while he was down on his guard. But suddenly the captain of the demon army turned to the young man, asking him if he was the protector of this world. But before the young man had time to say anything in response, the demon suddenly announced that he had one proposal for him. But then his speech was interrupted by Kumiko, who had come to her senses, who, rising to her feet, loudly shouted that she would not forgive this humiliation. And then the amulet glowing on her neck began to emit some kind of glow, which was directed at Jeremy's interlocutor. And when his entire body was absorbed by the rays of this light, the girl ordered him to kill the young man standing in front of him. At the same moment, the demon's face changed, and a sword appeared in his demon's hand, engulfed in tongues of bright, hellish flame, where Jeremy noted with horror that this girl had the skill to control other creatures. Well, Kumiko, experiencing true admiration, loudly shouted words of curse at Jeremy, saying that he only had a few seconds left to live. But suddenly something strange began to happen, where the demon she controlled turned around and directed the effects of its powers on the one who thought she controlled his actions. Where watching the butterfly mask on her face suddenly split into two pieces, the girl was completely shocked by what was happening. Well, the captain of the demon army said that the girl was too noisy and she definitely didn't belong here. And so he used his abilities to a much greater extent, sending a whole barrage of fire at the unlucky manipulator of consciousness, where Kumiko could do nothing to oppose this terrible force, drowning, screaming in the tongues of this hellish flame. And so, after just a few seconds, there was no trace left of the former member of the Blackwood Guild. Jeremy looked in horror at the incredible power the demon standing in front of him possessed, where he already returned to their conversation, saying that the young man was able to prove his abilities to him, and therefore he has one sentence for him. Where the young man from now on has two options, where he can accept his offer and become the captain of the 7th Legion of Demons, which he destroyed today. But if Jeremy refuses, then the alternative is immediate death here and now. But the young man immediately said that there was another option, where the captain of the First Army of Demons had an incredibly new idea, asking him to share it with him. And the young man did not keep his interlocutor waiting, saying that the third option was that he refuses the offer and kills the captain of the First Army of Demons, Dagon. Where, after what had been said, Dagon immediately pulled out his sword, saying that in this case everything would be much more interesting.
The summoned character who was still with the young man once again used her holy abilities.
And so Jeremy began to reflect the demon's blows using weapons charged with light energy. However, Dagon only had time to increase his attacks, saying at the same time that the young man was having difficulty keeping up with him. Noticing a gap in his opponent's defenses, Jeremy prepared to attack the demon by gathering holy energy. But before he could blink an eye, suddenly his opponent, who was standing right in front of him, disappeared. Appearing in a completely different place, Dagon cheerfully noted that it would not be so easy to get it. While he was speaking, Jeremy used his research skill, directing it towards the strange energy that his opponent emitted, where it turned out to be the effect of an artifact that reduces the effect of holy objects and spells. Thinking that holy energy was completely useless in this case, the young man was barely able to defend himself from his opponent's new attack. After which, he immediately attempted to counterattack his opponent, where observing the actions of the young man, Dagon cheerfully declared that it was completely useless. But then Jeremy dealt him a blow from which the demon defended himself, but was able to feel all its incredible power. Where, looking at the young man in amazement, the captain of the demon army could only ask how he managed it, to which the young man explained that he simply took and struck him, where he himself received a message that the enemy's magical protection was now being ignored. After these words, the young man rushed to the attack, striking the demon one blow after another. However, despite the fact that the task had clearly become more difficult, Dagon noted with a smile on his face that it had become much more interesting. Deciding to try to end the fight with one blow, the young man began to activate the skill of the 5 great generals, where he immediately acquired the abilities of the one he had once summoned on the Chin-He Bridge, which was more than enough for him. Where Jeanne d'Arc, who was still with him and who he had called upon, also felt how she suddenly began to be overwhelmed with power. But the captain of the demon army was not very happy, watching how his opponent's energy suddenly increased sharply. Confused as to how the guy got such strength, he simply watched as Jeremy flew into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, where now the power of his blow was primarily invested with the holy power of Jeanne d'Arc, which went well with the magical spear from ancient Celtic mythology. And all this was complemented by the special skills of the commander Chin-He, who was also an excellent master of long weapons. All this combined by the young man allowed him to strike with unprecedented force, where he produced the effect of 10 bombs exploding in one place. The dust was gradually settling and the smoke was clearing when Jeremy received a message that the skill of the 5 great generals had ended. Looking in the direction where the girl he had saved continued to lie, the young man noted that thanks to the protective field, she was fine. Straightening his arms, Jeremy decided to spend the remaining loading time of his character on helping the girl recover faster. But suddenly his opponent appeared in front of him, who, smiling, put his palms to the palms of the young man. It was something incredible, where Jeremy could not believe that Dagon could survive a blow of such force. Saying that it was cool, the demon grabbed the young man by the neck, noting that he could not imagine that he would ever die at the hands of a person in such a place. After which he added that the young man can be proud of himself, since no one has killed him for about 1,000 years. But then Dagon, looking intently at his opponent, asked why he stopped feeling that enormous power in him. At the same moment, the young man was informed that the character loading had completed its action, which was the worst scenario of all. And while the demon noted that his opponent was very strange, where his strength either increased or decreased, Jeremy thought that his opponent was too strong. But suddenly his attention was attracted by a bright flash of light, which was accompanied by words about the action of holy fire. Having prepared his sword, which gave him protection from all holy forces, Dagon prepared for a new confrontation, where now he was confronted by a 3rd-level saint who said that she would destroy evil even if she had to spend all her mana to do so. Distracted by the girl's actions, the captain of the demon army did not notice how a spear appeared in Jeremy's hand. The young man struck, to which Dagon, dodging, said that the guy should not strain himself, since he would still not be able to wound him. But the movement of the young man's spear was not aimed at wounding his opponent, where he was counting on the fact that he would dodge, opening the way with a spear in order to knock the sword out of his hand. And as soon as the demon was left without his artifact, which provides protection from holy forces, Jeanne d'Arc again attacked him with holy flame. Being subjected to a strong attack, Dagon declared that he would still have time to break his opponent's neck, to which the young man stated that if he wanted to do this, he should have talked less and taken advantage of the moment. After which, watching the Wheel of Fortune stop on a certain field, Jeremy said that today luck was on his side, and the demon had lost the battle. Where this time the Wheel of Fortune gave the young man the ability to proclaim a holy place, which he immediately took advantage of. After which the skills of purity, kindness, and holiness that the players had in the holy place were significantly strengthened. And so Dagon was able to fully experience how holy power could act on a demon. Standing in the rays of sacred light, the captain of the demon army asked about the name of his opponent, and Jeremy said his name. After which, Dagon said that he remembered him and told him not to die until they met again. And as soon as he finished speaking, Jeremy, with a movement of his weapon, cut the enemy, weakened by the holy powers, into 2 parts. After which the unconscious young man received dozens of messages that his level had been raised. Opening his eyes, Jeremy saw in front of him, as it seemed to him, Jeanne, who asked if he was okay. The image before his eyes was very blurry, and the young man called her name to confirm his guess. But then Adrian's voice, who was very happy that his friend had finally woken up, sobered Jeremy's mind. Rising up on his bed, the young man thanked his friend for caring for him while he was passed out, to which Adrian said that he was very upset that he could not help with anything else, where he was thrown into an unknown place, and he simply walked around idle in that world. After which the young man touched Kumiko, saying that he would never have thought that she would turn out to be a traitor. And when asked what they were saying about her death in Japan, Adrian explained that there was a big commotion because their only SS class player had died. However, who she really turned out to be was left a secret to the people, saying that she simply fell in a battle with a monster. However, some radical groups began to claim a conspiracy where the princess was specifically killed in order to have a reason to monopolize the issue with the portals. But all the protests quickly subsided when the saint herself swore an oath that no one had ever done such a thing. Here Jeremy asked how the saint herself was feeling, to which Adrian explained that her condition was much worse than that of his friend. However, her body quickly recovered, and after going through these trials, she began to feel even stronger. And so the conversation between the friends was over, and Adrian left Jeremy, wishing him a speedy recovery. After which the young man, left alone, called his faithful ringkeeper, where she explained to her master that she did not feel any lies in Adrian's words. Breathing out a huge sigh of relief, Jeremy explained that he was very worried that his friend might be in league with Kumiko. But then Ligeia scolded the young man for getting involved in a very dangerous fight, where Jeremy agreed that this time he was careless and almost died, and henceforth he will definitely not relax until he receives a message that the level has been increased, which will indicate the death of the enemy. Opening the status window, the young man reflected that he could not even imagine that his talent for communication could increase the level of talent of other players, where under such circumstances he can use it to strengthen all his friends. But then Ligeia intervened in his reasoning, who said that the saint was able to withstand the promotion thanks to the skill of patience, where it is not a fact that others will withstand such a promotion. This was the right thought, where the young man noticed that it was now dangerous for him to meet with friends at all, since talent works automatically, and they will simply die. But then a familiar female voice told him that perhaps she could help resolve this issue. Raising his head, the young man saw Erlia Angelos in front of him, who said that this time her chosen one had done an excellent job. And then the young man received a message that a function had been added to him where he could turn the communication skill on and off at his discretion, which pleased Jeremy a lot. After which the girl said that Dagon's level was higher than anyone the young man had met before, where she closely watched what was happening, since such a character should never have ended up on Earth. And Jeremy compared the demon with the general of the bird army, coming to the conclusion that the bird seemed stronger to him. However, Erlea immediately clarified that the Dagon whom Jeremy encountered was not in his main body, where due to the forced transfer of a high-ranking being to a lower-ranking world, his abilities were reduced, which greatly surprised and upset the young man, who realized that in fact he was fighting only with a weakened copy of the demon. Taking a defensive pose, the young man said that the universe has poor control over processes, allowing such a creature to practically end up on Earth, to which the girl explained that there are exceptions to everything. After which, Jeremy wondered why he constantly had to deal with such exceptions. Replying that this was all due to the influence of the forces of the universe, Erlea suggested moving on to a more pleasant question with a reward, and then a message was received that the blocking of experience points had been lifted from the Earth, where the young man did not even have time to rejoice at this, when suddenly all knowledge began to shake violently. And the representative of the universe said that after he was able to defeat Dagon, the universe was momentarily confused. It was then decided that the planet had become strong enough for further development, where from that day on, the entire Mount Fuji in Japan would be inextricably linked with other dimensions. In other words, it will be one big portal from which monsters will constantly come. Where, upon hearing this, Jeremy shouted that in this case he did not save the Earth, but only created an even bigger problem. To which the girl explained that this phenomenon is temporary until the confusion of the universe passes. But to maintain balance, she added that dome over the mountain that can now be seen from the window, where it works in such a way that monsters will not be able to get out of it, while players will be able to go inside. The first monsters that appear there will not be very strong and not particularly smart and developed. And only now the young man realized that this place could well be perceived as a training ground, where there would always be someone to raise the level on. Where, after his words, Erlea pulled out a certain luminous sphere, saying that Jeremy was becoming the owner of this training ground. Taking the sphere into his hands, the young man asked his guest what it was, to which the representative of the universe explained that this is a key where, under the influence of mana, you can do everything, from turning off the dome to completely blocking it, where no one can enter under it. As soon as Jeremy heard this, his joy at such an extraordinary reward knew no bounds. Where he has the prospect of some kind of management of hunting grounds, where he can sell tickets for gatherings. And when asked whether this dome is eternal, Erleia explained that if the universe decides that the Earth is really ready, then the dome will disappear. In addition, it can be removed by a creature with a very high level of mana, but there are no such creatures on Earth. Thanking his patroness, the young man said that this gift would be very useful to him. A man burst into the Prime Minister's office in a panic and shouted that they had big problems. Rising sharply from his seat, the man, preparing for the worst, asked what happened, to which the speaker replied that a huge portal had formed on Mount Fuji, where the Prime Minister literally listened with his mouth open to the fact that so far the monsters cannot get out of there due to the presence of some kind of translucent barrier. And so, when he finished, he asked the boss what they should do about it now. After thinking a little, the man suggested that perhaps this had something to do with the previous cleansing of the world through a portal on that mountain, where the people participating in that event might know something about it. And now an order was given that a player named Jeremy Randalls should be immediately brought to the ministry. A huge monster, using a huge club as a weapon, tried to break through the protective dome, where, when they saw that a crack had formed in the barrier, two men in suits became very frightened, already preparing for death. But then Jeremy, putting one hand into his bag and working on his key, told them to step back. And then, under the influence of some forces unknown to everyone, the crack on the wall of the dome disappeared. And the young man immediately said that after he defeated the demon in the world, the passage to which opened on this mountain, he acquired the ability to control the dome. And so, wiping sweat from his face, the man accompanying him asked if it was possible to let the players inside, so that they could deal with all the monsters. The monster began to hit the dome again, while the young man explained that only he and a select few others could go inside the dome. The young man noted to himself that his words, of course, were the most blatant lies. However, for now, he is not going to give access there to anyone except his own, where first they will have fun and raise their levels, and only then he will consider letting someone else there. And so Jeremy told the Japanese government not to worry, since he takes full responsibility for containing the monsters inside the dome. And so, finding himself in the car, where the Japanese official felt more or less calm, the man noted that troubles always come at the wrong time. He noted out loud that it was unthinkable to put the fate of the country in the hands of a foreigner, where the man sitting behind the wheel said that he completely agreed with him. Spreading the action of some kind of energy throughout the cabin, the driver asked the question that there might be some other way to control the dome. And under the influence of unknown forces, the man formed the idea that the fate of the country cannot be entrusted to a foreigner, where the territory of their native country should be governed by its people. Noting that this was a great idea, the man asked the name of his driver, who was meanwhile putting on his mask, where, turning sharply to the official, a member of the Blackwood Guild said in an ominous voice that he should simply be called a bear. Having discovered the passage through the dome, Jeremy decided to try to go inside to look around a little and reconnoiter the situation. The first one he came across was the same monster who frightened the Japanese officials, for which he could be thanked. Seeing the man, the monster tried to attack, but the young man immediately materialized a sword and dealt with the monster with one blow. And when it was announced that he had increased characteristics, Jeremy noticed that he had become much stronger, since even an S-class player could not cope with such a monster with one blow. But then his peripheral vision noticed a huge boulder flying straight at him. However, without even moving from his place, the young man, with a slight movement of his sword, cut the stone into two parts, where, immediately after this, he saw the one who had just thrown this stone at him, where his new opponent stood, clutching an axe in his hand. And with the words that because of people like this monster, he had to endure a lot of suffering, Jeremy attacked the enemy. And after he heard the message that the level had been raised, Jeremy looked around and asked who was next. And then his attention was attracted by sounds that came from literally all sides, where the young man came to the conclusion that monsters were surrounding him on all sides and in considerable numbers. However, he boldly stated that he is not going to run away from a great fight, inviting his opponents to join the fight. And at that same second, a huge crowd of various monsters rushed towards him from all directions. But after some time, the young man sat on the body of one of the defeated monsters, examining the next trophy and noticing that experience points and trophies were pouring down on him, where he made his faithful companion laugh by saying that this place was so sweet that he was afraid of ruining his teeth. Saying that he had trained enough and allowing Ligeia to absorb the monster's body, the young man came to the conclusion that it was time to conduct normal reconnaissance, and so he used his ability and called his former partner Tina. Looking around, the she-wolf noted that in her friend's world, things like this dome also began to appear, where, in response to the young man's question, Tina explained that this also exists in her world, where if this place is not cleared, monsters will appear more and more powerful. There must be a hidden place here, which they called the core, where if it is destroyed, the danger will be eliminated. Scratching her chin, Tina said smugly that the core was well hidden, but for her finding it was not a problem at all. And when the young man said that the she-wolf had no equal, she said that she was ready to help her friend in the search, where at the same moment, using her abilities, she created many of her clones. And Jeremy noted with affection that he now had a whole bunch of cute dogs at his disposal. And now he was already trying to start stroking one of them, but Tina said that it was better not to touch, as this would interfere with the search. A few minutes later, the she-wolf heard one of the clones let out a long howl, saying that the target had been detected, and now she rushed to the right place, telling Jeremy to immediately follow her. And now they were already at the place where, looking out from behind the shelter, Tina showed the young man the very core from which the monsters appeared, where the she-wolf was surprised at the absence of the guard who needed to be defeated to destroy the core, which led the young man to think that this might be due to the presence of the key, after which he suggested that for now they concentrate on destroying the monsters that they come across. Tina agreed, but suddenly turned to Jeremy, saying that she had one request, where she asked permission to settle in his world, since her world was freed from war and no longer needed it. After thinking a little, the young man said that he would be only too glad, but at the sight of such a huge wolf, everyone around would be horrified, to which the she-wolf said, starting to use force, that she could easily solve this problem. And so she turned into a very small puppy, asking Jeremy how he liked her image, where the young man immediately grabbed his girlfriend, fascinated by what a cute puppy she had become. Having once again played the lottery, Jeremy was again disappointed that he received a simple card. And the Tina accompanying him said that her friend had been doing some strange things since the moment they came here, to which her interlocutor once again explained that in order to increase the likelihood of obtaining certain skills, he needs to be in special places. And he came here because there is a monument to the one whose skills he so badly wants to gain. To which the she-wolf replied that in any case, the young man would not help the cause with his cries after each failure. And when Jeremy said that luck is not as simple as it might seem, Tina said that in that case she too would concentrate. And so the unifying lottery was launched again, where the young man said that he seemed to feel how luck was coming to him. But then the card was issued, where a very well-dressed ram immediately appeared before his eyes. Saying that this guy appeared here because of her, Jeremy asked his friend not to do anything else. Deciding not to tempt fate any longer, the young man called on his old successful acquaintance. And the she-wolf noticed that she was scared when Jeremy started talking to himself. The lottery was launched again, where this time the young man really got lucky in the form of a diamond card. After which the ancient warrior Daichi Kobayashi appeared and said that he missed this place, where he had won many victories, seeing which Jeremy literally praised the gods for allowing him to summon the best samurai. Turning to him, the young man asked how he could become as strong as Daichi, to which the man replied that someone is born with talent, but those who are unlucky can only follow the path of daily practice. And then he told the young man to take the sword, and he would personally show him the path to becoming a great warrior. When the training was over, Daichi noted the young man's high abilities and hard work, after which he expressed
regret that he could not fight earthly monsters.
The young man did not understand what he meant, but the samurai continued, telling him to call him again when he was on Mount Fuji. Having promised to give something to the young man to help, Daichi, whose time was up, disappeared into thin air. While he was getting acquainted with the message that he had successfully mastered the samurai skill, the young man invited his companion to return to the mountain. But then another window appeared in front of him, where he was informed that he had already received diamond cards 10 times, where the possibility of replacing characters in the album was open to him, where for 3 characters from gold cards you can load 1 from diamond, and for 3 from diamond, 1 from black, and when you remove 4, the character will generally evolve. After receiving this information, the young man noted that if it were a computer game, then such a replacement would require spending a lot of resources. The new function opened up completely new possibilities, where he could safely spend previously summoned characters for the sake of evolving the ones he needed. However, if a character from the Warriors board is used as a replacement, then all the effects and advantages that he gave will disappear. Until Warrior boards are activated, it is impossible to know which character belongs to which. However, for now the goal can be to collect as many characters as possible, which can then be gradually replaced with cooler black cards. Jeremy was distracted from drawing up a plan of action by his phone, which began to vibrate in his pocket. where Hank's voice rang out and told him that he and Samantha had successfully landed in Japan. Sincerely glad to hear from his friend, Jeremy said that they would meet at the previously agreed upon place, after which he asked about how the guild registration process was going, where Hank said that the registration process was completed. After this, the young man asked who the fourth member of the guild was, to which Jeremy replied that he had hired someone for office work. Finishing the conversation, the team leader said that he would introduce them later, and Samantha, who was next to his interlocutor, said that she missed him very much. Having disconnected the connection, Jeremy noted that it was time to move back to Mount Fuji. When the young man approached the dome, he was quite surprised to see that an official was meeting him there, with whom, as he thought, all the issues had been resolved. Where the man started the conversation by expressing his understanding of how much Jeremy does for Japan, but he immediately added that citizens were very concerned about the situation, and he would like to personally go to the other side of the barrier, where he has no doubt that Jeremy is safe, but nevertheless would like to take one bodyguard with him, where their personal example will prove to the citizens that everything is safe. The young man was about to refuse the official, when suddenly Ligeia stopped him. Approaching her master's ear, the girl quickly began to say something to him, after which the young man's mood changed sharply, where he said that he understood the man perfectly, and asked him to follow him. And so he, as usual, thrusting one hand into the bag where the key to the dome was located, opened the passage, inviting the men to go inside. Once inside and looking around, the official noted that he was very worried, but apparently there weren't many monsters here. But then Jeremy said that it would be much easier to calm people down if they were shown how easy and simple it is to destroy monsters here. After which the young man drew attention to the fact that he did not see cameras on visitors that could film everything to show the people. Realizing that he had miscalculated somewhere, the man hurriedly tried to come up with some kind of excuse. His bodyguard came to the aid of the official, who said that there was nothing to worry about, since they were filming everything from the satellite, where the young man was ready for some kind of answer. After which he said that because of the dome, no satellites would be able to photograph what was happening here, to which the bodyguard did not know what to say. Then Jeremy himself offered a way out, saying that the people probably have no reason not to trust the official, where if he himself says that everything is in order, then they will believe him. And when the men confirmed that the people's trust was with them, the young man asked if they would mind if he used the skill to find monsters. As soon as consent to use the skill was received, the conditions were fulfilled, and the Room of Truth began to operate. And Vita, who appeared behind Jeremy, joyfully noted that she could see visitors again. Without wasting time, the young man directly asked the official if he was working together with the Blackwood Guild, to which the man easily replied that his hand would definitely not waver if he had to confront this organization for which he had never worked and does not work. This answer showed the young man that the man standing in front of him was simply being secretly used. And when the official asked why the question was asked, the young man admitted that the skill he had activated was not related to finding monsters in the literal sense, where, to the surprise of the man's bodyguard, Jeremy said that he had activated a skill that allows him to detect lies. And for that matter, he also states that he has nothing to do with the Blackwood Guild. The next person who had to say the same words was the bodyguard, who of course could not utter a word. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the bodyguard used his hidden abilities, where, with the help of them, he influenced the official standing in front, forcing him to scream in pain. And then the possessed man quickly jumped out of his seat, trying to attack Jeremy, where, observing what was happening, the young man noted that the same power was being used here that he had seen in the spy in the service. But at that moment, his bodyguard suddenly jumped out from behind the possessed official, swinging his axe. Moreover, the blow was directed not at Jeremy, but at the minister, whom the young man saved from certain death by throwing him back over himself. He immediately asked his new enemy why he decided to kill this man himself, to which the bodyguard replied that he really didn't care at all about the worthless life of an official. However, if, after Kumiko, who died while with Jeremy, the deputy also dies while under the dome with him, then the young man's days will be numbered. Immediately after these words, the official grabbed his throat with his hands, greedily trying to gasp for air, where the bodyguard, showing insane joy, shouted that his magic had put a suicide mark on this man, and now he was definitely finished. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, the young man used his research skills in order to at least discover the type of threat. And having studied what was happening with the official, the skill Jeremy used was able to deactivate the suicide mark. Seeing that his victim's condition was beginning to stabilize, the killer bodyguard could not believe his eyes. But before he even had time to say anything, Jeremy had already dealt his first blow to the enemy. The man tried to defend himself, which he, incidentally, succeeded at the cost of the weapon he had. And Jeremy, pointing his heavenly halberd at the enemy, said that their guild does not value human life at all, where he had an irresistible desire to visit them and destroy everything there, where he promised that he would catch every single one, sparing no one or sparing anyone. Listening to the young man, the attacker, frantically clutching his bent axe, came to the conclusion that he could not oppose anything to this truly strong opponent. But suddenly his eyes became bloodshot, and he rushed forward, shouting that even if he had to burn everything here to the ground, he would destroy his opponent. His face was distorted in some kind of madness, and his hands stretched forward, trying to grab his victim. However, his plan was not destined to come true, because Tina, who had returned to her usual form, grabbed him right on the fly. Seeing someone's mouth and sharp fangs instead of his goal in the surrounding landscape, the distraught man was, to put it mildly, amazed. But then the she-wolf began to quickly shake her head from side to side, giving the killer a good shake-up, which amused Jeremy quite a bit. And when she finished, she threw him several tens of meters up, where, at the highest point of his flight, the failed killer exploded like a fireworks charge. There was no time for laughter here, where the young man menacingly said that the Blackwood Guild would answer him for everything in time. Seeing the broken stone in his hand, the bear said that his mission had completely failed. Immediately, all the other participants began to discuss the situation on Mount Fuji, where some explained to others that it was created by magic much more advanced than what exists on Earth. However, some wondered what would happen next, where 2 members of their guild had already gone to their forefathers. But then their leader stopped all discussions, saying that the death of guild members should not worry anyone, since their main problem is Jeremy Randall's, thanks to whom they suffered all their recent failures. It is on him that you need to focus your attention, since it seems that he is their greatest enemy, whose appearance was predicted. At the same time, the hooded man noted that if it is really him, then they will not be able to do anything with him, where he even orders to interrupt surveillance of him so that he cannot track them back. And until he returns to them, each member of the guild is obliged to avoid a collision with Jeremy Randall's in every possible way. Hank finished off one of the monsters, which resembled a huge toad in appearance, with a powerful blow from his shield. Turning to Jeremy, he joyfully asked him if his level had risen after this fight, where, using his research skill, the young man said without enthusiasm that there had been no level up yet. And Hank, in response, was again glad that his friend told him about his amazing research skill, where the young man did not share his joy, reminding him that the skill consumes mana. Here the conversation of friends was interrupted by a voice familiar to Jeremy, addressing him by name, where Tina, who was in the tight embrace of Samantha, who was delighted with this puppy, asked to take this female human away from her. After which the she-wolf looked menacingly at the girl, menacingly telling her to stop squeezing her. But then Samantha took out a smoked sausage, putting it straight into the puppy's mouth. Instincts took over, where Tina began to deftly deal with the treat, saying that she hated this humiliation. Jeremy, watching what was happening, cheerfully noted that he was very glad that all his friends got along. Then he received a message that he had reached level 99, where until he completed a special task, he would not be able to advance further, and therefore the young man had to leave his friends for a while. Stepping aside, he took advantage of the information lottery, where the crazy machine this time gave out a green capsule. And when he printed it out, he saw a message that he needed to turn his head and look to the left, which the young man immediately did, where he met the eyes of Airly, who warmly greeted Jeremy. Having asked if it would not have been easier to just show up than to arrange all this, the young man received the answer that she did not want to stop time, but somehow needed to talk to the young man. After which the young man expressed his concern that the representative of the universe had personally come to instruct him about the test. But the girl said that she would not even send him to another world, since the test would take place on Earth, where Jeremy would only need to suppress the earthly monster. And when the young man asked whether these monsters came from other worlds, Erlia explained that they were a product of their world. Monsters, including good ones, used to densely populate the Earth, but when the cities grew, they left and hid. Some have survived to this day, where they skillfully hide among people, but the most powerful and evil monsters were captured, and a magical prison of spells was organized for them. And so the young man, having fallen into a stupor, listened to the fact that it was precisely such a monster that he now had to defeat. There are prisons with monsters all over the world, including a couple in Asian countries, Japan and Korea, where a young man can choose anyone, but the girl herself would recommend a Korean, since the spells have weakened in his prison. Having received the task, Jeremy said that he would not waste time and would leave immediately. And when he asked what he should do with the dome, Erlea said that he could give the key to his friends, who could continue training here. After which the girl explained that the player who receives the key must pour his mana into it to be able to use it. Already disappearing, the representative of the universe added that the monster that Jeremy would meet was no weaker than the demon Dagon. Calling on everyone nearby to exert more strength, the man shouted that they should not allow him to get out. And so the young people crowded into the door, behind which the monster was in his prison of spells. Concerned, Betty approached the place where the monster was sealed and asked why the spells cast had suddenly weakened, to which they explained to her that some villain had snuck in here, killed the guards and weakened the effect of the spells. At this moment, the monster struck a new blow at the gate, which threw back the men trying to hold back its onslaught, where, through the gap that had formed, one could already see the huge eye of the monster located there. Elizabeth, who arrived after Betty, asked with considerable surprise where the monster came from here. Then the heir to the warrior clan asked if the head of her guard had heard about an evil monster with huge tusks that looked like an elephant. Almost everyone had heard these legends, but now that the legend turned out to be true, Elizabeth asked why this monster was not destroyed, but was only locked in prison, where the explanation for this was quite simple, and Betty gave it by saying that this monster is immortal. More than 1,000 years ago, their ancestors, asking for power from the universe itself, were able to catch him and put him in a prison of spells. However, this monster, about which nothing was known, began to feed on the energy of spells, and therefore grew very much. And now this monster, whom someone helped, is struggling to be free, tired of his long imprisonment. Then one of the men holding back the monster's impulses turned to Betty, saying that the amulets also stopped working, which meant that the monster would break out in a couple of days. Then Elizabeth suggested calling in the troops, to which Betty refused, saying that this would only lead to large and unnecessary casualties. However, if this monster breaks free, then disaster awaits their entire world, where the girl could not even imagine what could be done in this situation. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by information received from external forces, after which Betty said that there was a very dear guest at the foot of the mountain right now, and when Elizabeth asked the lady what kind of person this was, the heiress happily replied that he was the one who would resolve the situation. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain stood none other than Jeremy himself, who was accompanied by Vag Lun and Ligeia, and who already wanted to see what the earthly monster was capable of. And now the young man was already standing opposite the door, behind which there was a monster with which he had to fight. Fearing for the young man's life, Betty said that they don't even know what he could have been reborn into over all these centuries. Then the girl handed Jeremy the amulet, saying that if everything works out, he needs to leave it on the monster's neck, where he will bind him for another 100 years. Having accepted the amulet and already launched the lottery, Jeremy assured the girl that she could rely on him. And so, without waiting for the monster to break down the doors, Jeremy, using his powers, opened them himself. Looking at the gigantic elephant that appeared from behind her, the young man was amazed at its impressive size. But today in battle he was accompanied not by an ordinary, but by a very famous character, who was known to the whole world under the name of Sir Lancelot. But then the monster saw his first victim, on whom he could take out the anger accumulated over 1,000 years, and instantly rushed to attack. Looking at this giant, Lancelot recommended that his master climb onto his back, which was not particularly difficult for Jeremy, where he failed the enemy's attack with a high jump, after which, landing on the back of the giant, he simultaneously delivered his blow. But after standing on the monster's back, Jeremy dealt several crushing blows. He was unable to inflict any significant damage. Then, raising the sword and gathering more energy into it, the young man used another of his techniques where the monster had already felt this blow, and the young man had already managed to get some crystals, saying that he had heard about the fear of the fire monster, and therefore he had prepared something for him. After which, Jeremy threw several red stones towards the elephant's head, where as soon as they came into contact with the skin of the monster, a strong explosion occurred, creating a huge amount of flame. Happy that his trick had worked, the young man prepared to plunge his blade into the monster's back, but suddenly he interrupted his actions, seeing how the elephant was rapidly approaching the wall, where, without slowing down, the monster crashed into the wall, causing Jeremy to fly off his back, hitting the rocks painfully. Landing on his feet, the young man noted that his opponent was quite agile for his size. Then the character he summoned warned him that huge stalactites began to break off from the ceiling due to strong vibrations. But Jeremy was able to easily dodge some of the falling ice flows and cut some of these blocks with his sword. And before the young man had time to come to his senses, the monster immediately approaching dealt him a powerful blow with its trunk, which however could not knock down the young man, where he, having stopped the movement of his body with the help of a sword woven into the ground, was already preparing to counterattack. but the monster had already prepared several stones for his opponent, throwing them at Jeremy, where the latter, defending himself, came to the conclusion that the elephant was deliberately keeping him at a long distance. And then Lancelot, whom he had summoned, came up with a clever thought, expressing his regret at the fact that they did not have magic at their disposal that could create a barrage of fire. Having said that there is always a way out, Jeremy carries out the call of his especially lucky character. Turning to him, he asked him to use his special skills for good luck. Where, having received permission, Van Loon said that he had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. And now the summoned person has already used his special skill for luck, directing its effect to his master, where the latter noted with regret the deprivation of several stat points from him. After which, Jeremy placed King Arthur and Sir Lancelot, who had already been summoned by him, into the selective lottery, where he hoped that in the lottery he would get the very character he needed now more than ever. And now the card that fell out was already known, along with which an old man in a wide-brimmed pointed hat and with a staff began to appear in this world. And Lancelot, who was still here, was surprised to greet the appearance of the greatest wizard Merlin. "Where is this ancient old man?" greeted Sir Lancelot in response, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. However, the meeting of old friends was interrupted by the fact that a monster was rushing towards them at great speed, where, watching him approach, Merlin was surprised that this terrible creature trembled before the fire. Having decided to first deprive him of the ability to freely maneuver, the summoned character, the magician, summoned thorny vines that constrained the elephant's movements, after which Merlin said that now his master needs to attack, where Jeremy immediately raised his sword above his head. After which, with the support of Lancelot, he launched an energy strike aimed at their enemy. At that same second, Merlin also used his charms, summoning a real firestorm. After which, the great monster, which terrified people for many centuries, found itself in the very center of this fiery hurricane. But Jeremy, who was watching what was happening, commanded that the fire hurricane be used again, where he sent another shockwave of flames towards the monster, where right there, in front of the young man's eyes, the monster began to gradually fade away, no longer trying to escape from the fire surrounding him. His sword continued to exude a huge amount of energy, which was no longer needed, since he had already begun to receive messages about increasing his level. The girls standing at the entrance all this time expressed their hopes that everything was fine with their savior. But then Elizabeth drew the ladies' attention to a young man who appeared in the aisle. Betty was glad that the young man was alive, as well as that they could sleep peacefully for the next 100 years. However, Jeremy said that it was definitely not 100 years, but he would guarantee peace from the monster. And showing what was left of him, the young man explained that he had destroyed the elephant. Taking the magic object, the girl immediately felt the energy of the former monster, making sure that the elephant really no longer existed. And Jeremy had already asked if Betty knew a craftsman who could process this material, to which she replied that there were definitely no such craftsmen on Earth. What he heard made the young man think that only his familiar gnomes could cope with this. Tapping on his protection, the young man noted that he definitely needed better armor to fight high-level opponents. And then he asked if the heiress knew anything else about the monsters sealed in the magical prisons of the Earth, to which Betty said that the closest monster she knows is in Japan, where it is a huge multi-headed snake. This information pleased the young man, who noted that this would be the next material for his new armor. But then the heiress interrupted his thoughts, saying that they would give him a reward for his help in destroying the monster, where, having opened the chest she brought, the girl said that this was the heart of a fire goblin, where they did not know how and where to use it. Thanks to Betty for the gift, Jeremy noted that he would definitely find a use for it. Having finished communicating with the heiress, the young man said goodbye to his current assistants, where immediately after their disappearance, 2 wheels of fortune appeared in the air. And when he launched the first one, Wong Lung shouted with all his might for a good skill to fall. And Jeremy reassured him, saying that the skill of analyzing the battlefield is also very good, where he has one more try. And so he spun the wheel of fortune a second time, expecting some interesting result. But both he and his lucky friend were shocked when the young man got the second-level beauty skill. Very soon, Jeremy arrived at Adrian's house, where he was going to use the forge once again. But as soon as he opened the door, a representative of the universe greeted him sweetly, where she said that their new meeting symbolizes that her chosen one has become a little stronger. And then she added that for the first time since she appeared and saw the light, she felt a sense of pride. Erleia then turned to the young man, saying that she had prepared a reward commensurate with his merits, where cards immediately began to spin around Jeremy, where one of them stopped in front of his eyes, which was accompanied by a message that the player had gained access to white cards. Accepting the sample, The young man found it interesting that there were now white cards, and when asked who can be summoned with these cards stronger than those who were already there, Erlea explained that the white cards summoned those who were called gods. But that was not all, where an extra card immediately appeared before the young man's eyes. Looking confused at something completely new, Jeremy asked his patron what it was, to which the girl explained that if you summon a character of an exclusive rank, then with the help of this card you can endow him with special properties. But the young man did not understand what could be so special about those who were already recognized as gods. To which the disappearing Erlea cheerfully said that for all the answers he could turn to the information lottery. And so the young man stood and wondered if, with his luck, he could pull out at least one special character. However, deciding to put those thoughts aside for now, Jeremy pulled out his new trophies. In order to process them, he needed one of the gnomes, and he placed a couple of his acquaintances in the random lottery. Wang Lung was immediately summoned with his special luck, who wished the young man to achieve his goal. And now, for the second time, golden cards with characters that he did not need at the moment fell out. Then Jeremy took a meditation pose and began to give himself instructions to calm his thoughts. Let go of everything bad and let go of his desires. And while Wang Lun was saying that the gentleman was scaring him with his strange behavior, the young man had already managed to launch a new lottery, where, watching the cards spin around him, he said with the calmest look that he would take any result for granted. And luck was on his side this time, where he finally got a white card, which guaranteed the summoning of a special character. Where, just a second later, he was sincerely happy to meet the master from the world of gnomes, Gotrek, who, of course, did not recognize him, since he was only a copy of that gnome. Immediately the master's gaze fell on what was left of the monster defeated by Jeremy, where he noted that the object was very interesting. Having looked at it more closely, Gotrek said that this creature was still alive. It was just as if in a state of sleep. And when the young man asked if it could be processed, the gnome said that none of the gnomes could, but the guy was lucky to meet a real master. And now the fire was already blazing in the furnace, and the summoned gnome was fully engaged in his work. And so, when the work was completed, Jeremy looked with admiration at the new armor, which greatly increased all his characteristics, but was not yet completely completed. Gotrek even noted that it was a shame that they weren't able to fully complete the work, but at least they were able to give it shape. Where the dwarf said that more material needs to be obtained in order to complete the armor completely, and he, after consulting with his colleagues, will then finish everything. Deciding that this was a great plan, Jeremy said that in this case he would immediately go to Japan to get the many-headed snake. But suddenly 2 wheels of fortune appeared in front of him, which he had never expected. Having at first decided that there was a double reward for the white card, he was immediately disappointed by the message that he could spin both wheels, but choose only one prize. And so, having spun both wheels, Jeremy stood and listened to Van Loon's advice that he needed to choose the talent of harmony, where this word had a very favorable effect on his ear. But Ligeia did not agree with him at all, saying that there was no reason to choose an ability based on how it sounds, and it was better for the master to choose to ignore compatibility. Jeremy decided to listen to his lie detector, and sixth sense rolled into one and chose to ignore compatibility. Soon, the young man returned to Japan, where he listened, not without pleasure, to his friend's admiration for his new armor. After which, Jeremy asked if his friend's skills had improved, to which Hank replied that they were still a long way from him. And when his friend said that he was overwhelmed with strength when he was next to Jeremy, the latter explained that it was because of one of his talents. And then he received a message that the stabilization of talent for third-level management was completed. After which, Wang Lung, greatly upset by this circumstance, stated that in this case, he was unlikely to be called into battle again. Suddenly, a huge and angry monster jumped out of the thicket, right at Jeremy. Seeing this attack on the young man, Samantha, shouting for her friend to be careful, rushed to stop the attack. And the young man suddenly received a message that the applied leadership talent was blocked by the communication talent. And when the girl dealt a crushing blow to the monster, Jeremy was told that the allies' abilities had increased. Looking at what happened to the monster after her actions, the girl did not understand that this had happened to her. And Jeremy told Van Loon that he would be glad to see their further cooperation, to which the latter replied that it was not clear when it would be. And so, saying that his friends had done a great job, he said goodbye to them, saying that he himself would stay here a little longer. And as soon as Hank and Samantha were out of sight, Jeremy turned to Tina, asking her to find a creature whose energy was similar to the energy of his new armor. Using the skill of smell, the she-wolf quickly felt the right direction, rushing to the goal and calling the young man after her, where after some time she led him to a cave, saying that the creature was inside. As soon as they walked inside, they immediately felt the effect of ancient magic restraining the monster. Jeremy said it made it hard to even breathe, like there was some kind of gas spreading around here. Meanwhile, Tina noticed that there were many traces here indicating that someone had deliberately weakened the effect of the restraining magic. Having materialized the spear, Jeremy said that in this case, someone who can really stop this monster should intervene without waiting for its sudden release. And so he threw his weapon with all his might right at the place where the monster was sealed. Quickly closing the distance, the spear plunged into a huge vat standing in front of the cave visitors, after which the sleeping snake, opening his eyes and feeling the imminent moment of liberation, said that he had been waiting for this for a very long time. And suddenly everything around began to shake, as if in a powerful earthquake, where Jeremy could hardly stand on his feet. Noticing that the cave was beginning to collapse, the she-wolf shouted for the young man to leave this place as soon as possible, and as soon as the friends ran out of the cave, the vaults completely collapsed behind them. And from the ruins, huge long bodies of snakes intertwined with each other began to appear. Watching a new monster appear before his eyes, Jeremy could not believe his eyes, because the monster was much larger than he had imagined. And now, completely on the surface of the earth, the huge monster said that he had finally found the long-awaited freedom, where he also sent 1,000 curses to the people who locked him in this dungeon for many centuries. His promise was the complete destruction of all humanity, of which he did not intend to leave the slightest trace. But then his fiery speech was interrupted by someone's voice, who said that everyone is strong in words. And having prepared his heavenly halberd for battle, Jeremy added that the place where the monster was captured today would also become his grave. And then the huge snake asked what the guy who today contributed to the destruction of the dungeon needed from him. Assuming that the man needed money, land, and power, the serpent invited him to kneel before him, after which the whole world would lie at his feet. After listening to the monster's proposal, Jeremy said that everything mentioned did not interest him at all. Then he added that he came here for bones, scales, and other parts of the snake's body. The monster, who did not expect to hear such insolence, called the man a smug fool and rushed to attack. Jeremy was able to deftly dodge the lightning-fast throw of one of the heads trying to bite him, following which the others tried to reach him, from which he also dodged by jumping high. And while heads were turning, the young man took counter-attacking actions using his halberd, where, having seen what skills his opponent had, the snake could not believe that a person could be capable of such a thing. To which Jeremy replied that so many heads of the monster should have realized long ago that resistance is useless. Once again calling his opponent too arrogant, the snake, opening its mouth wide, launched a poison attack, where Jeremy defended himself from the poisonous stream without leaving his place, and only covering himself a little with his hands. And while he was receiving a message that his abilities had neutralized the effect of the poison, the young man again noticed to his opponent that he could not win. The snake, watching how his poison, which, as usual, split the body of people into small molecules, but now did not produce any effect, did not know what to say. Jeremy, telling the monster that it was too early to be surprised, kicked the ground, after which the snake began to entangle energy chains that appeared from all sides. And the young man explained that it was not for nothing that he arranged a duel with him in this very place, where the monster fell into his trap, which he created with the help of his friend Wong. And while the snake was trying to bite through the chains that entangled him, Jeremy jumped high, pointing his weapon straight at one of the enemy's heads. And so he delivered his crushing blow with a sword that had the ability to double damage. And when his weapon pierced the snake's body, Jeremy began to quickly move along its body, literally cutting it into two parts. Seeing that one of his goals had come to an end, the monster decided to change the tactics of the fight, where at that very second the heads of this monster dispersed, and after several maneuvers surrounded the young man from all sides. But Jeremy immediately jumped high, delivering multiple blows to the enemy's body, where for himself he noted the ever-increasing power of the serpent, which could gradually return to him after a long stay locked up. Calling on his lucky friend, the young man decided that he needed to deal with this problem as quickly as possible. And now he has already launched the next unifying lottery process. And so the sorcerer Algorab, summoned by him from the black card, noted, not without surprise, that he saw an ancient monster, which it was his direct duty to cope with. Well, the young man's opponent did not stop his pressure, and once again attempted an attack. However, his movements were suddenly stopped by certain parts of plants that grabbed the snake from all sides. Where were the trees on which the sorcerer cast a spell, and which were now attacking the enraged snake in a crowd? Trying to fight off new opponents, the monster used its poison that destroys all living things. Where he looked at how several trees were destroyed, Jeremy with a smile drew his opponent's attention to the fact that they were in the forest, Where there were 2 destroyed trees, 5 more immediately appeared. As it turned out, this attack with trees was necessary in order to gain time for preparations, the completion of which the sorcerer had just informed Jeremy. The delighted young man immediately decided to test what his new character was capable of, where at that very second a rain of fire fell on the snake. And very soon, the entire body of the huge monster was engulfed in flames, where, screaming in pain, the snake nevertheless had no intention of dying. Algarab said that this way they could only hold him back for a while. But to destroy him, they needed to come up with something else. Looking at the draft card he had, the young man wondered whether it was worth using it. But suddenly someone's voice told the person who was hearing other people's voices to come to him. Having asked who was talking to him and looking around, Jeremy suddenly saw some kind of light far in the forest. But then his attention was attracted by his faithful companion Ligeia, who said that the master needed to distract the monster. Having listened to the keeper of the ring, the young man opened the sorcerer's fan and began to use his magical abilities. And at the same moment, white paper luminous cranes began to fly out of the fan towards his opponent, which did not allow him to see what was happening around him. And while the snake was lamenting that he could not see anything and demanded that the young man show himself, Jeremy was already quickly running away. Moving towards the voice calling him, he soon found himself near a small cave, where he saw a certain stone statue, from which a voice constantly calling to him could be heard. Jeremy asked who was talking to him, but before anyone could answer, his companion suddenly expressed her surprise, not believing that it was all true. But suddenly the statue split into 2 parts, where, as it turned out, some ancient sword was kept in its depths. And then a certain creature asked the young man to take this sword, and with its help, defeat the snake once and for all. And the sorcerer accompanying Jeremy said that if they combine his abilities and the power of this weapon, they can put the monster back in prison. But Jeremy did not agree with this, saying that his vision was how to make the best use of the gift. Meanwhile, the monster continued to fight the annoying trees and insistently demanded that the man continue the battle. Tina, watching what was happening, was very focused and mentally hurried her friend to return, as there were fewer and fewer trees in the area. And then finally Jeremy appeared, immediately drawing his opponent's attention to him. Seeing that the man still did not run away from the fight, the monster noticed that he had a lot of courage. And while the snake was talking, Al-Gorab, understanding his master's intentions, said that destroying the snake with this sword was too dangerous an idea. But the young man said that he needed the weapon first of all in order for the character's new summon to work correctly. And so he activated the unifying lottery, where the double summoning skill was immediately involved. And when the map was determined, the warrior Caden from an ancient tribe came to the aid of the young man against the huge monster. Seeing that his opponent was preparing something dangerous, the monster immediately rushed to attack him. However, with a deft movement of his fan, the young man suppressed this sudden outburst of rage, after which the sorcerer accompanying him cast a binding spell, which their enemy did not like at all. Having already grabbed the hilt of the sword, Jeremy said that now the snake could neither separate nor escape from him. After which, adding that he would now relieve him of all his torment, the young man began his attack on the monster. However, his decisive actions did not bring the expected result, where the monster was not defeated after using the weapon, and the snake only grinned, saying that 1,000 years in prison were not in vain for him, where he had long ago learned to counteract a wide variety of forces and abilities. And the ancient warrior Caden, who accompanied the young man in the battle, said that they found themselves in a deadlock. Jeremy then asked his character if he was ready to trust his master, immediately receiving a positive answer, after which the young man asked the summoned character to completely transfer his power to him. Having nothing against this, the ancient warrior passed on his abilities to Jeremy without any doubt. Well, the snake, who very much believed in his own strength and the impossibility of defeat, rushed in order to deal with his enemy once and for all. But then, using one of his skills learned from the Wheel of Fortune, Jeremy dealt an incredible blow to the approaching monster, where at that same second the heads of a huge monster separated from the body, flying to the ground, where the defeated snake could not believe that some simple person could destroy him so easily. As Jeremy watched the snake's body fall to the ground with a huge noise, he also received numerous messages that his level was elevated. He did not immediately notice how a helicopter of television crews appeared above his head, who filmed the very moment when he destroyed the huge snake. And now every channel, to the delight of all townspeople, talked about how a player named Jeremy Randalls defeated a huge monster that brought horror and fear to many generations of people, where Japanese citizens took to the streets in droves and applauded the heroic player. Finally, it was announced that everyone who watched the broadcast today had witnessed the appearance of the first SSS-class player. A huge number of reporters, literally did not give way to the young man, asking standard questions like how the only SSS-level player in the world feels. Somehow breaking through this crowd, held back by Hank, Jeremy hurried to disappear from their sight. But at some point, he turned and asked everyone to leave, as they continued to eliminate monsters on Mount Fuji. But this only gave rise to new questions, where now he was asked whether he continued to remain faithful to his duty, regardless of what country he was in. But he and his friends finally disappeared behind the dome, where Samantha noted that her friend was now a real celebrity. A few hours later, they finished another monster hunt where their leader said he had a little business to do. He also added that today they have not yet raised their level enough, where it would be nice for them to work a little more. And so he left them to continue the battles, saying that he believed in their abilities and promising to meet later. Very soon he returned to the very cave where he received a sword to fight the serpent. And Ligeia, who accompanied him, noticed that she felt that there was something else left here. And very soon the keeper of the ring drew her master's attention to some box standing in the corner. Having opened it, the young man found inside a book and 2 first-class samurai blades. And as soon as he picked up the book, the action of the ancient magic contained in the book immediately began. After which he was told that he had acquired the skill of the 5 elements, where he could now add elemental power to his attacks. No less joy was the young man's discovery of a new legendary weapon. And looking at Ligeia, who was exhaling very heavily, Jeremy said that now they could go home. And when he asked why she was breathing so heavily, his faithful companion said that the snake's body was very large and difficult to digest. And the young man, laughing at her, noted that now he had all the necessary items. Therefore, upon returning home, he can begin to continue improving his armor. And so he stood and looked at his goods, which remained after he defeated the snake. But then, Ligeia intervened in his thoughts, who said that the snake's tail did not seem so necessary to her for armor, where she was ready to eat it right away. But Jeremy, picking up his prey, said that the tail was a very valuable part of the body of the monster he had defeated. And answering his companion's question about what could be valuable in it, the young man, plunging a knife into it, said that, according to ancient myths, a treasure should be hidden in it. And indeed, when the tail was cut, a mythical blade emerged from it, forged from the bones and scales of the same mythical monsters. Examining the valuable item, Jeremy wondered if he needed it, given that he had an item that imitated any weapon. But suddenly, short electrical discharges sparkled right next to him, after which a portal began to form. And when it was fully formed, Jeremy, having explored it with his skill, was glad that a passage to the world of the gnomes had once again formed in front of him. And now he was already walking through the dark catacombs, noting that nothing had changed here since last time. Standing opposite one of the walls, the young man noticed that before he had not noticed this flow of energy leading to the door. After examining the wall, Jeremy decided not to open the door, but to test his strength by trying to destroy it. But at that same second, a door appeared on the wall, where a familiar voice was heard from the opposite side, shouting for the young man to stop. Where a second later, Tobis appeared on the threshold and asked the guest why he was trying to break down an ordinary door. Laughing at how the dwarf took literally everything seriously, Jeremy asked him how he was doing, to which he replied that he was fine, until the guy tried to destroy his house. And all the other gnomes, seeing the guest, cordially congratulated him on his successful return to their world. At that very second, he was seated on a chair and presented with a huge mug of cold beer, where, while tasting the gnome's drink, Jeremy noted that this time everything was completely different than on his first visit. Feeling that the young man had come for a reason, the master told him to show them the materials whose energy they felt. Taking another sip, Jeremy, without keeping them waiting, immediately dumped out all his stuff. And now each of the dwarves looked at the amazing objects, admiringly saying that the person managed to get something incredible. And Jeremy, observing their reaction, noting that apparently the objects were exactly right, asked if they would make something for him. To which Tobis replied that he first had to take a test, where they would not mind doing without him, but the rules set by Braden obliged them. Looking at his interlocutors, the young man, not with the most satisfied face, asked what the test, game, or battle would be like. At the same time, he remembered the words of the dwarves about the duel in 1,000 years, and now he asked how long he still had to wait for the test to begin. And one of the dwarf team, seeing the energy of their guest, noted that at this level, he would be ready to fight. But his impulses were interrupted by Tobis, who reminded him of their past defeat, where they trained a lot in order to take revenge. And so he invited Jeremy to follow him. And this time the test would be a game on the console. When they arrived at the familiar room, the young man wondered how much the dwarves could improve their skills. But as soon as he picked up the joystick and received a message about activating the game's talent with multiplying all abilities by 3, Jeremy noticed that any of their improvements were in vain, and so the game began, where, like last time, Tobus did not even have time to understand what his opponent was doing. And now, sadly bowing his head, he already noted that he had lost again, where he had not been able to deliver even one blow. But after Tobus lost, everyone else immediately rushed to fight the young man, where everyone considered their skill to be better than that of their opponents. But soon they all mourned their defeat, not understanding how they could deserve such suffering. And so Tobus said that the young man had won again, and they would fulfill his request, where he should say what he wanted, where his desire was quite simple and was to improve all of his equipment, where he, having handed over to the gnomes a bracelet they had once made, asked to make improvements to it too. And when Tobus noted that not all the materials would be needed to improve the bracelet, Jeremy took off his armor, explaining that the rest would be used to complete this equipment. And so the dwarves headed to their workshop in order to quickly complete the modification of weapons and other equipment. Only Gotrek, having taken the armor in his hands, suddenly stopped, examining it carefully. All he did was twist it in his hands, not understanding how this was possible, and Jeremy asked him what the problem was. And when the dwarf said that he felt his hand here, only with much more energy, the young man explained that he really made this armor, where the dwarves' eyes literally popped out of their heads when the young man added that he had summoned a copy of Gotrek. And then all the dwarves attacked him, asking how he was able to summon Gotrek and where he had such an ability. But then the young man said that Dimitru should have seen his future, to which the latter replied that he knew about the guy's abilities, but did not know which ones. Here Tobus came to the fore with a serious look, and said that they all had a request to make to the man, where he asked to immediately call their copies, where they cannot say the need for this because of Braden, but they will reward the guy well. But before the young man had time to answer anything, all the other gnomes also attacked him with a request to summon their copies. But Jeremy immediately stopped their impulse, saying that his mana was only enough for 3 attempts, during which he might not be able to summon the one he needed. But at that very second, Tobus ran off somewhere and returned with a whole box of some kind of bubbles, where, having shown one of them, the gnome explained that these are elven tears that instantly restore mana, which cannot be bought for a fortune. Moreover, they have elixirs and talismans that greatly increase luck, where the guy just has to use his skill. The arguments were irrefutable, and Jeremy agreed to try to summon a copy of them. And now he has already called the selective lottery machine, where he suddenly saw the presence of a visibility function. And as soon as he moved the switch, Dimitru immediately noted that something appeared in the air next to the man. After which the young man, turning to his audience, said that now he would place 2 characters here, where the desired result can only be achieved if a white card appears, but no other gnome is summoned. And so, having completed everything necessary, Jeremy launched the selective lottery. Standing nearby and watching the lottery spin, the dwarves felt a wild sense of excitement, asking for their copy to be summoned. After some time, all supplies of elven tears were depleted, where only empty vessels remained on the floor. And after the next spin of the lottery, the gnomes watched in disappointment as the most ordinary card fell out again, where Tobus became very indignant, loudly remarking that the human race was probably the most unlucky in the entire universe. But then he received a blow from one of his brothers, whose nerves were on edge due to the fruitless excitement he had experienced. The rest of the gnomes simply began to worship their savior, praying that he could still summon the right character. But then Tobus said that maybe they should go some other, more effective way to achieve the result. In response, Jeremy said that there is a skill that instantly increases luck, but this will greatly affect his characteristics. Immediately shouting that this should have been said right away, Tobus gave the command to bring all the elixir from the warehouse. And now the young man was already holding in his hands a new drug, which instantly restored and increased all the players' characteristics, for 1 bottle of which it was possible to buy an entire castle. Dimitru and Gotrek, who were watching what was happening, were very skeptical about the impulse of their brothers, coming to the conclusion that now they would be left without this precious potion. But then Jeremy provided the gnomes with wisdom, telling them all to imagine themselves as treasure hunters, where, having traveled a long distance and dug up several tons of earth, at some point they decided to quit this activity, despite the fact that there were only a few meters left to dig to the treasured treasures, where the gnomes were deeply imbued with this parable. And the young man, completing his story, asked if the dwarves were now ready to give up their treasures, where at the same second they all shouted that they were not going to retreat and believed the man until the very end. And now Jeremy was already pouring the priceless drink into himself, thinking that he could not miss such a unique opportunity to thoroughly enjoy the lottery. Having called upon his faithful Wang Lung and secured good luck, the young man launched the lottery for the umpteenth time today. and all the dwarves were literally shaking with excitement and desire that this time everything would finally work out. But the scrolled lottery again did not give the desired result, giving out not a white, but a black card. But the gnomes did not despair, claiming that they had a very good feeling, which meant that everything would definitely work out. But with another scroll, a dwarf from a completely different world greeted his comrades, noting that he was lucky to meet a lot of great guys today. Demanding a new launch of the lottery machine, Dimitru literally burst into tears when the most ordinary card fell out for the umpteenth time. An equally saddened Tobis said that the young man had only one last attempt left, to which Jeremy replied that the dwarves just had to believe in his luck. Having drunk the last portion of the potion, the young man launched the lottery machine for the last time. The first person to notice the result was Gotrek, who shouted for everyone to look at it, where indeed a dropped white card appeared above the head of their guest, and the joy of the dwarves knew no bounds. But instead of appearing to one of the dwarves, a certain woman appeared behind the young man, which he could not have expected, who suddenly said that she was very disappointed in those who decided to resort to such primitive methods to solve their problems. At that same second, all the dwarves fell to their knees, wailing that they had sinned and begging their goddess for mercy. And the woman began to give them a lecture that truth cannot be achieved in a short way, where Jeremy quickly got tired of listening to the called person. When it was all over, the young man approached Tobis and asked him if he was all right, where, with tears in his eyes, he spoke about the words of the goddess, who said that they must solve their problem themselves. After which he said that while they were improving weapons and equipment, he could take several items from the treasure room as a reward for his efforts with the lottery. And now the young man was already inside this room, noting the truly countless amount of gold and jewelry. And then a bottle of potion caught his eye, which he had recently used to increase his performance and believed that it had run out. And then Tobis, who came up to him, not letting go of his excitement, told the young man to drink a little more at the end. People standing near the building were surprised to note that the man walking towards them was the same guy who had been shown on TV lately, where everyone knew Jeremy as the only SSS class player in the world. Then one of the young men ran up to him, saying that he was his fan and asking for an autograph. And also the girls standing nearby, seeing the idol, also became active, noting how handsome the young man was, and asking him to take at least one photo. Watching what was happening, Hank was a little jealous of his friend's great popularity, while Samantha was extremely unhappy with the attention that was coming to Jeremy from the opposite sex. Then a girl appeared in uniform and asked everyone present to stop making such a loud noise, after which she turned to Jeremy, where his friend immediately suggested that now they would grab him for the noise they had created. But instead, with a friendly smile, the girl invited the young man to proceed inside the room to complete the process of creating a guild. When the trio of friends found themselves inside the desired office, Samantha couldn't believe who she was seeing before her eyes, where the former head of the guild, Dave Martinez, turned to face them and cordially greeted old acquaintances. Shaking the hand of Jeremy as he approached, the man said that all the documents had been completed. All that remained was to check everything again and sign. And to Hank's question, the young man explained that from that day on, Dave would manage the guild he created. And now his friend was already shaking the man's hand, saying that he was very glad to meet them and hoped for a fruitful cooperation. Having handed over the constituent document to Jeremy, the employee of the registering state company said that all that remained was to register the name. Realizing that he had not thought at all about what to name his guild, the young man turned to everyone else, asking if they had any ideas, where Samantha was the first to respond to his call, saying that she had one thought. Hank was ready to accept any idea the girl had, while the others were prepared to listen to what she came up with. After a very short period of time, everyone who participated in the creation of the guild was already drinking to their organization, which was called the New Level. The men shouted that they were drinking to the guild and to their leader, which greatly embarrassed the young man. After thanking his friends for their support, Jeremy said to build that trust, he wanted to share information about his skills with them, where Samantha and Hank noted that they already knew about his extraordinary skill of seeing the abilities of others. But then the young man showed his friends an infernal lottery machine, saying that this machine gives out information about upcoming events, where, immediately realizing the possible prospect of guessing the winning combination in the state lottery, the men began asking to try spinning the machine once. Having said that he was ready to demonstrate how the machine works without selfish intentions, Jeremy launched it, where it immediately produced a white glowing capsule. Watching this capsule, never seen by him before, open, the young man froze in anticipation of what kind of information he would receive, where, after seeing the message, Jeremy learned that in 10 years the third wave of monsters would begin to invade the Earth, where he would now be provided with detailed information about this. Watching his friend frozen in place, Hank tried to attract his attention with a light joke. But the young man turned around with a very serious face and said that for the next 10 days, his friends should focus as much as possible on increasing their level, since the third wave of the invasion was coming. Heading off to meet his next adventure, Jeremy adjusted his new armor modified by the dwarves, after which, with a movement of his hand, he materialized his favorite weapon using the also modified bracelet. And feeling how he was literally charged with energy from his equipment, the young man noted that now he was definitely ready. At the same second, a portal appeared right in front of him, and in accordance with the previously obtained coordinates, flashing with lightning discharges. Those accompanying him, Dave, Hank, and Samantha, immediately noted that this was some kind of completely unusual portal. Using his research skills, Jeremy determined that only one person could enter this portal. And when he decided to move alone, Samantha worriedly suggested looking for some other way out, to which Jeremy replied that if such a portal breaks through, then humanity will definitely come to an end. After which he cheerfully said that he could completely cope with this task himself, where his friends would not have time to blink before he returned. The girl could only breathe out heavily while watching how the person dear to her was hiding in this devilish hole. When Jeremy found himself on the other side, he discovered that he again appeared not on the ground but in the sky, where he saw a whole army below him. One of the monsters below, noticing the stranger, immediately drew the attention of everyone else to him. Well, Jeremy didn't even wait for his opponents to figure out what to do, attacking them with his destructive blows, where, without even using any special techniques, his attack created the effect of a huge explosion, from which many opponents were killed. And now he was already on the ground, observing a large army in front of him. Considering the hordes of soldiers as a demon, it was difficult for him to even imagine how many of them were now standing in front of him. But there was nothing to do, and therefore, abruptly jumping from his place, the young man rushed to the attack. Deftly moving among his opponents, he only had time to scatter them in different directions with his heavenly halberd. Exhaling heavily after the next attack, Jeremy noticed that there was simply no end to the demons. As a result, he came to the conclusion that he needed to find and defeat the owner of this world as quickly as possible, so that all other opponents would simply fall. And in order to attract the owner's attention, it was necessary to make a lot of noise, where he decided to try one of his new skills. The new exchange apparatus he had summoned was already ready to accept the offering, where, for the exchange, Jeremy decided to use 3 diamond cards for this first time, which the machine immediately swallowed. While he was waiting for the result, the young man was informed that for his first use, he would be given a character of the highest level as a reward. And at that same second, everything around began to be covered in thick white smoke, which demoralized the enemy soldiers. Hearing some noise, the demon raised his head and saw a weapon rapidly approaching his head. The attack was so strong that it provoked a huge shockwave that destroyed a whole bunch of monsters. This time, the character from the black card, whom the whole world knew as Richard the Lionheart, was behind the young man and helped him in every possible way in the confrontation, where the true king, having come to the world of demons, promised to crush each of them. After which, turning to the gods, he said that they would soon receive their victims, where at that very second, Jeremy was already lowering his formidable weapon on the enemy. The battle continued, where not a single opponent of the young man had any chance of salvation. And having dealt with yet another demon, the young man finally saw the one he had been waiting here for so long, where someone's huge hand stopped the flight of the demon he had thrown away, grabbing him by the head. After which, a new character from the current battle appeared and hit his soldier on the ground with unprecedented power. Grinning, the young man noticed that he was already waiting for the owner of the dungeon, who was apparently hiding, to which the commander of the 5th Corps of the demon army, Origin, replied that he was very interested in looking at what was destroying his army. And Jeremy, having engaged the enemy in conversation, meanwhile used the research skill, noticing that his new opponent was somewhat strong. And while the leader of the demons was asking the young man whether he was the guardian of the universe, he had already rushed to attack the enemy. Origin, with great difficulty, managed to substitute his weapon, defending himself from an attack, the force of which could not leave him indifferent. However, having thrown the enemy away with a movement of his armed hand, the demon noticed that he liked such temper. And then he invited the guy to join his army, where with such abilities he could take the post of his personal assistant. To which Jeremy replied that he did not think of becoming an assistant to someone who is weaker than him, but is ready to give the demon a chance, where if he wins, he will join his army. Laughing, Origin said that the young man perfectly captured the essence of their world, where not a single demon would refuse a duel, after which the monster said that he, unlike the others, would refuse, since he had come here not for duels, but for war. Where, with such an overwhelming force behind him, He finds absolutely no reason to take risks. Unlike the other demon commanders, his mind remains cold, where he knows that the commander-in-chief does not run into the attack in front of the line. These speeches of the demon did not please Richard at all, who shouted that Origin was simply a coward who knew nothing about how to raise the morale of soldiers. But the commander of the demon army did not care at all what anyone thought about him, where he had already given the command to kill the enemy. Watching the vast crowd of approaching demons, Jeremy noticed that this battle would not be easy, but suddenly a huge luminous cross formed under him, the appearance of which stunned the crowd rushing towards him. And then, from the rays of light, several spears suddenly appeared, piercing those demons who managed to come closest. After which, the army of crusaders he had summoned appeared behind the young man. Proclaiming the action as a sanctuary, Jeremy shouted for his army to begin attacking the dark enemy, and so the warriors he called immediately rushed towards their opponents, where the latter stood there, shocked by what was happening. The army of crusaders with their sacred mission confidently moved forward, scattering demons in different directions. Meanwhile, Jeremy, having already summoned his faithful horse and prepared the unnamed heavenly halberd, prepared for the attack, saying that now it was his turn.